We should
Let me
be
hop
good
in.
on the horizontal stream. I'm gonna get the vertical stream rolling. We're good to go there. And then let me get TikTok going. Oh, I forgot to log it. I every week I forget to log out of TikTok and then log back in using the correct account. I wish it would save credentials for multiple accounts, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
It'd be all right. Hey, speaking of some people that you and I both know, did you hear Otangelo's making the rounds again?
he makes the rounds every week, doesn't he?
He does. I heard just yesterday or the day before he was on John Cohen's live stream. And
Oh, fun.
so I know so that clip is I'm sure coming soon to be published. I'd be excited um how his precept script worked with John. I don't know if John's had a lot of opportunity to deal with the preceptors yet, but they're a special breed.
Yeah, it's it's definitely something.
All right, we are logged in. So let me hit go on TikTok and then we should have everything rocking and rolling, friends. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for being here. TikTok is up now. We got YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch running. Friends, if you have a God concept, hey, we'd love to hear about it. It doesn't have to be traditional, it could be any God concept. We're open to all things. If you worship the sun, Dirk, that'd be interesting too, but I don't know if we need to do Dirk on the Sunday morning again. Sorry,
I feel like I'm missing a reference here.
Dirk's the guy that worships the sun, and I still don't know if he's for real or trolling.
Oh,
And
yes, this guy. This guy, yeah.
yeah, and to be fair, he's kind of funny, but I don't necessarily want him to come up very often because the
The only
shtick.
thing that I the only thing that Dirk reminds me of is did you ever see Team America?
I did not.
Oh, it was a I mean, all things considered, it's like a pretty screwed up, and it's like it does not survive to today, but it was like an early 2000s movie, and there was a character who just said Dirk a lot. Um,
It's
it
interesting. I
was
don't know about this
the
one.
all the character said, and he was a caricature of like an Islamist extremist, and he just said,
Mm.
what did he say? I'd have to look it up, but I feel like if I said it, I would also probably get canceled. So, this is to say, like, there was like a caricature of an Islamist extremist, and he just said Dirk a lot, and that was all he said. So that's what it makes me think of.
Fair enough. It's interesting. Even now, there's some stuff from like the 80s and 90s that at the time we might have even thought was okay, maybe even progressive. That now we're like, oh, that was the wrong move. That wasn't the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
the and surely you haven't seen Blades of Glory either because you hate fun.
I
Um,
did when that came out.
oh, you have seen it.
I was young enough to dabble in a little bit of fun.
Right, yeah, so Blades of Glory is one of my favorite movies. It's remarkably funny. I watched it again, like, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like this, and like it almost entirely stands up. Like it's not cancelable, except that the entire joke is that it's gay if two men ice skate together. That's the
Right.
entire premise of the movie. And like
Right.
it's still really funny, but that is the entire premise, which, you
Yeah.
know, eh,
There was definitely a time period where I want to say people were dabbling with homosexual themes, trying
mhm.
to what they might have thought at the time of normalizing it, but their method of normalizing it was still kind of making fun of it to some
Yep.
extent, which that's not the right method to do it. That might be funny in like the football locker room, but it doesn't work in real life.
Yeah,
So
I mean like the interesting thing about Blades of Glory is that like it's obviously a comedy, so they're gonna make fun of it a lot. But at the end of the day, it is like these two dudes who are like obviously straight, but they're, doing something quote unquote gay and then they win. So,
right,
you know, they win and then somehow they fly off into space at the end of the movie, which is
right.
like, but anyway, I mean, like, yeah, they're, that was a strange era. Like the mid to late 2000s was when that really started to happen quite frequently.
Yeah.
And you still get a lot of really funny stuff, but it is a little on the touchy side.
Yeah. There's a couple like that. While we're waiting for guests, let me make an announcement real quick. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can be a guest. You don't need TikTok. Just use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest. If you're watching on TikTok, you don't need to use the link on the screen. You can actually just use the regular TikTok guest request. So we can take guests from either location, and Ian should be joining us lately. They are fashionably late, as per usual, which is perfectly okay with us. We're just happy that Ian's going to be joining eventually. And we do have 2 guests in our guest box. So let me grab our 2 super chats, and then we'll get our first guest, Luffy, and we'll get going. C-Bar, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. Hope you're doing well. And Star Glints, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hey, Justin, how do believer scholars reconcile? I was super surprised to see a PhD scholar is Mormon. Yeah, you're probably referring to Dan McCullen. So the way that this typically works is they're really agnostic, if I was going to categorize them. A lot of these scholars that we talk to don't believe in all of the core tenets. They don't believe that the Bible's inerrant. Very few of them are actually along those lines. Unless you went to like a really conservative school and did a bunch of apologetics to get your PhD, most of these guys that went to like Harvard or Oxford or Stanford and did their PhDs there, they're honestly like agnostic. And I give an example without naming names. I had an Old Testament professor that went to very good schools, went to Philadelphia for Semitic languages, and then he went to London to do his PhD. And he was hands down one of the smartest individuals and one of the kindest and still would classify as Christian individuals. But when he talked about the Bible, when he taught the Bible, you can tell that he segregated his personal life from his academic life. He would flat out tell you that based on the evidence we have, the book of Daniel was written in the 2nd century, and here's why. And this wasn't a controversial take for him. Like it just wasn't a problem. So a lot of these people won't tell you, but these professionals that you'll meet in university, a lot of them are really on the agnostic side of things. They believe some of it, but not all of it. So that's kind of how they do it. Or some of them just stick with it because they love the topic, even though they don't believe. But they won't tell you that they don't believe because their career depends on it. Nevertheless, let's get Loopy in here. Hopefully we'll get some conversation going. Welcome in, Luffy. Are you at least 18?
That's some echo.
Yeah, that was rough. Luffy? Well, they immediately muted, so I assume they're present.
Hopefully they're fixing it.
Hopefully. Probably just I've noticed that more and more when you bring up a guest on TikTok, like that split second while it's still loading, sometimes it's like maybe the echo feature hasn't kicked in yet, and you'll get an echo for like the first second or two. Luffy, are you with us? Anything? Bueller? Okay. Well, coming back, Luffy, you get it figured out. I had a question while we're waiting on some guests to load up. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm getting some conflicting answers. You know, I was under the understanding that, like, the way gravity works is because it's like a warping of space-time. And to me, that makes sense until you ask, well, what is space-time? Because space-time appears to be just made out of nothing, so it can't be that space-time is acting upon the mass if it's made of nothing. So what's happening here?
So, this is... Have you been talking to Angel Investor?
No, I haven't. I was just Googling because I was thinking about like how gravity, like how it causes two masses to move, even if they're static. And I was like, well, what is gravity made of? Like, if it's not a force, it must be made of something, right?
So let me rephrase that question. Let me answer your question with a question, namely, what is... So you spent a time as an electrical engineer. Opposite charges attract, like charges repel. Why?
Well, good question. I mean, I would say the electromagnetic force, but I couldn't adequately explain to you why the electromagnetic force exists.
Well, so the modern interpretation is that charges affect the electromagnetic field. the electromagnetic field propagates in a way and then it affects distant things.
Sure.
But then, okay, so essentially it changes the shape of the electromagnetic field. Usually it's kind of just uniform, and it's maybe it takes on a value of 0 or something, and then if you put a charge here, now the shape is different. It takes on different values in different places. But then what is the thing that's taking on that shape?
Right.
Well, it's the electromagnetic field. It's just what it is.
Okay.
It's not made of something. And so the way that I try to think about space-time is basically, I don't know what it is really. Maybe it's just a thing. Maybe space-time is just a thing. Maybe it's just relations. But I try to assuage myself by recognizing that I also don't know what the electromagnetic field is. And I don't have any problem saying, oh, well, yeah, it's sensible that like charges repel. Similarly, it's sensible that things with mass attract. Like, okay.
It is interesting.
I mean, it's one of those things like, if you have a fundamental stuff, you still want to ask what it's made out of, but if it's fundamental, then it's not made of anything.
Right. Right. If it's fundamental, it doesn't have parts, I would imagine.
Right. So it's really hard because we think that we usually think of things being you can always break them down to smaller things and look at what they're made out of. But either there's a bottom, in which case, whatever the bottom is, it's not made of anything smaller, or there isn't, in which case, there is some stuff that space-time is made out of.
Right, right. So the other question, or the other answer I was getting, trying to figure this thing out. I had a long conversation with multiple AI models, hoping somebody would be able to get me to like a research paper I can understand. It's like when we talk about fields, it seems like fields suffer. A lot of field theory seems to suffer from the same problem, where it's like we know that the field exists, but maybe we're not sure what the field is always made of. Am I understanding that?
That's exactly what I was bringing up with regards to the electromagnetic field.
Okay.
Electromagnetic field, as far as we can tell, is like this fundamental thing. Okay. And like, the way I think of it is a feature of the universe and this is where things get wonky. Fields are properties of every point of space-time. It's just like a feature that space-time has. Okay, well, what's space-time? Well, it's a property
made of fields. It's like circular.
Yeah, maybe. So one potential one potential explanation is that space-time itself isn't fundamental, and really we should think of space-time as merging from kind of quantum structures. The way to think about this is we typically think of things only being able to interact with other things that are nearby. So like, there's the speed of light limit. I can push on things because they're right next to me, but I can't affect Andromeda right now because Andromeda is 2 million light years away. But there's hints that perhaps maybe this idea of like causality, that you can only affect things in your local neighborhood, maybe that idea falls apart at the quantum level. And we see this with entanglement. Namely, it seems like the notion of space between two entangled particles, it just isn't there. Right. So it might be that the reason why there appears to be space-time is because most things are not entangled.
Right, okay.
And we see the breakdown of space-time. We see the breakdown of like this like kind of fundamental distance-time limit when things are entangled. So maybe there's something there, that there's some deeper fundamental relations between quantum objects that is kind of before space-time, and then it gives rise to space-time as a result of these relations, but that's speculative.
Okay, fair enough. I might have one more question here, but we've got 2 people waiting to get into the guest box. So we're going to grab them here and get some conversation going. Jay, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, can you talk about Wisdom 2 prophecy? Yeah, from the Wisdom of Solomon in the Apocrypha. So it's not really a prophecy. I understand that if you're Catholic, you want this to be a prophecy. But it's not really. So this is speaking about the Israelites as the children of God, or being personified as a righteous child of God, which happens throughout the wisdom literature. And so if you look at the beginning of the chapter, I read chapter 1 first, by the way, because chapter 1 is going to give you the groundwork for understanding why chapter 2 is saying what it's saying. Because remember, this is wisdom literature, and one of the questions they had at the time that this was being written is, well, why are the righteous, us Israelites, why are we getting our asses kicked, right? And so that's why chapter 1 literally starts out with basically a monologue about the righteous, right? The righteous. We are the righteous, right? But the ungodly, they uh, they they punish us. They do things to us, right? And so chapter 2 is a personification of like the a righteous individual being taken advantage of by unrighteous people. And this is essentially a metaphor for the nation of Israel. It's not really even couched in future tense because it's not really a prophecy. It's basically play acting. Here's what happens when the unrighteous persecute the righteous. So that's how I would read it, and that's how scholars tend to read it. Unless you're like Catholic and you love the typological prophecies, this could be used as a typological prophecy, but not as a direct prophecy. And speaking of sons, here's Ian.
The prodigal son.
Yeah, I'm finally here.
Eventually, Ian
Or
is a wild name change. It's a good one though.
Yeah, yeah. It's just on days when I'm late, it's eventually Ian.
it's pretty funny though.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty good. Well, we had two people in the guest box just a minute ago, and they got scared since they saw you load up.
Whoa, yeah, my aura, my presence.
Yeah, we
Um,
had Jason, and Jason apparently was terrified of Ian.
yeah, gosh, I dabble in Jason destruction, just all of them. They're no match for me.
Indeed. Well, welcome in, and I guess while we're waiting for some guests to load up, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, the link is on the screen, tiny.cc/UA guest. You can, of course, use the clickable link in the description of the video if you don't want to type it in. If you're on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button on TikTok, and we'll pull you in using the TikTok feature, so you don't have to use the link on the screen if you're on TikTok. Base to share it. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my son loves Darwin. Happy to hear it. I want to buy him Origin of Species, but he's 13 years old. Is there a good kid-friendly version he can learn from? I'll get him the former, but the latter would be a nice addition. So I've not read Origin of Species because when I was learning evolution, like my teacher was like, well, we've being at even at a Catholic school, my bio teacher was like, well, we've learned more since Darwin. You don't have to read Darwin's work, and he recommended some books on it. So if you want a kid-friendly book on the subject, I don't know if I'm the person to ask. Do you guys know of any?
No, I don't.
Let's see.
Um, I mean, look, imagine if you find like a fifth grade, well, he's 13. So if you find like an eighth grade textbook, it will probably go like an eighth grade biology textbook. I imagine it'll have a chapter on evolution.
Yeah. There are a couple on Amazon that are rated by age range. So they've got one called Amazing Evolution: The Journey of Life that's rated by ages. That's 5 to 8. They have another one that might be a little more teenage level called Evolution: The Human Story, Second Edition. And that looks like it might be in depth enough on the science, but not so much that they get bogged down on it, just based on the way that's described in the bio, not the bio, but the description of the book.
Mm.
But I haven't
I
read that.
actually, I actually kind of imagine that on the Origin of Species, the only thing that'll be hard for a 13-year-old to understand would be like the kind of old-ish language.
Mm.
But I imagine that the science is actually because like, the science of evolution has been in the zeitgeist for, 100 plus years. I would imagine that actually your son could probably follow all of the science that's happening. They're not doing like complex genetics or anything. It's like anatomy and it's physiology and stuff that your son would probably understand, if not for the perhaps old-timey language.
Yeah. Especially, if he's 13, they've done, like, I
Yeah.
remember in the seventh grade, as early as the seventh grade, we did um, uh, genetic trait tables. Like, we started learning about that kind
Mm.
of stuff. So he might be old enough to grasp some basic readings here.
Yeah,
Es-
and then in like fifth grade, or no, not fifth grade, in like 2 years, when he's like 15 or like 16, he might very well be taking like AP biology or like honors biology. And then he's just gonna learn like a
True.
fuck ton.
That's actually a good point. There's nothing wrong with starting them out early at what's above their education level. Like, there's a couple kids when I was in school that took a special interest in something, and then when they got to high school, they already knew like everything they were learning in class they already knew, so they could take the AP courses like Ian was suggesting.
Yeah,
So
especially if it's
yeah,
like your son's interest. Yeah, it seems like that might be. I don't know. You obviously don't want to shoot like too high, but there's like a special kind of like motivation there to see it through.
yeah, I think so. Probably the best suggestion. Yeah, let them shoot for the stars. And Gorfage, thank you for the super chat. It says, "Have a good Sunday, friends. Thanks for what you do." Well, thank you, Gorfage, for supporting what you do. We couldn't do this without supporters, so we appreciate everyone that likes, shares, subscribes, and super chats. And Nightman, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. So speaking of movies that didn't age well, I recently watched Ace Ventura: Pet Detective after having not watched it since I was a kid, and woo, boy, that ending is actually rancid. Yeah, there's a reason why you don't see a lot of replays of it, because the premise of the movie is bigoted. So
Wait, how does it end?
he discovers that the hot chick is a tranny. That's
Wait,
what
you
it
cannot
says.
you can't say that
Well,
word.
that's what
It's
the movie
considered
says. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you what the movie
Okay.
says. That
Yeah.
everyone all at once blurts it out at the end of the movie.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
That's like ridiculous. Wait, Dr. Blitz, your mic is muted.
Oh, I do not remember that at all.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Justin,
it's bad.
You gotta be careful even quoting things.
Sorry.
That would be like, look, Justin, I understand that it might be in the song, but you can't say the N-word.
I know. I get it. I get it. You guys know I would never use that language in real life. I'm just saying that's how the movie ends.
Sure.
Like that.
That's insane.
That's why they don't replay it. It's that bad.
Yeah. I was unaware of this.
You know what does age well? Literally all of Star Trek.
Okay.
Literally all of it ages so well.
Okay,
Yeah.
buddy. Yeah, whatever. We know where your bread gets buttered.
Look, I'm just saying. They have an episode on non-binary folk that aired in like '89. Okay.
Whatever.
Oh,
No,
boy.
I'm sure it's probably a great show.
Well, we have a guest in the guest box. Let's grab our first guest and get some discussion going here. Welcome in, SDS. Are you at least 18?
I am. Well, funnily enough, I'm 22, so, 4 years outside of an 18-year-old restriction.
Sure. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Cool. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I'm a Christian Orthodox, so Yahweh, the God.
Gotcha. So Yahweh and Jesus then.
Well, not typically. So I do take on account of Neoplatonism, relational. When I say relational, I believe there is a symmetric relation to an idealistic monist account. I do have a formalized syllogism. I have run it through Dr. Blitz. In fact, we did have a very good conversation on it, I would hope to say. If Ian, if it's okay with you, just because I am someone for consent, I would like to have what I would like to associate a friendly dialogue with you, if you're open to.
Of course.
Yeah, would you give me just 2 minutes? My PC is currently booting up, so I do have to, go into
Sure.
notes and pull up.
We totally get it, yeah.
I do appreciate the patience. Thank you.
Are the premises long? Because if so, I can write them on a notepad and put them on screen so the audience doesn't lose track.
It does consist of, just from the top of my head, there is 4 axioms, 3 domain of discourses, and then there is 3 theorems. It's not your typical stem-by syllogism as far as inferential rules consistent of logical necessity. It does get into logical possibility as far as the ontological status. Would that be okay with you?
Well, but I think it's cool that there's like Eastern Orthodox is on the rise. I feel like it's like I've booted up like a game of Sid, and there's like this like niche religion that is spread all throughout the world now.
Well, it's funny you say niche, because I mean, to me, in my mind, whenever I hear niche, I always think of there's no such thing as brute facts. There's only the interpretation of facts to be existent, which would be a secondary causal chain of the contingency for, X to be predominantly true, but we can't grant the necessary condition of that. We rely on secondary case reasoning for such X, which often gets into an infinite regress, which we don't like, do we, Ian?
I'm not really sure what any of that meant, if I'm being honest with you.
I'm just associating niche with Nietzsche.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, ADHD. So I do have the argument, if you're ready for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so axiom 1, either a property or its negation is positive but not both.
Is this just the
Then-
the Gddelian's ontological?
It is.
Well, then we could
So
just
I'm
talk about that.
guessing- So I'm guessing you're familiar with Gödel's ontological argument?
I am. It's my understanding that like the contentious part of this is just whether or not it's logically possible for God to exist.
It's not, well, look, the refutation which is typically associated with the argument would be between the domain of discourse 2, which would be in essence of an individual is a property possessed by it and necessarily implying any of its properties, and then as well as axiom 5, which would be necessary existence is a positive property, which is a point for refutation that I know Dr. Blitz holds to.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
So well, my understanding.
Sorry.
So I might be misunderstanding this. My understanding of this is that what the argument seeks to establish is with all of like the positive property stuff that like necessity is a positive property. And I thought that it collapsed into like necessitarianism or something, which is totally fine. Like I'm a necessitarian, but then the question just becomes like, okay, is it possible for God to exist?
well, so when we use terminology like possible entails there could be some form of contradiction met upon the proposition. Would you agree with that?
It depends on the modal scope, but yeah, like if you're saying logically possible, then you'd be saying that there is no contradiction.
So when we talk about modal scope is, well, actually that's kind of axiomatic in itself, because when we talk about modal scopes, a modal scope can be something, for example, which is broad, meaning there's speculation or there's a stipulation to a theory, right? But then we can sort of narrow down conclusive data which would have correlating evidence. Now, this can be something inductive or abstraction. I'm butchering my words. This can be like some form of like abstraction upon reality. Like, for example, like Aristotle through natural law, he indicates like unicorns can exist through the configuration of our identity, where we're able to resemble the physical properties, but the nature, the likeness, the ontology is something we can't have any existential qualm to. Would you agree with that, Ian?
I don't really know what that means, what you just said.
On what part?
The entire part of it, like unicorns can exist. Are you just saying like we can like make ourselves look like unicorns? Or like we can imagine
No.
something with like the properties of unicorns?
No, so abstraction would be some form of like conceptual understanding where we're able to have the belief, we can have like the external understanding. It doesn't mean that it's relative to, our universe which we exist in. Like we can, picture, we can resemble these properties. Like I can say, for example, a unicorn has 4 legs. A unicorn has like this structured head. How can I best resemble this? Let's just say a dog. A dog can have these similar properties which have an asymmetric relation to the unicorn, but it doesn't mean that unicorns exist. But the abstraction is possible.
You're just saying like it's possible to like abstract the properties of a unicorn away from things that actually exist?
Yes.
Okay, sure, I agree with that.
Then when we talk about a god inductively, and when I say inductive, I mean for all things observable, maintaining to our corresponding reality, we can only formulate conclusions, we can only have these external interpretations. But one thing which is speculated is consciousness, for example. And how this consciousness arises from, we associate it with the mind. But what is preconditioned on the mind? Well, if you're, like, for example, an idealistic monist, you want to say that there's this higher order being, this external cause. But a physicalist wants to say the mind exists within the mind. But then someone who is a Christian wants to say that there needs to be a primary cause of the universe for this to be the case. But then when we look at the Gddelian argument, Gödel instantiates that for any positive property to be existent, there needs to be a godlike being. A godlike being has to have all the preconditions for it to be exemplified. And the exemplification is going to be necessarily positive.
Okay, why would I think that the exemplification of it is itself like a property?
Well, for something to be exemplified, I could be interpreting it wrong, but I would say there has to be sufficient reason for it to be evidential, for it to consist of some form of like truth.
Okay, I'm not really sure that answers the question. What do you think the question I asked you was?
So you asked me how the argumentation which I'm given can hold to some form of truth where this can and will be the case.
I suspect you're not listening. The question I asked you is why would I think exemplification is itself a property?
Yeah, but if you're to take it to be a property, there has to be some form of truth. You would agree, right?
Well, why would I? Okay, the question is why would I think that exemplifying some collection of properties is itself a property?
Well, because exemplification, meaning there's going to be some disjunctive correlating factor for X to be true relational to Y. Do you or do you not agree with that statement?
Am I crazy? It feels like he's just yapping.
Yeah.
Blitz, are you getting like the same vibe?
I feel like this is kind of a troll.
Wait, your
No,
mic is
I'm
cut.
fine.
Sorry, I'm not really
No,
following, to be honest. And this isn't like saying like this isn't saying I'm not paying attention. It's like I just don't understand how the response is responsive, if you will.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
So, well, Ian, I'm trying to understand what you mean by exemplification, as in how you can take this positive property to be exemplified. You're asking how can this be the case, but I'm asking for a semantic reduction as to what you mean by for something to be exemplified.
Okay, well, first of all, you used the word first, so whatever you meant when you said the exemplification of these properties, I'm totally fine working with. You specifically said, excuse me, that the exemplification of these positive properties is itself a positive property. That's the thing I'm trying to get like a justification for.
Yes, which I've answered. There needs to be some PSR disjunctional for it to be the case.
I don't know how that responds to the question. Like, I understand you're saying like there needs to be a sufficient reason for why it's exemplified, but I'm asking like why should I think that itself is a positive property? Like exemplifying all the other positive properties, why should I think that that itself is a positive property?
Okay, so I guess the basic way to kind of break it down, I'm not saying that in a mean of like condescension or anything. Please don't take that notion. Um, I'm trying to associate it with like an analogy. Like you, Ian, you would have like some conceptual understanding of something to exist based on internal and external reasoning. Now, if I'm saying that this godlike being is instantiated by the external, which would be positive properties, and these positive properties are exemplified, the exemplification is for it to be self-evidential. And for it to be self-evidential, it's establishing a causal chain to exist. And the causal chain is going to be that one, a god must be existent. Secondary of that, there needs to be external attributions granted, and these external attributions can only be the case based on the likeness or the behaviors associated with it.
Yeah, I don't know. With every response, I feel like more confident, like you're like trolling or something.
Yeah, which I kind of, given that your PFP is Thumper tossing Bambi salad, it just seems like you're not serious.
I mean, that more sounds like a, running away on your end.
Kind of sounds like you're holding back laughter.
I think like every single person who has like friends in real life is going to understand that this is like trolling.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of sounds like you're not willing to refute the argument or try to
You're not
ask for
saying
an
anything.
understanding. Well, I mean, you're not really asking for me to,
I've asked like the
extrapolate
same
on
question
the
like 3 or
case.
4 times.
Yeah, which I've broken it down multiple times. And if it's the case that you're having failure to conceptualize what is being said to you, then that's a failure on your end for not directing
Explain to
which
me like
part
I'm a
you
5th
want.
grader why the exemplification of positive properties is itself a property. Go ahead.
So positive property is external, secondary. For something to be secondary, there needs to be a primary cause. Primary cause means for something to be the case, it has to consist
Bro, it's more
logically. For something to
gibberish.
consist logically,
Secondary
it's
means
going.
primary means, has to be the case. Like, what are you saying? You're saying nothing.
Oh, I'm just breaking down every word for you, Ian.
Okay, I don't need you to break down every word. I just need you to say it in a way that isn't like obfuscating.
Which I've done. So,
Okay.
which point of that?
Yeah, Justin, I'm fine moving to the next one.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's any fruit to be had here. Thanks for stopping by, SD. Something.
Did you actually have like a pleasant conversation with that dude, Blitz?
I did, which is why that was a little bit surprising.
Mm-hmm.
That was gibberish to me. Well, friends, we got Sharon and Camagulo in the guest queue. Give me just a second to grab 1 or 2 super chats, and we'll get Sharon in here and have some discussions. Shay, thank you for the super chat. It says, is it fair to reject wisdom too because the ungodly men are reasoning unsoundly and they were deceived? I mean, this is a common question, right? Because, like, for example, the New Testament says that the Lord sends a strong delusion. It also says in 2 Corinthians 4:4 that God sent the devil essentially to deceive the eyes of people from the truth of the gospel. So would I be surprised to reject wisdom or to read in wisdom that part of the ungodly being ungodly is because God is participating in helping them to be ungodly? Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm not shocked that that shows up there. Another reason why wisdom, like so many other parts of the Bible, is just kind of nonsensical. as are other parts. But it is a fun read. And Textless Panhandler, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I absolutely love ST and know it like the back of my hand. But it is not, it has not all aged well. So Star Trek hasn't all aged well. It says, Turnabout, Intruder, TOS has very backwards gender politics, and Code of Honor is straight racist.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so Code of Honor. So here's the thing. So the original series hasn't necessarily aged well. For some episodes, there are a lot of episodes where it still has. But Code of Honor is racist because not because of the script, but because of the casting. So originally, just some background. Code of Honor is basically, and this is the second episode of the Next Generation. It was not a great episode, but the cast goes to some planet and like the women are stolen, right? Or something like this. I don't remember. I've only ever seen it once because it's a terrible episode. But like the women are stolen by like some kind of technological, but also kind of like backwards society. And my understanding is that they were originally intended to be like pseudo-Japanese because they were really obsessed with honor. But then for some reason, they cast all of the members of this like alien planet as black.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. And so like if they didn't do that, then it would be like way less racist.
Yeah. I think casting it as like all Japanese is still kind of weird, but like
No, it was meant to be like, my understanding is that the script was meant to be like an allegory for like Japanese like honor society from like, 14th, 15th century, like not casting them all as Japanese, but like that was kind of the intended allegory for this kind of cultural structure. But then they cast them all as black, and now you have a bunch of black men capturing white women, and like, ooh, that's really fucked up.
it's kind of weird, yeah.
You gotta watch that. Let me grab 2 more super chats and we'll get Sharon in here. Interstate, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says early Christians suppressed books that later undermined their movement. Well, that is true. E.g., Lucretius de Reum Natura. Can you recommend any more books from antiquity that were suppressed and resurfaced in modern times? A bunch. So some of you already know. They started immediately suppressing Greek literature, but if you want the full source, hold on. So it's funny because the early church fathers loved Greek literature, Greek philosophical literature, because they thought they could integrate it with their religion. But the church itself, the Catholic Church, didn't like it so much. Constantine and Theodosius 1 and 2 were like, nope, we're not going to have it. But there's a series you can get on PDF. I'm lucky enough to have found it in print some time ago. It's the Bibliography of Prohibited Books. And this is the official list of all the books and writings that were prohibited by the Catholic Church. And there's a lot in there. Descartes in there. All the science people from the Renaissance are in there. I mean, everybody you can think of that had a view that was contrary to the Christian belief is going to be in here. And this list was still formalized and used into the 1960s. And you can even get excommunicated in the 1960s from your church. They can kick you out of the church if you somebody reported you. But Dwayne, thank you for the super chat. It says 3 great tastes that taste great together. You might be referring to the host, perhaps. Well, thank you for. I think that was a compliment.
Thanks,
And,
Dwayne the Rock Hard Johnson.
Much appreciated, Dwayne the Rock Hard Johnson.
You'll never guess what Dwayne Johnson's middle name was. Fucking
the Rock
Doug.
Hard?
Dwayne.
No way.
Yeah, isn't that wild? It's typological.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit, this is like a fulfilled prophecy or something.
I know.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Holy shit. Wow, Justin, I think you might be onto something.
I'm just saying. It's undeniable now. All right, let's get Sharon in here. Welcome in, Sharon. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Is it a particular one or a generic one?
A Christian God.
Sure. And what do you think is a good argument or piece of evidence for God's existence, preferably the Christian one?
The Bible.
Sure. What about the Bible would lead us to believe that this God exists?
Because it says that God is the Lord of the earth.
Okay,
it
yeah, I
does.
think this is like a
This
troll.
is a troll. Yeah, this
And
is
maybe
I'm
a
not
child?
a troll.
this
I'm not
is
a
a
child,
13-year-old. Yes.
No,
this is
I'm
a-
not. I'm not, honey. Just debate me, please.
This is a 13-year-old trying to pretend to be older.
I'm not.
Sorry.
I'm Sharon Hill from Wyoming.
I'm sure you are. Okay.
Wow.
I
I'm not, I'm not a troll. Here are some personal details.
Sharon Hill from Wyoming. Oh, I know Sharon from Wyoming, obviously.
Oh, fuck. Why didn't you lead with that? Oh, yeah.
Why didn't you say that? Yeah. Okay, well, let's get Comadulo. I hope I said that right. In here next. Maybe. I see loading symbols. Anyone? Feeler?
I see the loading symbols as well.
It might be his loading symbols of death. No real guess.
Justin, I've been reading up on arguments related, like the history of arguments related to the eternity of the world, and it's like going through right now, medieval times when all of where like a lot of Aristotle's works got banned for, defending like the eternity of the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Which does bring up another question, which is like, Blitz, I've read a number of papers and articles by people in the field that have a view of time, that time is perhaps even more of an illusion, not like a real fundamental piece of the universe. What do you make of that type of a claim?
My intuition says that if you're going to make that claim about time, you should make that claim about space. Just because it seems like these two things are two sides of the same coin. However, it's possible that that's false. I read a paper 3 weeks ago. No, it was before my surgery, so like a month ago. That kind of makes the inference that space is actually truly fundamental and that our universe is actually purely spatial and that time is merely an illusion that arises from space. Which is interesting. I don't know how believable it is, but it's definitely an interesting and kind of mathematically internally consistent. So, yeah, I think that these kinds of questions about whether time or space are emergent or like what time and space are, or, these are questions that we don't have the ability to answer yet.
Yeah, I'm still working on it. Well, let's get Eric from the queue. We've got Eric, what is this place, and Ahmad in queue. We'll grab them in that order and hopefully get some good faith linear dialogue going. Eric, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
This is really bad timing.
He's a troll. Yeah, you should cut him. It's a troll.
Yeah. Okay. Wow, not a lot of actual opposition here so far. Mostly just trolls, it seems
Yeah.
like. Imagine wasting your time just trolling. With profiles that I bet some of these people don't troll every time they're online, so they're probably trolling sometimes and then also using their profile for real other times. Like, people are gonna catch on eventually, though. What is this place? Is having a little trouble loading, but we'll give them a moment. We also have Ahmad and Kevin Danzo. We'll grab them in that order. If what is this place doesn't load. It's like we're getting the loading sign of death again. Maybe not. Okay, well. If you get a better internet connection, what is this place? Come on back. We'll be more than happy to talk to you. But we're going to move on to the next one. Looks like it's going to be Ahmad.
Hello.
Welcome in. Is it Ahmad?
Hello.
How do I pronounce your name?
Yeah, guys, I just came up to say one thing. Muhammad, like 1,400 years ago, with no access to internet, he was able to influence billions of people. You guys, with all this TikTok, this knowledge, this science, technology,
What
you
a
can't even think of-
crybaby. He's just
you
up here
can't even-
crying about his
Can I finish?
his
Can I
desert
finish?
prophet.
No, you may not.
No.
I'm being
If you want to render an argument for your religion, we're happy to hear it, but we're not here to let you cry about us existing. Like, I get it that it hurts your fifis that we exist, right? Because it makes you question whether or not your
Justin,
pedophile god is
premise
actually
one.
real.
If Muhammad existed today, he would have more Instagram followers than you would. Premise
Can
I-
two,
can I just-
if premise one is true, then the Quran is the word of Allah. What's your
Oh.
refutation there?
Oh,
Can I
I mean,
finish? Can I speak?
it only seems to suggest that that the Quran is true and Muhammad's Lord, or
Yeah.
the Lord's prophet. There we go.
Can I finish? I'm being respectful.
All right, did you? You're
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
But
you can tell.
did you want to render an argument?
All right. So let me just finish this, and we can ask you. Can I ask you some questions? So,
No,
like
you're
I
just
said-
gonna get to the argument. We don't want to hear you complain.
No, I'm just saying.
I mean, if you have an
guys-
argument, that'd be great. Otherwise, like, what are you here for?
So in 2026, with all this TikTok and technology, you can't even.
Okay, well, we'll just move on to someone who's
And
ready
I mean,
to.
with respect, like, it's not just Muhammad had no internet, but it was able to influence billions of people. He also had 1,400 years.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah.
like if you look at our growth over the course of the last year and you extrapolated it out, I'm pretty sure that we would have way, way, way faster growth than Muhammad had.
Yeah, let's not also forget that he spread the religion by the sword. Egypt did not just readily convert to Islam. They were done so by the sword. So remember, they had their own religion down there prior to Islam.
Maybe Ahmed's onto something. You know, maybe we should do that.
That's spread atheism by the sword. Well,
Seems like a potentially good idea. Oh boy.
hey, Kevin, I don't know what's happening with your setup. It sounds like you're using a computer and you're blasting the audio over speakers. I don't know how that's possible, or your phone is connected to some Bluetooth speaker that's blasting the audio into your room, and it's causing it to feed back into your microphone. Whatever speaker system you have set up over there, you got to unplug it. You got to disconnect from it. Nobody wants to hear us echoing in your room. Crazy that people don't know this about the internet. Like, you can't blast an audio over your speakers and not have it feed back into your microphone.
What can you do?
Apparently not much. Kevin, you get it figured out? Just turn your Bluetooth off. Or just teacup. Oh boy. It's gonna be a fucking day today, isn't it?
Yeah, it will.
We're in for a treat.
You get her, Kevin. You're muted, Kevin. If you're talking, no one can hear you. I had to mute you there while you're getting your audio figured out. Get it figured out?
All right, is that better?
Yep.
Okay, so as far as Muhammad and Allah go, you can get out of here with that garbage. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
If that
we
offends
don't
anybody,
care.
I apologize.
Yeah,
I
not
had
too
one
concerned
question about-
Muhammad. So,
Yeah, I have
Kevin,
one question about something.
are you a
Kevin,
believer
are
in
you a
God?
Christian?
No.
Do you believe
Oh.
in God?
On the fence with that.
Okay. Well, then we're just looking for people who do believe in God to debate us, okay?
Well, I mean, I just had a question for you.
I'm sure you do, but we're looking for opposition. Thanks for watching. Let's get
Yeah.
Sanka in
Send
here.
in a super chat, Kevin.
Sanka, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Defeated.
Yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
The one that caused the Big Bang to happen.
What's the name of the God?
Oh,
What about
that
what
one.
about like the God that causes you to take your hand off the microphone?
That one's not real.
Clearly.
I mean, how do you know?
Zog,
you
I'm
don't
sorry.
know?
You don't deserve this. You're probably a nice guy. Your hand is covering the microphone.
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
You don't know though.
We don't know about your God because you haven't told us yet. Does your God have a name, a book, or a religion?
I call him the causer of the gaps.
Causer of the,
causer
gaps.
of the gaps.
Oh boy.
This is a good meme.
Causer of the gaps. All right. Well. So tell
Is
us about
that
your God. What do you know about it?
I don't know a whole lot
Is
of
that
shit. I just know.
is that wheezing I hear in the background?
I just know that.
so he's the causer of the gap. So he is responsible for like the vacuum that's in between your ears. I'm sorry. You're really I'm really laying into you. There's no reason. You're probably a nice guy.
Yeah, man.
He's struggling hard over here. Mightily.
I believe in the cause.
No one heard a word you said because you're like juggling your phone. Can you try that
Yo,
again?
sorry about
When we do
that. How about
the
now?
it's like
Yeah, it's fine
like
now.
if I, I'm just fucking over here fucking sliding around my volume input,
Oh no.
All right, so we'll try this again. Sanka, tell us about your God so we can talk about it. What do you know about it?
It
To be
causes
honest,
gaps.
I don't know a whole lot, man. I don't know a whole lot, but I just know that he's there.
All right, sure. How do you know that?
Because the Big Bang says that dark energy caused the universe to form and expand.
I mean, why even say that? You know it's not true. I know it's not true. Why?
These are experts, though. These are scientists. I respect scientists.
Scientists don't say that.
I don't
They said
respect
that.
scientists.
They said that we don't know yet, but something caused it, they said.
Well, maybe that's the case. Maybe it's the case that something caused the Big Bang, but it's certainly not the case that energy caused it.
Yeah, but they discovered this energy, right?
What energy did they discover?
The Vatican's been hiding it from you, Blitz.
Damn, it's always the Vatican. That's how they get you.
I mean, I mean, y'all understand that, right? The universe is
Understand what?
caused, right?
Well, when you say the universe is cause, I think you and I have different things when we say cause. I think the universe is an infinite chain of causes. I don't think there's a first cause. You probably think there's a first cause.
I mean, you cannot know their first cause using your reasoning because
Then why would you make the
everything you
claim?
know, everything
little-
that you
little
know
strange
is
to do that, right?
within
Yeah, you
this
just undermined your
university.
whole argument if you can't know the first cause.
Because the first cause is outside your knowledge, is outside the universe.
Well, it's outside yours too, so you can't say that it's God.
I can say based on my universe what I know. I can say because I see tracks of the things
Tracts of
formed
land.
me, the universe. These things point to a something causing it, but what caused that something is
Well,
outside
again,
my.
you'd have to demonstrate that there was a first cause before we could even talk about what the first cause was.
Okay, so everything, you, me,
Debris.
everything in the universe is the tracks of food traces that makes me think that these things were caused.
Yeah, we're not talking about
Uh,
causes. We're talking about whether or not there was a first cause. A first cause is different than a generic cause. Like anything can be a cause. We're asking about the first cause. Why would we believe that there's a first cause? Have you not thought about this? Is this your first time somebody asking you if there was proof for a first cause?
First cause meaning that beyond this universe.
I didn't say anything about beyond any universe. I'm just asking you, why would we believe that there is indeed a first cause?
Because everything in this universe implies something made it, something
What?
caused it.
I
So
don't.
that's
I
that's
disagree.
why.
Not only do I
Why do you
disagree, I don't
disagree?
understand.
It not only is that the case, but like let's imagine for a second that there was a creator that still doesn't do anything for a first cause. So it is an unrelated concept. you can have an eternal universe and still have somebody creating stuff inside of that universe, which is not too dissimilar to what some of the ancient Greeks believed. So this doesn't help your case. Why would we think there's a first cause rather than an infinite chain of causes?
Oh, okay, okay. Let's say it's because to me, I think it could be infinite causes, but it also could be first cause. I don't know. I cannot know. It's beyond my knowledge.
So then,
You,
what is the
also,
thing
I
that you
claim
believe
that you
in?
cannot know. I claim. Also, you cannot know. You can't tell me you know that.
What is
I also
the
claim you
thing that you
cannot
believe
know.
in then? What is the thing that you believe in?
I believe in something caused the universe, and we don't know a whole lot about it. And something else may have
Okay.
also caused that thing which caused the universe, and this keeps on going, or maybe
Yeah, okay. So
not.
it doesn't
I don't
sound
know.
like it doesn't sound like you believe in a god. It sounds
But
like you
most
believe our
people call
universe
this
has some
idea
sort of
God.
cause.
Most people call this
I don't see how
concept
that
God.
follows at all. Most people refer to the concept of God as something like a being that is responsible for creating all of reality, perhaps being the foundation of reality, etc. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with just the cause of the Big Bang, say.
Yeah, but it's just that they're creating the cause. They're giving it names, attributes, descriptions, but still the idea
Yeah,
is
so
same.
so you don't believe in a god, you believe in something that theists believe in, but you don't believe in all of the things that theists believe in. So you are something less of a theist. You are like some sort of agnostic, perhaps.
Yeah. But
Sounds about
you
right.
guys make me. Yeah, I just don't understand how you guys seem so certain that they can never be nothing. I mean, for
It's
me,
because we're
I'm
full of
agnostic.
hubris. We wake up every morning and we just drink our tall glass of hubris.
I love hubris.
Mm.
Delicious. It's my favorite
And if you like
kind of
hubris,
bris.
maybe you'll enjoy this debate's sponsor, Greg's Hubris.
That was way funnier than it deserved to be, by the way.
That was good.
I'm thinking about doing
So-
that. Maybe getting like a bunch of sponsorships and then doing like crash out debates, just saying like, you know, this guy really got cooked, but you know, if you want to get into
Guys,
cooking, you should try out
I
Blue
want to
Apron.
ask you. I want to ask you that everybody.
So funny though.
Everybody knows
Can you
this.
imagine
Why
the
you guys
opponent like
deny?
screaming over
Why
the
you guys
entire
like yourselves?
Oh, you're making my incision hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel
Why
like
would you do that, song?
you guys are lying to yourselves. You're denying
Yep.
what your rationale is telling you.
Our rationale tells us there's no God. So that means you're denying yourself. Your rationale tells you there's no God, but you're lying to yourself because you like it to have God in your fifis. See how like easy it is to play like we're mind readers?
Okay,
You're not a good mind
maybe
reader,
you
so
don't believe it.
it's
You
probably
don't
not a
believe
good
that,
argument
but
to
you
run
believe
down.
in the cause, right? The
Nope.
thing that causes things.
No.
Why?
We have no reason to believe in a first cause until it can be demonstrated.
So what? All of these things that you see in the universe is just formed, expanding.
Always existed.
What do you mean all of this stuff in the universe obeys physical laws? Like, yeah, okay. You're right. They do. They're just
so it
evolving
always
according to
existed.
natural laws.
All right. Well, listen.
Sorry?
This is not what I would consider an actual debate or a fruitful conversation. This sounds like just like pure incredulity that we exist and we don't believe the nonsense that you intuitively believe. So, did you want to try an actual argument, or do you want us to move on to someone who might have one?
And besides, what's gonna hurt?
So
if
you're
you
not
just
going to give me
believe
an
in
answer to the
some,
question.
decorated God? What's gonna
Did you
hurt?
have an argument
You
or
can
no?
just believe it. Yeah, let's do the Pascal wager.
That's not an argument.
You're
Do the
losing
Pascal's
it when
wager.
it comes to guessing.
Pascal's
losing it. You
wager
said you
isn't
you
an
made
argument.
claim.
Pascal's wager is literally a wager. It's called wager. Pascal's
bet.
wager is just saying that it's better to have believed and been wrong than to be wrong about God actually existing. But that's actually true because Pascal's wager only assumes that it's atheism versus Christianity, but you could be wrong about one of the other religions and get punished by one of those other gods. So it fails because it's a false dichotomy. So it's also stupid because it could be that God is testing you, that he actually does exist, but he's testing you to see if you would believe whether there is or not a God without any evidence whatsoever. And so if you believe in a God without evidence, now you're just deemed as too stupid for the afterlife. So, I mean, there's so many other options than like my God is real or my God is not real. All right. We're moving on.
Thanks for being here, bud.
A lot of
spent more time on
wasted
Ahmed,
there.
I think.
Perhaps. At
I
least
think that-
Ahmed
I-
was excitable.
I think you're right.
I think you're right. Catholic Thinker, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says Ian, I appreciate you being so good faith. When I talked about hell, it's a hard topic for me to talk on due to how easy it is to have it twisted.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I think that's like another thing. I was mentioning this like last week. But I think like an argument against Christianity is that the church history seems to favor Catholicism as being the true strand of Christianity, but then Catholicism is committed to a bunch of like basically indefensible doctrines, things like eternal conscious torment, or like divine simplicity, or like, you know, the fucking
The Trinity.
God, what's it called? The fucking transfusion, the transubstantiation of like like
Oh,
you're
yeah, no,
literally
that's-
eating Jesus
Literally.
every Sunday. But yeah, look, I appreciate the efforts to like try to make that stuff make sense though. I think it's like a difficult position to be in. And I mean, you're like a friend of mine. I'm not going to be like uncharitable towards you.
What, you don't like talk down to your friends?
Sometimes I do.
Talk down to your friends more, everybody. That's the lesson here.
And we also have a super chat from Darkness. Says Ian is always quiet on YouTube. Fix, please. Well, it is fixed. Maybe you should wait 30 seconds.
I don't know, am I still quiet?
No, you're good to go. They got here late. Darkness is so, at least not late, but not right when we started. So Ian's vocals couldn't be adjusted prior to the stream because he joined after we already started the stream. So
Yeah.
I had to adjust in real time, and that's how that works sometimes. But we're going now, and also relax with Russell. Good to see you this morning. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see Ian be on time for a stream.
And indeed, the prophecy was fulfilled.
Yeah.
Verily.
Hey, the last couple of weeks I was on time.
Indeed,
my-
indeed.
I had to get my girlfriend to bully me out of bed today.
Fair enough. Daddy Todd says Dr. Blitz just stole my lifelong Trekkie heart. Oh, hell yeah.
Good.
And Armand, thank you for the super chat, says, for all the balding men out there, I recommend finasteride. P.S. Consult a pro. My hair grew back a ton. God could
Is
have
this a
given a few
sponsorship?
pills to that bald guy. It seems like it might be.
I've been using minoxidil and finasteride for I don't know, since I was like 18, because my shit started balding,
Happens.
and it works.
Yeah.
Glad to
Definitely,
hear it.
though, I suspect that Elisha did not have any, which is why he had to go with the bears. Fan Sensibility, thank you for the super chat, says, but have you considered the argument from Mafifis? That's exactly what the argument was. And hashtag SLS, thank you, Sand Sensibility. Hope you're doing well. I was going to bring Edward in here, so let's grab Edward. Also, Ian, you're not in the guest box or in the TikTok box. You dropped out.
What?
Disappointed.
Me?
Abandoning us.
Gah.
Once you get popped in, I'll bring the guest in so I don't have to adjust the guest box again.
Okay.
Or maybe I
Sure.
do.
Sorry. Let me
Welcome in, Edward. Are you at least 18?
Aye, I am.
Sure. What's your birthday?
What's my birthday? My birthday's 20th of April, 2005.
Oh, 2005.
Sure, it's like
huh?
not 1605.
I'm sure.
Okay, just checking.
Sure. Okay.
Reet.
So are you a believer?
Wait, are you?
I am
Are
a
you really
believer.
gonna? He's like obviously like 8 years old.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
8
true.
years old, mate. I don't know who you think you are, but I'm a
I'm
grown
not
man.
8 years old,
okay?
mate.
Excuse me.
Wasn't
Let
This
me
is
ask you,
so
Did you play it?
disrespectful.
Were you
What,
play? Did you play a character in Harry Potter in 2004?
No, I did not.
Well, I guess you wouldn't be old enough to have done so.
I wasn't alive because I was born in 2005, mate.
I'm sure.
If you
And
were
how
born
old
in
are you?
2005, you would be like 20, dude.
Yeah, how
You
old did
said
you say you were?
2004.
Yeah.
How
You
old
said
are
did
you?
I play a character in 2004?
Edward,
I was
how old
born
are
in
you?
2005, mate.
Edward, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 20.
Awesome. And do you know what a P60 form is?
We don't have that in Scotland.
Edward, I have a quick question
What is
for
it?
you. If you could change your fate, would ya?
I don't get it.
It's because you're too young.
I'm not
So-
too young.
So you do have a P60 and a P45 over there, just so you know. If you were old enough to pay taxes, you would know that. That's the...
I don't have a job, so I don't pay taxes.
Yeah, you don't have a job because you're 12.
No, because I live in the Highlands, and my job is living off berries and trout that I catch in the rivers, so I
Oh,
don't pay
yeah,
taxes.
you're just fucking foraging in the Highlands. Do you make your own soap? Is it like the Irish Spring guy making his
Oh,
own
don't
soap?
use soap, mate. Don't use soap.
All right. I mean, like,
See, the trick
it's a
is
good
we've
bit.
got loads of mud,
It's a
so I
good
don't have to
bit.
wear clothes. I'm not doing a bit. I believe in God. That's
sure
why
you
I
do.
can sustain my life in the Highlands, because God blesses me.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Well, that was something. Okay, well, next in line, I was trying to keep people in the order they came in.
That
Next
was
in line,
quality.
I think is DL. That was a fun troll, at least. If you're gonna troll, at least be a funny one. Welcome in, DL. Are you at least 18? DL.
I'm here. And I'm 18.
One of the comments says, "Get them to say they're magically delicious."
Oh no.
Oh my.
Welcome in, DL. Do you believe in
Well,
God?
thank you. I do. And I think that the first thing I'd want to say is that the proposition that you're purporting, God isn't real, is what's not provable. That's trying to prove the negative. But let's leave that aside for the moment.
Sure. Which God do you believe in?
I don't think there's any man has not made a good explanation for God. So I don't have a religion because religion is heinous, but that doesn't mean there's no God.
So you're a non-religious God believer.
I'm I was raised Catholic, but I don't believe, in that stuff. But what I do believe in is that, there's stuff going on. I believe that I shouldn't take my 5% understanding of the universe and attempt to understand 100% of it. And I believe
we didn't
that there
do
are a lot of, well, you're saying there's no God. So you're basing that belief, that statement, on your seeing 5% of the universe. You haven't seen
that's not it.
The dark matter and the dark energy. We don't even know what that is.
That's not what we've done. So
it's a good thing. We're lucky that Blitz is gone.
DL, do you know all the stuff in the universe?
No.
But do you know that 2 + 2 is not 5?
No.
You don't what?
What?
No, because
you don't know 2 + 2 is not 5. You think 2 + 2 might be 5?
That's a mathematical interpretation.
You just said 2 + 2 might be 5.
Yes, exactly.
It might be
there are
5.
other dimensions. Do you believe there are 20 dimensions?
Holy
is there a dimension
shit,
in which
dude!
2 + 2
you
is
think
5?
2 + 2 might be 5? Come on.
Yes,
You
and
gotta
I
talk it
believe
up.
that if I
Oh boy.
listen, hear this out. hear this out. I believe that if I was in 4 dimension, a tesseract would have 9 cubes in it and it would not be 1 cube. It's a cube,
Okay.
but if I saw it in 4 dimensions, it would have 9. So I'm not pretending that my view of mathematics in my 3 dimensions explains the 95% of the universe that I can't see that might need other dimensions to be explained.
Yeah.
What did I
Blitz,
just walk into?
Yeah, this guy doesn't know whether or not 2 plus 2 is 4. He's saying 2 plus 2 might be 5, and this is just
I'm
his
saying
justification.
2 plus 2 is 4 in your reality and my reality.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
sure.
In our 3
Yeah.
dimensions, 2 plus 2 is 4.
Well, let's talk about what 2 plus 2 means in our reality, not a possible reality we don't know exists.
Okay. So in our reality,
in the
our
reality that we
5%
know
reality-
of, would you say that 2 plus 2
What do you mean
is
our
not
5% reality? What does that even mean?
I'm saying that our reality is based on a 5% understanding of the universe.
Where is that coming from?
That's coming from the fact that 40% of the universe is dark energy, or more than that. Let's think it's like 60%, and 25%
40% by what measure?
40 by mathematical measures. Our current understanding,
Like
of
40% by
cosmology
volume, 40%
requires-
by mass, 40% by like
There's no
fucking I don't
mass,
know
that's
how
the
many
whole thing.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards they have.
Here's the thing: all of those things that you just listed are based on 5%. Mass.
What?
we
What
don't-
are you
dark
talking about?
energy has nothing to do with mass. Dark energy
so
has nothing to
so
do
then
with mass.
hold on. To be clear,
And it's the most.
to be clear,
part- it's the
what do you
largest
think
part of
dark
the
energy
universe.
is? What do you think dark energy is?
Well, dark energy is the force that is causing the universe to expand at the edges faster than the speed of light. That was first postulated
No,
as a result
that's a
of
mistake.
Hubble. Well, okay, it
That's
may
a
be
mistake.
inaccurate.
It wasn't postulated by Hubble. It was
I didn't say
postulated
it was
by
postulated by Hubble. I said it came about because Hubble first noticed that the galaxies far away from us were moving way faster. And to posit
that's the
what
Hubble
is
relation.
happening
yeah.
in the universe, scientists came up with dark energy. It's a gap
Right.
filler.
It doesn't have anything to do with edges. It doesn't have anything to do with edges. It's not some mystical
Right,
higher dimensional stuff.
I understand that. I understand that. You're getting into these minutiae that I understand that, and I understand the dark matter aspects and the nature
Dark
of
matter
how
has
that's
nothing to
holding
do with
together.
dark energy.
I understand that. I'm going through the list of things that we don't have to explain. So if you could stop being contrary
What do you mean we
for
don't
a
have
moment.
to explain? What do you mean we don't have to explain it? It just seems like you're
I'm
it
saying
seems like
that-
you're
I'm saying
appealing
that
to the name dark
saying
matter and
that
the
I'm-
name dark energy to say that well, our math doesn't apply to that. That's not our
No, I'm
reality.
not-
2 plus 2 could
I
equal
haven't-
5 for dark energy. Like
I haven't said
what
I
are we doing?
haven't said 2 plus 2 equals 5 for dark energy. I said
no,
that
but it definitely sounds like
dark
that's what you're saying.
energy and dark matter are both postulates based on our mathematical understanding, our scientific understanding of the universe. No one has
Yep.
measured and observed dark matter. No one has
Oh, I mean, that's a
measured
mistake.
and observed dark energy.
So it depends on what you mean by measure. It depends on what you mean by observe. But like we definitely have indirect observations of dark matter. What we
Indirect
don't have is we
means
don't have a
not-
particle.
not
we
observed.
don't have.
Indirect
have-
means not observed, does it not?
Okay, so then
Does it
nobody's
mean-
ever
okay.
observed X-rays then.
That's right. They've
Okay.
observed the effect. Sure, they've observed
Okay.
the effect. And that's the whole point. I think that we're allowed to believe in things because of the effect of things. So for instance, my belief in God has to do with the fact that there's no such thing as a vacuum. The fact that Stephen Hawking had to postulate that particles spontaneously appear out of vacuum in order to make our black hole theory correct. And so,
That's
for instance, that's
not
one
what
example.
Stephen Hawking postulated, nor is that required to make the theory of black holes correct.
That's required to make the theory of black holes evaporating correct.
Stephen Hawking postulated the theory
Yes.
of Hawking radiation. Now, it's now called Hawking radiation. That was an
Exactly.
idea
And
that
it's been-
Hawking
and
came
it's
up
been
with. It doesn't
scientifically
require particles
validated.
popping in out of nothing.
Well, the Hawking radiation comes from particles appearing from the vacuum, and one of the paired particles going into the black hole and the other one not. Therefore, black holes will
Not
evaporate.
really.
Well, not
No, that's
really.
I mean that's
but
like
the whole point is
lay
that-
that's like a lay description of it. That Stephen
It
Hawking
is-
gave, which was a
okay, it
mistake.
may
He shouldn't
be,
have given that
it may
description.
be. it may be, but a lay description is all we're talking about when we're talking about believing in God. And that's what I'm trying
so
to
if
get you to
your
understand.
if your belief in God is predicated on a belief that you formed from a lay description, and the lay description is not really correct, then it seems like that the underlying assumption of your or the foundation of your belief in God is based on something that was incorrect to begin with.
No, you jump to correct or incorrect. A lay belief is not necessarily correct or incorrect because it's a lay
In this
belief.
case, it is incorrect.
Well, in this case, it's not, because Hawking radiation does say that black holes evaporate, and it has been validated by science. And it
to be clear, it doesn't say that particles pop in and out of existence. That's not what Hawking radiation is about.
Is there any such thing as a 0-point energy?
Is there any such thing? Zero-point energy is like a state of affairs, or rather it's a description, it's a property of a state of affairs. I don't think it's a thing.
Right. And has it been disproven to exist? Or do we say that it doesn't exist?
It's a category error to even say that it exists or doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's not the kind of thing that can exist.
Yeah, but for
it's a
quantum
property.
mechanics, it requires the ability for spontaneous particles to develop in what we call vacuum.
No, it doesn't. A vacuum by definition is static, meaning unchanging, right? That's what the quantum vacuum is.
There's no such thing as a quantum vacuum. That's the whole point.
The quantum vacuum is the ground state of a quantum field.
There's no ground state. I suppose you believe in absolute
Definitionally,
zero as well.
there is.
You believe in
Definitionally, there's a
absolute
ground
zero
state
as
to the
well.
quantum fields.
I'm sorry?
Definitionally, there is a ground state to the quantum fields. Otherwise, you have a the phrase is not non-unitary. There literally is. You can just go look up like the QED vacuum state if you want. It's the state with 0 photons.
0 photons.
It's denotated as a vertical bar, a 0, and then an angled bracket. That's what the quantum vacuum state is.
0 photons does not mean 0 potential. 0 photons does not mean 0 potential.
I didn't say that it did.
That's why there's no 0-point energy. Okay, so I'm saying
also,
all I'm saying is
there's
that my
no
belief
0-point
in God.
energy? This is so confused.
Right. All I'm saying is that my belief in God is based in the fact that there can be creation from what we call nothing right now on a constant basis. So that's one thing. But the second thing is that
it's based on a misunderstanding of quantum field theory. Got it? Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can phrase it that way if you'd like. I think that when you say there's a misunderstanding of quantum field theory, you're assuming that quantum field theory is something that's established, and it's not.
It absolutely is. What are you talking about? It absolutely is.
Say that there are problems with their field theory. That's why it's a field theory. That's why
quantum theory is the best scientific. Wait, to be clear, field theory. It's called quantum field theory.
It's right.
Quantum field theory is called that because
right.
Quantum field theory is called that because field theory is a branch of mathematics.
I understand, but it's the best. That does not mean it's right.
So then why are you basing your beliefs on it?
It needs to be right.
Why are you basing your beliefs on it then?
It seems like you just undercut your entire belief system.
No, I haven't undercut it, because the whole idea is that I'm not requiring it to be right. You're requiring the existence of God to be right. I'm not making a requirement. I'm basing my existence, my belief in God, on my experience. I'm basing.
And you have experience of the quantum vacuum.
No, not my experience of the quantum vacuum. My experience of, for instance, the organization of science around me. Like, so, okay, think about the 2010 experiment, the Tokyo experiment that I'm sure you're familiar with, the Fusarium whatever.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Cephalium. Okay, so what they did was they took a slime mold that was a single cellular.
Oh,
slime
this
mold.
I am familiar with this. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I am
and
familiar
so
with this.
the idea
the one that
is
produced
that
yeah, sure.
So I'm just accepting, and I'm not trying to go any further than that. I'm accepting that there are organizing principles in the universe that I don't understand. And it's okay not to understand. And I'm not going to go out on a limb and just say, God doesn't exist because I can't explain it. There are a lot of things in the universe I can't explain. What I do know
I bet this shit would be tough if that was our argument.
I'm sorry?
If I bet if our argument was God doesn't exist because we can't explain these things, I bet that would have been like a fire rebuttal.
Well, yeah, but you're requiring me to
You
explain
actually
God.
haven't
You're saying
asked us
you're
why we made our
positing God
claim.
doesn't exist,
Yeah.
and
Did
I'm
you
in
ask
a
us
position
why,
where I don't know.
are you just assuming why? Do you know why we're doing that?
I would. I'm not. I might be assuming why. I might be assuming why.
Yeah, it
Because I
seems-
would have.
Wait,
seems
but
to
I
be the
thought
case.
I thought you couldn't believe
prove to
anything
me
if
that
you're not
God
absolutely
exists.
certain in it.
I'm sorry.
You made an assumption. Oh, I thought you couldn't do that.
What do you mean?
I thought your entire argument with Blitz is like, well, just because it's our best doesn't mean that it's true. You
No,
know,
he
just
asked
because we
me.
don't
He
know
asked me
something
if
for
I knew
certain,
why.
you know, if we don't know
He asked,
something for certain, then we just can't use it at all. But then here you are making
no,
assumptions.
I'm not. Hang on a second. He asked me if I knew why you set up the argument that way, and I said I
Hmm.
don't. There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with that. I don't know. I mean,
Well,
you're
you were
just
strawmanning
trying
our
to make
position the entire
arguments
time.
here.
You said you can't prove a negative. What's the argument that you can't prove a negative?
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you that there are trees. There are definitely trees that grow upside down with the roots out and all the leaves under the ground.
Okay. I don't know if that's true.
And
That
so,
could be true.
so you
Also,
can't
that doesn't
disprove
seem to be
that.
relevant because none of us are making claims about trees here.
No, but what I'm trying to tell
So
you
our
is
basic
that
claim
when
is
you're
that
making a
based
demand, when
on
you're
the evidence we have, there's no good reason to believe that there is a God. And in addition, there are good reasons to believe that there's not God because it seems
there's,
like the God concept violates both physics and logic, right?
I
So,
don't
for
think it. I
example,
don't think it violates either.
contradictions don't really seem to exist unless Ian knows of one. But like if I said this ball exists and doesn't exist at the same time, that's just a direct contradiction, right?
Well, except for when you start talking about quantum mechanics, when things are spinning
I'm
or
gonna
not
cry.
spinning or pairing at a great distance.
Well,
You
I'm
better
talking about
try a different
existence. I'm
example.
not talking about
Try a different
properties.
example.
I'm talking about
Mm.
existence. This ball
Well,
either
no, we're
exists
talking
or it
about
doesn't exist,
existence.
right?
We're talking
Misunderstands
about
quantum
existence.
mechanics. Try a different example.
Yeah, so again, I'm not talking about spin.
Banger.
I'm talking about whether or not it does indeed exist. Is it true that this can either exist or not exist, but it can exist and also not exist in the same moment?
That is not true. That's the whole point. In a
Blitz,
vacuum,
what do you
no,
make
you
of
don't
that? Do you think quantum
all right, give
physics
me what,
in
all
a
right,
vacuum insists that something
let
can
me just,
exist
let
and
me,
not exist at the same time?
I don't
I'm
think so.
saying that particles spontaneously come into existence.
You mean virtual particles?
Not
Which are
virtual
not real, by the
particles,
way.
Particles.
But the
Which
Not
particles
cause,
come
virtual
into
particles,
existence?
particles.
they're caused by excitations in the field.
And so what is the field?
But also, this isn't a
The
thing that
field
actually
is something
happens. This is
that's
this is
just
like
like
made up and not real.
the field is just made up and not real?
No. That particles pop in and out of existence in a vacuum. It's like not true.
The
Strictly
excitations of the
false.
field.
That's not a
That's
vacuum.
there's a field is not a vacuum. There's such a thing as a place. There's such a thing as a place in the universe where there's no field.
I mean,
So
my
what you're telling
understanding
me
of the
is
word
like this
vacuum is
hole in the
vacuum's a
universe with
complete
no
absence
field
of all things.
No, you're thinking
and
of
no
nothing. No,
field.
you can have quantum vacuums, and those quantum vacuums have fields in them, no problem. But those quantum fields are in the state or in the vacuum state.
Okay,
And when they're in the vacuum state, there are no particles popping in and out of existence.
gotcha. So it's just no matter.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like something from
okay.
nothing. Like there's still like an underlying something there.
Yeah, there's the quantum fields, no
Exactly.
problem.
There's an underlying something there,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
that's
but we
all
know
I'm
what
Yeah, the
it
saying.
quantum
is.
fields.
I'm not
It's a
saying any
quantum
more
field.
than that. I'm sorry.
We know what it is, though. It's a quantum field.
I understand, but it explains quantum creation, destruction, particle creation,
It
destruction,
doesn't do anything
interaction.
with my question. My question is whether or not something in the physical world can exist and not exist in the identical same moment.
I don't think, not in my experience. No.
Right. That's
No,
why
not
it's
in my experience.
that's why it's we would say that it would violate logic if you said that it did, right? So
Yes,
what
but
we're saying is there's the
I
God
understand, but
concept
do you
violates both
understand?
physics and logic, right? So it doesn't make
Okay,
sense
but
that
violating
something can
physics and
exist
logic.
outside of time and then also use time to create, right? Also, if
Okay,
God exists
time-
outside of time, it also means that he can't do anything. Like he can't think,
Okay.
he can't speak, he can't take actions. All of these things require time. So if we're positing
and
that there's a
time-
being
and
that
why-
exists
why
outside
do
of
you think-
time,
Why do you think
I don't.
time
Why
is
do you think
required?
talking over me? Why do you think talking over me is helpful to your position?
It's
So,
not.
I'm
It's
giving
not.
you the reasons why I don't think the God concept works, because the God concepts that we have describe a God that violates what we know about physics and logic. So, unless you have a different God concept, is your God concept inside of time?
No.
Well, then I think it's a problem. Then I don't think that
Time.
a God can exist outside of time and then also create space and time.
I think that time is fundamentally an illusion anyway. I don't think that, physics doesn't care whether time is running forward or backward. And I think it's an illusion. And I think when we say that God has to obey logic, we're saying that God has to obey our little minds that
No.
are not capable of understanding even the universe that we're in. And
Well, then his position is
I'm
like way
saying
easier
that
to beat than we thought it is. Do you think God has the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the exact same
no,
time?
I didn't say that. I didn't say.
You
When
said,
did I
wait,
say
but do you
that?
think God has the
You
power to
did
do
just say
that?
that.
No, I didn't say that. I'm
I'm asking you, do
saying
you think God has the power to do that?
to do what?
Make the sun both exist and not exist at the exact same time?
Not in my understanding.
Oh, why not?
It's not some. Probably not. I don't
That's
know.
just your little
Probably
human
not.
understanding.
Yes, exactly. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
so then
assume
how do you
to
know that God couldn't do that?
I don't know.
Sure,
That's
so
the
you
whole
think
point.
you think it's possible that God could possibly make the sun both exist and not exist at the exact same time. So you do think it's possible for the sun to both exist and not exist at the exact same time?
I think that it is entirely possible. I think that, something like, for instance, the Andromeda effect shows
Well,
us
we
that
got him,
we can see things. Yeah, we can see things that we think have happened that for another observer right next to us won't happen for days, and they're
No,
right
it doesn't
next
say
to
that.
us.
It's not the Andromeda paradox. The Andromeda paradox is
Okay.
nothing about observation. The Andromeda paradox is about what the what your hypersurface of now is. It doesn't say anything about
Okay.
observations.
And so that's it. Now has to do with existence and non-existence. Now is about
Yeah, so
simultaneity. That's what the Andromeda paradox is
right.
about.
It's about
Okay, so
simultaneity,
what I'm
right? It's
saying
not
is
about
that if I can't
observation.
So I'm saying if I can't explain the Andromeda paradox, where do I get off making God observe time? I can't
Yeah,
even
that's a real
explain
good
the Andromeda
question.
paradox.
Why not
Sorry?
leave it to people who can explain the Andromeda paradox?
Well, they explained it. They explained it as a paradox. They defined it as
It's
a
not actually a
paradox.
paradox. It's just unintuitive. There's nothing paradoxical about it. It's just a
Well, I
consequence of
mean,
relativity of simultaneity.
okay, the consequence. And so, what is my reality when I see something that's not the same time as you see it? Why is
No,
your
that's not
reality
what the
any
Andromeda
better
paradox
or
has nothing
worse
to
than
do with
mine?
that.
I'm
The Andromeda
sorry.
paradox has nothing to do with that.
It
No,
absolutely
nor does
does.
relativity of simultaneity for that matter.
An Andromeda paradox has to do with the idea that I might perceive a future event as already happening. What you might call a
No,
future
no, it
event that's
doesn't.
already happening. It absolutely
No,
does.
no,
Well, you can
no.
say
It has to do.
no.
It has to do with planes of simultaneity. It does not have to do with observations. If I'm
Okay,
sitting, if I'm sitting
do
in, if I'm
this.
sitting in my cafe, if I'm sitting in my cafe, outside, and you walk by at 5 miles an hour, your hyperplane of simultaneity, your now, if you will, in Andromeda, depending on what direction you're walking in, it might be different from my now by a few days.
Right.
However,
And so,
it does not mean that
okay.
however, that does not mean that if you and I were both to simultaneously is meaningful here. If you and I were to both pull out a telescope as you're walking by and look at Andromeda, it does not mean that we would see different events.
I didn't say that, but
So it has
you
nothing to
did,
do with observation.
but it does because you just spoke about
No.
your now and my now. That's
Right, but
observation.
you can't observe your now.
Also, I
Kind
just
of by
want to
definition.
Of course,
make sure
okay, here we
that you
go.
understand,
Look,
DL,
I
that
just looked it
this
up. Here
paradox
we go.
doesn't actually answer the problem, because
Let's
we're not
bring some
asking
rigor to
you.
this.
We're not
Let's
asking
bring
you
some
whether or
rigor
not
to this because
we're not bringing any
there are a
rigor
lot
to
of
it. I'm trying to help you understand that your response to the question doesn't actually address the question, because nobody asked you if something can exist and not exist at the same time, given two different individuals' perspectives. We're asking you in object reality, can the sun exist and not exist at the same time? We didn't ask about any individual's perspectives. So all of this, all this pettifogging on, well, what about an individual's perspective doesn't actually answer the question, because no one asked about an individual human being's perspective.
Well, you're asking about my perspective because
no, we're not.
You're asking me.
We're just asking you to answer a question about reality.
Right. And
not about your perspective of reality.
You're saying that I'm pettifogging, but you're loading the question with time. You can't even ask the question.
I didn't load the question with time, and neither did Ian. Right? We're saying the logical contradiction is saying that the sun exists and doesn't exist in the same moment.
In the same moment. So moment is now the substitute for time. You're loading time into the question.
It doesn't matter if time is. It doesn't matter if time is in the question.
If you want to avoid the time language, you could just like say, you know,
can it exist and not exist at the same event in space time?
It's like a state of,
Well, okay. So that gets us back to the Andromeda paradox, which I will now
event is a
not my
technical
understanding.
term, so.
Andromeda paradox is a thought experiment. This is, you know, we're in wiki. Take it for what it is.
But that doesn't address again. We just went over that. This doesn't address what we're asking. We're not asking about somebody's observation. We're asking a logical question about reality,
or about anybody's
anyone's observation.
You are assuming that reality exists outside of my observation.
I'm sorry. Do you think there's a reality outside of your observation, or are you just a brain in a vat?
That's a good question.
Because if you're just a brain in a vat, then there's no reason to believe in God. If there's no reality outside of your head, there's no God outside of your head either.
Well, there's definitely a reality outside of my head.
Okay, right? So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the reality outside of your head. Like you're dodging the question so hard that you literally reduced yourself to being a brain in a vat and God not existing.
I'm not, you don't understand. The whole brain in a vat thing is crazy because I brought up the Tokyo slime experiment that shows that there are organizing principles that go beyond my brain in a vat. You're trying to put my brain in a vat by making me observe the understandings of science
put it in a vat, not me.
And try to explain something that's outside of that understanding.
So again, you put your brain in a vat, not me. You said that you don't even know there's a reality outside of your brain. And if that's the case, then you can't make claims about reality. So asking whether or not there's a God outside of your reality is kind of a useless thing. Both of us are operating under the impression that there is a reality. So.
Well, I understand, but you have to understand that I'm not trying to be right at any cost. You asked a question that made me think about things.
It certainly seems to be the case.
No, I am talking about my beliefs. And I'm not saying my beliefs are 100% right. I'm not saying I've proven that God exists. I'm just saying, and you asked me a question that was a puzzling question, a good question. I don't know anything outside of my reality, and I have to admit that. What I'm saying is that I also think that the concept of God is outside of my reality. You know, the whole crazy spooky action at a distance thing is outside of my understanding.
Do you take reality to be those things that exist?
I think reality is those things that I observe. Kind of.
Okay, is Australia part of your reality?
I'm trying to answer honestly.
That's fine. Is Australia part of your reality?
Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I believe in Australia. I believe it exists.
But my question is it part of your reality? Because the question, you said that your reality is those things that you observe. Okay. So in your view, Australia is not part of your reality, and the only reality that you're aware of is your reality. So you would say that Australia is not part of reality?
No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't say it was not part of reality. I said it may not be part of my reality, but I believe in it. So I believe it's there. And it doesn't have to be something I observe to believe in it. It can be there. I believe in Australia the same way I believe there's a God. I don't have to see it.
Is that really, hold on, just to be clear, and this is a little bit off topic of where I was going with this, but you believe in Australia in the same way that you believe in God? Like these are the same kinds of beliefs to you?
No, because I've seen pictures of Australia and I've never seen pictures of God. So, definitely not. Definitely not.
Okay.
But I mean, it's like I wonder as an observer of myself, like my brain is not just a brain in a vat, because if it were, red would just be red. I wouldn't be able to tell you
What?
how I feel when I see red. And to me, that means that I
What's
can't
that?
just be a brain in a vat. I've got to be something more than that. And I'm okay with not knowing. What I'm not okay with is being told that I have to know. I
No one
don't
said you
know.
have to.
Well, you're saying God isn't real. You're telling me God
No,
isn't real.
what we're
and I
saying
should
is
believe
that the definition of God is contradictory and violates everything we know about physics. So there's no good reason to believe that contradictions
No.
exist. And I know in your worldview, you'll concede that contradictions do exist, except you can't demonstrate one to exist. Now, I get
Well,
that you think that you can imagine contradictions to exist, like a sun existing and not existing in the same state of affairs, but that's utterly ridiculous, which is why it's one
well,
of
I
the three laws
consider
of
I,
logic.
don't- I don't think it's ridiculous to believe that contradictions can exist. Contradictions exist all the time.
Show me one.
Relativity presents me with a contradiction every time I
It does not.
think about
Right
it.
after cancer
I'm
treatment.
gonna
Wave,
too,
cry.
dude.
wave particle duality presents me with a contradiction.
That's not
that
a
I don't
contradiction
understand.
either.
It's
Oh god.
so
It's not a
it's not a
contradiction?
contradiction just because you don't understand it. No.
So the light is a wave and light is a particle is not a contradiction to you.
No.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not P and not
you
P.
should
It's not
definitely
a thing
you
and
should
it's not a
definitely
thing.
write a
You could-
scientific
what you
paper
could say
proving
is
that
that-
that's
You
not
should write a scientific
contradiction.
paper,
I've got a
Dr. Blitz,
great future
PhD.
for
Oh
you.
no, Dr. Blitz. Oh no.
I
Doc-
should write a scientific paper.
Dr.
Thanks
Blitz,
for
did
the
you even
advice
pass high
on-
school
Because
physics?
You've told me
DL,
that
you probably
wave
don't care about
particle
this, but are
duality
you
is
aware
not
of
a
the fact that
problem.
like Dr. Blitz has like a PhD in physics?
He may have a PhD in physics, and he could go into the lay world and make billions of dollars now because he understands what Feynman and Penrose just didn't. So he understands.
To be
that
clear,
wave
they
particle
understand exactly what
duality
I
is not a
understand.
problem. You're saying that wave particle duality is not a problem. It's not a contradiction.
It's not
that's
not a
really-
problem because a modern understanding of quantum field theory indicates that there are no particles, there are just waves, and sometimes those waves have particle-like properties.
Okay. And
That
okay,
like that's
and-
you learn that in like grad school.
Understandable, but you have to understand that that's a contradiction to the reality that you observe.
Where's the P and not P?
I'm sorry?
Where's the P and not P? Where's the contradiction?
So a contradiction is like a statement and the opposite of that statement. It's like saying like, for example, light is a wave, light is not a wave. It's not true that light is not a wave.
And it's so I guess you're saying it's not true that light is a wave either then.
No, light is a
No.
wave. The point is that it's
Okay.
is that
And
if
when
you
it's
want
a
to present a
particle, is it a
contradiction, you
wave?
need that.
When it's a particle, is it a wave? Can I say that a
Yes.
particle is not a wave?
A particle, say that would be false.
Oh, so a particle is a wave. A particle
Yes.
is just a type of wave.
Yeah.
And what type of wave is a wave that's not a particle?
Plane waves, for example.
Plane waves.
It PLANE, not PLIAN.
Oh, okay.
Or AIN. Plane waves as in they're planar.
I was like, okay, I get it. All right, fair enough. All right, so I mean, look, that's you asked me about my belief in God. I'm telling you that my belief in God comes from all of these feelings,
Well,
my experience,
from feelings and
yes,
from the breakdown
are
of
not
logic.
invalid.
So your God is based on feelings and illogical thinking.
You know something? Illogical thinking, you say it like it's a curse. Logic is the purview of man's mind, and man is very small. We don't even exist in this universe.
I'll have you know
You
I'm
could
8'3".
never find us. I'm sorry?
I'll have you know that I'm 8'3". I am not very small.
In this universe, you're very small because your solar system isn't even noticeable.
It's relative.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's relative, but the idea is that this solar system that's more vast than we can even understand, because they give us these models that don't even look anything like the vastness.
Well,
of
the solar system might be vast, but we have no reason to affirm direct contradiction.
Okay, well, you can certainly do that. I understand that.
No,
But
no,
for
you
me,
shouldn't do that.
I
Because
shouldn't.
if you
he
can
shouldn't.
affirm direct contradictions, then it just plays out like really ridiculous in the real life. So,
I'm not.
like if you
I'm not
if you
requiring
if you
things to be logical.
do you pay your taxes and not pay your taxes in the same year?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
As a matter
interesting.
of fact, I
So
did that
so
this
when the
year.
IRS
As a
fucking
matter of
get
fact, I
them.
did
let
that
the
this
IRS
year.
know. So when you paid your taxes, did you pay them or did you not pay them?
I not paid them because I had a passive
The
income.
the 14th is rolling
Passive income
pretty
write-off.
IRS, get 'em.
fast. We got like
Passive
2
income.
more
So I
days,
paid
bro.
them in their minds. They think I paid them, but I didn't.
Someone's
So
gonna get
there we
fucking
go.
audited, bro.
Wait, Ian, you work
I-
for the
I'm-
government, right?
Yes,
Oh,
I do.
man.
No.
I do.
Bummer.
And my accounting is done by a CPA.
Oh
Sure.
no.
There's something
When
called
you're
passive loss.
when you're
There's
when
some-
your
there's
when your
something called
taxes
passive
get
loss.
paid, will they be paid or not paid?
They're not paid because they're deemed paid.
I
From their
said
point of
when.
view,
I
it's-
said when you pay
Oh.
your taxes, will they be paid or not paid?
They will be paid if I've paid them. Yes,
But how do you know that they're also not paid?
because I didn't give them any money.
But no, how do you know that they're not also not paid when you pay them?
Because I didn't give them money.
No, I'm
They
saying
think I paid them because
when you
they
do.
deemed. They
Well, let me
decided
since
that I
you
didn't
since you
have
won't
to give
answer
them
that
money.
question, let me make it more pointed. Do you think you'll be handing money over to the government to pay taxes this year?
This year, yes.
Okay, when you do that,
last year, no.
when you do hand over that money to the government, will that be
Mhm.
paid taxes or will that be not paid taxes?
That will be paid taxes.
Okay, now when you pay those taxes, will they be paid or unpaid?
They will be paid.
Can they be paid and also not paid at the same moment?
Like last year, yes.
No, wrong again. When you pay, the moment you pay those taxes, you hand that money over to the government. Are they paid and can they
Yes.
also be not paid?
No, not this year.
There you go. So
What do you
that
mean not
means-
this year?
Yeah, this is meaningless.
what I'm
not
trying
not
to
in
tell
any year,
you-
DL.
what
What
I'm
you're
trying to
not
tell
telling me
you-
anything. You're avoiding the actual point of the question,
I'm not
which is that
avoiding
in the
point.
real world, you can't do something that's contradictory. You can't pay your taxes and also not pay your taxes at the same moment that you're paying them. It's logically absurd. But
It
I don't know.
isn't-
How much longer
okay,
do we want to entertain this nonsense? Are we
Okay,
about,
all right.
about
So
done
could
with
I-
this
could I
one?
just- Could I just? All right, I'll leave. But I
Wait.
don't want to leave on the.
Are
on
you
the
leaving or
point
not
of-
leaving? Because based on the conversation,
can
you could
leave if
also
you
leave
prefer
and
me
still
not-
be here at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
In
look,
fact, he's
if you
already
no.
left,
prefer me-
which is why he's still here.
But he's actually gone right now, isn't
Oh.
he? Oh, he's gone. Okay, gotcha. Okay, well, in that case, we'll read a couple of super chats to get our next guest in here. Darkness, thank you for the 20-pound super chat.
I'm
I
not
sent that
gone,
super
but
chat
I'll leave.
about being
If I can.
for someone who's not
I'm not
here
sure
that's
how
making
to.
some noise. Ian
I'm
being
not- I'm
quiet
not
about
al- I
5
don't know
minutes
how to-
after he joined, watching live. Check the times on the super chat before getting sassy, Justin. Ian is always quiet at the start of the stream on YouTube. It is, and I wasn't getting dark. I'm sorry, I wasn't getting sassy dark. It's just true. I have to adjust Ian's mic in the live stream when we get a guest so I can see who's loudest and who's not loudest. I can't do it prior to him getting in the
Could you
stream.
guys kick me
But
out, please?
Darkness,
because I don't
we-
know how
This is
to end.
elite.
Is somebody still here? I hear
Yeah, I'm still
somebody,
here.
but
Could you kick me out?
well, DL's not here, so it can't be DL. But nerd Orer, thank you for
I'm
the
sorry.
super chat.
I had to cut the pain.
You had to give him the fucking old Yeller treatment.
Sorry. I had to. I couldn't let that keep happening. He seemed so genuinely confused by what was happening.
Confused would be the right adjective.
Just watch the sunset, buddy. Just watch the sunset.
Nerd says a Bible scholar, a physicist, a philosopher walk into a podcast. Much cooking ensues. 10 out of 10. Thank you all. Well, thank you, Nerd. I appreciate that.
Maybe we need to hire a chef.
No, you can actually make it at home yourself. That's why this debate's sponsor, Blue Apron, has you covered.
I'm gonna cry.
I would absolutely memify a sponsor if we had one for Unapologetic.
Yeah.
Angry Amalekite Infant, thank you for the super chat. Says, for Ashera's Son, Darwin's Origin of Species, graphic novel by M. Keller.
Oh, that sounds fun.
That's a
Good
good
idea.
one, I bet.
The charts are probably pretty good if I had to imagine. And Shay says, don't cry, Blitz. Here, have some money. Well, thank you, Shay.
Well, I
Blitz,
appreciate that, Shay.
Were you about to cry?
Yeah.
Well, that
When
last
people
guy's
say
argument was
wrong things, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was about to cry, which is why he was not crying.
definitely hard to stomach for sure.
Yeah.
Jam Nick, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, F that. Here's some money for Blitz to cry. Smart ass. Now you have to cry. Oh, shit.
Cry.
Well, I am crying. I'm just not crying also.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Obviously, yeah. And Eat Some Short says, they hit the quantum tower. Oh, you donated.
They also didn't, though.
Yeah, of course.
They did and didn't indeed. And
Was
last
that-
one for
you
now.
know that they donated 9/11, right?
What the fuck?
Yeah, Dad, you saw that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Mr. Payco, thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. I
Enormous.
appreciate it. Normally, I disavow Ian trying to get Blitz to hunt people for sport, but this guest is giving me serious pause.
Yeah.
That was
Makes
wild.
you
What,
think.
Ian, you didn't say that about any other guests. You said that about Blitz once.
Not
right?
today.
No, I've
Just
said
not
that in the
today.
past. Like when sometimes, especially on my own stream, I'll say, I think Dr. Blitz should be allowed to hunt you for sport. When somebody says like some nonsense about physics.
Okay.
Which is true, by the way.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Blitz writes.
Well, let's get our next guest in here. I think the next in line was going to be FL back. If I saw them come in.
I've spoken with that person fairly recently, actually. So I'll
Yes.
take a back seat.
Hello.
Okay. Welcome in, FL back. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes. I'm 18.
And which God do you
Yeah,
believe in?
we had. I'm Christian, but we had talked earlier with Blitz recently about my argument was reality shouldn't actually exist because, well, it's too complex. First of all, and second of all, I don't believe that. Yeah, it should exist at all because nothing is more probable. That's what I want to say. And then Blitz told me that, well, if nothing exists, that is still something, so that's contradictory. Okay, I follow that. But
Well, that wasn't
Then-
really the argument, but go ahead.
okay, well, but that didn't exempt the experience that we'll have about nothing. And what I want to say about that is we are conscious beings, and some people say consciousness is just a byproduct of complexity. Do you agree? Do you agree with that, or follow with it?
Some people definitely say that.
Okay. So if you were to say that, if complexity falls, what happens to consciousness? What are your views about that?
You mean if our
I
brains
don't
get
even know what that
dismantled?
question is asking.
I don't know what the question means either.
I mean, if
So
if our brains
your
get less
conscious
complex, we'll
experience
just have we'll have less consciousness. We'll have like maybe the consciousness
no.
of like a
No.
really cool
No,
cat or
it-
something.
No. I'm telling you, when that complex system, so your body ceases to exist, what happens to consciousness? What do you experience?
You don't experience anything. You're done. You're toast. You don't exist just like before
Yes,
you were born.
indeed. You return to nothing. So
Agreed.
that's why I want to understand.
Yeah. Your
That's why I want to
consciousness.
understand what nothing is.
Your consciousness.
Yeah.
Well, you don't return to nothing. You return to the earth. Like what makes up your body will turn to fuel for the worms and
But
maybe the plants of the earth.
You did say you don't experience anything, and that is to
Not
me, nothing.
experiencing something is not becoming nothing. So everything that makes up my body will be reinvested into the earth.
So you are still something after you cease to exist.
Yes, the particles that make up my body will be repurposed on the
Sure.
earth.
I understand.
The question is, what is
particles-
you? It's
Yes, the
probably
you.
it's probably false to say that you are anything, because you probably cease to exist insofar as we recognize that someone's identity is tied up with their consciousness, and if their consciousness ceases to exist, then they cease to exist. But we could say that,
Yes.
but if you refers to just the collection of atoms and molecules that make up your body,
Mhm.
then those things will continue on.
Yeah, I know, and sure, I agree with that, and with the argument you brought up, I agree. But I'm talking about the conscious experience, because again, we are conscious beings, and there is a idea about solipsism, right? So I kind of follow it, but if we can't experience anything, what happens to us exactly?
You don't have experience anymore. What are your experiences prior to birth?
Yeah, nothing. And
Oh, there you go.
when I
Well,
cease to exist,
that's what happens.
yeah.
That's what happens
So
after your body goes back to the earth. You
indeed,
lack
so
experiences.
that is my ground state. Nothing. I came to existence, and I experienced something, and I cease to exist to nothing. So I want to know what that nothing is, because I will experience it.
It's nothing.
No, you won't
Yeah,
experience.
nothing.
Look, okay, no. There's a distinction being made here, and this is a common distinction or a common equivocation that happens in
Wait, you
in
guys
philosophical
froze a
discussions about
bit.
nothing. So
Sorry,
there
you guys
is
froze a
there is
bit.
nothing in the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
he's like piping
So-
up
Yes,
for
yes,
some
yes,
reason.
you guys
Right.
Pipe
So
down.
so there is nothing in the sense of the
Mhm.
in the sense of the state of affairs in which there is an absence of everything, and then there is nothing as in no thing. So you will not experience anything. That is
Yes.
distinct from the state of affairs of there being no objects. Right. There's a distinction being made
Okay.
here, and you're equivocating on them. So when we say that you experience nothing, what we don't mean is that you have an experience and it is of this thing called nothing. Rather, what we mean is that you have no experience. When people talk about the universe coming from nothing, they mean it in a different sense, that there is this state of affairs called nothing in which there are no objects. These are distinct notions of nothing that are often conflated in these kinds of discussions. And that's what you're currently doing.
I follow, but why is that so different from each other? Actually, because
They're just different words.
Because-
Like the words are, the word has two different meanings. One is no
Yeah.
thing, meaning not anything, and
Yeah.
as in you do not have experiences. So when I say I'm thinking
And-
of nothing, that means I'm not thinking of anything. The other is
Okay,
a certain and particular state of affairs,
Yeah.
of the way the
But-
world
but
could
what
be
is-
or perhaps could not be.
But isn't that the same state I would be in and reality would be in?
No, you
They are-
cease to
they're still the
exist.
same- Yes, I will be, like, in a sense outside of reality. I won't be part of reality.
No, there
So
won't
why
be
is
any
reality
I.
that? I
There
know.
won't be any
I
I.
won't be in this thing that we call reality at all.
It's not that
I
you
will
won't be
experience
in
time.
this thing called reality. There's just no I. There's no
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I know. So why is there reality at all? There should be no reality at all. There should
Why?
be no I at all. You know,
Why?
that's what I'm trying to say. There shouldn't be reality. There shouldn't be
Why
I.
shouldn't there?
There should be nothing.
Why should there not be anything?
Because why should there be anything at all?
Well, why should
First
there not
of
be
all,
anything?
I'm going towards nothing. You all are going to nothing. So I want to know
Well,
what
we're
that
not
nothing
going
is.
to
You're not
and how that
going.
nothing
Look,
came
you're
to me.
doing the equivocation again. You're not going towards this thing called nothing. You are going towards not anything.
Okay, so why is reality not anything?
Reality is something.
But
That's the whole
why?
point. Well, listen, no
What?
one
Are you
can
asking
answer
why
the
it's
question.
not? Are you asking why it's not in the state of affairs of being
Yes,
composed of no
sure.
He's
objects?
just asking why is there something rather than nothing.
Well,
That's what he's asking.
So I offered an argument for that. Now, some people might not like
Yeah.
it because they might have different values about truth value or like about what it means for a proposition to exist and things like this. But I offered an argument about why there can't be nothing last time.
I follow that. And that's why I thought about, well, I follow about reality, but that will not apply to me as I, because I will not be, how do you say it now? Not real. The word that you
I
used,
follow
forgot.
that. What's the problem?
Okay, so why should reality exist and not be nothing? Because I
I don't know what
will
I don't know what
cease
Y
to
is
exist.
asking there. Are you asking
Sorry?
like explanation? Like why should it do?
Sure.
I don't know what it means to say like why should it do something. If are you
No,
asking like why
I'm
does
asking
it?
why there is. Just the fact why. Yeah, because
He's
I
asking
find
why there's something rather than
reality-
nothing, and I offered him an argument
I
for this
find-
last time.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I just find reality in of itself just really complex. all the
Look, so
interactions
whether or
and
not,
all that.
maybe you don't know why there's something rather than nothing, but not having a naturalistic explanation for that doesn't therefore lead you to God, because then you can ask the question, why is there something, including a God, rather than nothing at all?
Wait, can you repeat that? I want to understand it.
Look, so God is a type of something, right? So even if you believe in a God, there's still the question of why God exists and why that God then created the universe, rather than having nothing at all.
Right, because
So,
if in
my
fact it was more rational to believe that there should be nothing, that includes your God. Your God shouldn't exist either.
yes, okay. To that, I want to say, again, because I won't, I will cease to exist. Am I saying that correct?
I don't know.
We don't know what you're trying to say.
So when I cease to exist, when I die, right, I will be no more. Okay.
Yeah.
I see it as I will be outside of reality, because in fact I won't be inside of reality because I won't be.
I think you're probably going about it the wrong way when you're saying I will be outside of reality. There just will not exist an I anymore.
Yes, I agree. So if I won't exist, reality shouldn't exist also. And I see
What the
God
fuck?
as
How does that follow?
because I will experience that nothingness.
No, you won't experience.
why-
You won't
You won't
experience.
experience anything.
Yes, I won't have experiences at all, indeed.
So you can't
That's what I'm trying
experience
to get.
nothingness. You won't have experience.
So wait, so if I can experience nothing, how can nothing
No, you can't experience nothing.
be
It's
contrary?
not that you're experiencing nothing. It's that you're not experiencing anything.
And what is that?
Because there's no you anymore.
It's a lack of
I know,
experiences.
but what is that?
What is what?
What is that exactly?
You just don't you no longer exist. You
I know. So
no
what will I
longer
experience?
Nothing.
Nothing.
you will have
be
no
no
experience.
experience.
There will be no
exists
you.
Yes,
no
I know.
experience.
So there will be no experience.
This is what I mean
and
by the
I will
equivocation, by the
experience-
way.
Okay.
Okay. Wait.
Listen,
I
I
want
mean,
to follow
if your like debate strategy relies on like deliberately misunderstanding us and like wasting a bunch of
wait,
time,
okay.
we're probably just gonna move on pretty quickly.
Huh. Okay. Well, I just wanted to say that my experience will go to nothing, and I find that reality in of itself is that something that should also go to nothing. It doesn't make sense that such a complex system with all those interactions that you study, Blitz, you should know that yeah, particles, time, space, they are damn near extremely
hold on.
complex, and and reality has limits in of itself. So it is not it's not like math. You can't interpolate math on reality. You can't. Reality has certain limits, right? Or am I wrong?
I mean, arguably you can make math do whatever you want it to do. Like that's the whole business of what mathematicians do, but there are certain
But
like
we have
logical
physics
restrictions,
for a
sure.
reason, right? Yeah, we have physics for a reason, because you can't apply maths fully to reality.
Oh,
because
sure, that's what
reality
you
has
mean.
limits.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, that's what I
Well, no-
mean. So reality is like a
it's more
limited
that like
thing.
mathematics is a descriptive of reality. Physics provides that connection between the mathematics and the reality.
Yeah, indeed, because reality is finite. It has limits. You can't look infinitely small because you require so much energy that it becomes a black hole. So you can't look at quantum strings because, am I right there? I should be
No,
right.
but also this seems
You
unrelated.
can look. What I try to say is, reality has certain limits. You can't go too massive because it will collapse into a black hole. You can't go past the speed of light. So there are built-in limits into reality itself. And for me, that's like a system, a very complex system that came out of nothing. And that's weird to me.
Why do you
if
think it came out of nothing?
Because I will go to nothing. So I will experience nothing, first of all.
You will cease to
and
exist.
reality
You're not going to something
and
called
that is
nothing.
different?
Yes.
Sorry,
And one of them, there's like a you making a journey, and the other one,
Yeah.
there does not exist a you. There's nothing more than the little backwards E with the slash through it.
A little backwards E, but a slash through it. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, I'm like shooting way above.
Okay.
So
Um.
so we would say like there exists a thing.
Mhm.
It's just the
Yeah.
opposite of that. That's all there is to it. There does
Okay.
not exist a you. That's it. There isn't like a you in the realm of non-existence now. There does not exist a you.
Okay. So why doesn't that apply to reality? That's not what I'm. That's what I'm not understanding. You can say
What?
that it will.
I don't even know what you're
You apply that.
asking.
Me
You
neither.
apply that to me, but why
Mhm.
can't you apply that to reality? What's the problem there? That's what
I
I'm
don't
trying
even
to
know what this
understand.
is asking.
I guess he's
If you
asking,
can
can the
apply that,
universe or can reality die?
sure.
Can reality
Yes.
cease to exist?
I don't know why I would think that it's able to.
Why not? Because I will cease to exist. So why not reality? Why is that not? Why is reality exempt from your
Well, look, so
idea
because
of
what
it can't
you are,
cease to exist?
what you are is a sort of it's a particular arrangement of stuff. At least if
So
you take a
a
physicalist
byproduct,
view.
right?
And so
Let's say it's a
no,
okay, yeah.
no, let's not say byproduct. Let's keep the language that I'm using rather than changing it to what you
Okay.
want it to be. You are a particular arrangement of stuff. When that stuff is not arranged that way anymore, that arrangement of stuff no longer exists. The reality is not a particular arrangement of stuff. Reality is the sum total of all of the stuff. So when you cease to exist, this is not like some kind of stuff ceasing to exist, which would be what's required in order for the universe to no longer, or reality to no longer exist. What it is an arrangement of stuff is no longer in that arrangement.
Okay. But okay, I follow the concept. Sure, I agree. But that doesn't change the fact that you guys can't apply the same thought process to reality.
I just explained why.
I know I'm an arrangement of molecules, sure, but why can't you
And
see
reality
as
is
an
not
arrangement?
that. Reality
Why
isn't
isn't
that.
reality just an arrangement of forces and
Reality
properties
is
such
the
as
sum total of
space-time and
all of
energy?
these things. Reality is not a particular arrangement, is the point.
Yeah, it's a sum total. So I am sum
Right.
total
No,
of
no, no.
like
You are a
molecules and
particular
arrangements, sure.
arrangement. You are a particular arrangement,
Okay.
not just the sum total of
But
all of the stuff that makes up your body. You are a particular
why
arrangement
does
of those
that
molecules.
But why does that exempt reality from it? Is reality something special?
It's just a different kind of
Why?
ceasing to exist. On the one hand, you have a particular arrangement no longer being arranged that way. On the other hand, you have stuff popping out of existence. Like you have electrons or, stars that just disappear. These are different kinds of no longer exist of ceasing to exist. And so by trying to equate the two, you're making a category error.
A category error. Okay. I just don't see the distinction between, like, again, reality is just stuff. It's an arrangement of forces. Let's say it's just an arrangement of forces. I am an arrangement of molecules, and reality is just an arrangement of forces. Why can't there
Reality
be different
isn't just,
forces?
reality is not a particular arrangement of forces. Reality is whatever arrangement of forces that exists or could exist, basically. So like even if you change the rearrangement of forces, even if you move things around so that gravity is different, it's still reality. But if you take the molecules in your brain and you spread them across the planet, you no longer exist.
Well, why can't reality be like interchangeable? Like the force, why can't you change the forces? Or why can't the forces be different?
You can. You can just move things around and the forces will be different.
It's okay. I follow it, but still, it's just I feel like you can't exempt reality as something that just, well, it can't exist. But
What?
You can't exempt reality to be non-existent. It just can't for some reason because it's everything there is. But that's weird. It shouldn't be.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Listen, I think
why can't reality
Yeah, holy
adequately
shit! I just checked the
explained.
title of our video. Apparently, the title of our video is that God is not real. I think we might be having the wrong discussion.
Oh,
Yeah.
you
No,
might
no,
be
no.
right.
This is sure.
How long
No,
do we
this
want to
has to do with
entertain
it.
this? Repeating the same thing over
Maybe
and
like
over
negative
again?
15
Yeah, I
minutes.
think it's okay. I think I got
Alright.
my answer.
I think
We are
Okay.
actually
I
not
think you
that
did.
different.
I think the audience. No, we are definitely on different tracks here. But I think the
No,
audience
no,
is done with this.
Okay, sure. Okay,
Have a
whatever.
good one.
In a
All right. Friends, thanks for sticking with us. We're gonna grab just a couple super chats. We're gonna get another guest in here. We've got like 8, maybe 9 guests waiting to get in. We're gonna try to get to everybody. Sorry if we don't get you in the order that you hope to get chosen in. Monkey Bitness says he has a dysfunctional disjunctional. And that sounds like a Schoolhouse Rock rhyme now. Thank you for that, Monkey.
Dysfunction junction.
Maddie says you should check out Last Airbender. It's goated. Well, maybe.
Can confirm.
I'll have to check it out.
The last Airbender is amazing.
Darkness says, I sent that super chat like an hour ago. I believe you, Darkness, but you didn't send it at the beginning of the show is what I'm saying, right? So Ian wasn't present when the show started, so I could not adjust Ian's microphone volume, which is why the microphone volume was adjusted when they showed up. Flosscow says, the Three Kings. Thank you, Flosscow. I appreciate that, my friend.
Dibs on the myrrh.
And, oh, shoot. Listen, I'm kind of partial to the frankincense, to be fair. Paleo Pockets says, all through history, I see what power and wealth being attained through the use of religion on common people. Even as a child, I saw this. Well, you know what? I think we're all with you here. It's not too difficult to see how religion is used. You know, when I was a Christian, I would be like, well, you know, religion isn't bad, but people who use religion is bad. But the reality is a lot of these religions were created just to do that, just to manipulate people. And Metal Roofing, thank you for the super chat, my friend, says Dr. Blitz. Is the universe expanding, as they say? And if it is, what is it expanding into? In other words, what is on the other side of the edge of the universe? Is it nothing? If so, what is what? What is that?
So, expansion is not a feature. Expansion is it's the correct word, but it leads people to thinking that we mean something that we don't mean. So when we think of like, I don't know, a balloon expanding, colloquially, what we're thinking of is like the volume inside is getting bigger because the edges of the balloon are going further out. But that's not what we mean when we're talking about the universe expanding. In fact, the balloon analogy is still good, but you have to think of the universe as being the two-dimensional surface of the balloon. The surface of the balloon surely doesn't have an edge. It's two-dimensional, but you can go in any direction on the balloon and you'll never reach an edge. But yet, somehow still that surface is getting bigger as the balloon inflates. So that's the kind of thinking that you want to be thinking about when you're thinking of the, God, I used the word thinking too many times. That's what you want to be thinking about when conceptualizing how the universe expands. It doesn't have to have an edge. It's more that like the things within the universe are somehow gaining more distance between them. And that's happening for everything in the universe that's sufficiently far away from something else.
Fair enough. And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the $19 super chat, says complexity is relative, but has no meaning the way theists use it. In that worldview, everything is complex, even rocks made of particles. There's no such thing as simple or as a simple thing, hence there's no frame of reference. Yeah, that makes sense, Bryce Aroni. Hope you're doing well, friend. Good to hear from you. And also, last super chat from our friend Dr. Joe. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Says, for the love of God, I don't believe in. Tell this guest that the matter that makes him will change form in a way that is incompatible with him continuing to exist. It's not rocket surgery. And I agree, Dr. Joe, which is why I had to pull the plug on that conversation, because it wasn't going anywhere and he wasn't grasping the situation. But we did try. Let's get the wise man in here, and then we'll do boson after that.
I spoke to the wise man the other day too.
Oh shit, we got a lot of
what is
repeats
this?
Today, then.
The old Blitz show?
Must be. Actually, hold on. Let me.
Is this like a
yeah.
Dr. Blitz's Rogues Gallery episode?
Something
be.
like that.
Well, wise man, it sounds like you are at least 18 because they've talked to you before. Which God do you believe in?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic Christian.
Okay, and do you have an argument for God or the Christian God?
Um, so, do you guys want evidence? Is that right? Like, evidence for God?
I mean, anything an argument would be counted as evidence. An archaeological fact might be counted as evidence. Whatever you think is evidence.
What about the eye evidence? Like, you need to see to believe, that type of evidence?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, fuck, if you have
Like,
Jesus on cam right now, that'd probably be compelling. But you don't need that. That's not necessary.
um, hey, relax. Everything's gonna be okay, Ian. Okay. Anyways, like I was saying, so the words that are coming out of your guys' mouth and my mouth right now, you can't really see them, right? So
We actually can, given the right environment. Like if it's cold enough outside, I can see what my breath is doing, and the breath leaving our mouths is what causes words to happen. It's the moving of particles in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, okay, you're able to grasp the existence of things with senses other than like sight.
okay. Do you guys believe in psychic abilities?
No, but
Generally
also
pretty
okay.
skeptical.
even if they did exist, I'm not sure why I would conclude God exists off of that though.
Well, the reason why I think it does exist, right? And having insights, gut feelings is one of them, and it is that we're spiritual beings, and I could connect God and others because like I'm spiritual, right? And I could really connect the two. Okay, and I wanted to kind of like the other time that I was speaking to Dr. Blitz, I feel like he was kind of cutting me off a bit, but I kind of wanted to bring. I'll take that as a run. Okay, just kidding. So I wanted to have like a thought experiment real quick. It's like a moral thought experiment. It's gonna be a quick one about the yeah 5 patients that they're blink of death and one healthy a patient. Okay. So I want to have a connection because let's just say one healthy patient has a lungs problems. They need a transplant, and then kidney, and then the liver. So the lungs is due to his I don't know if I can say that, but due to his poop poop. You guys know what I mean. When you have those cancers, and then the kidney is for diabetic, and then the liver is for the alcohol addiction, and these all fall in the wrong doings. And then the healthy patient, he does that those things, right? He's trying to have a healthy lifestyle. So I think what is important here is that 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 if someone wants to sacrifice himself in order to save others, I think what that person is trying to do is trying to do a good thing, try to do the right thing. What do you guys think?
I don't know.
And the
I have no
patients
idea
that
where
they're-
this is going, wise man. I'm starting to doubt your screen name. It's got to be a
okay.
got to be a troll.
No, I'm not trolling. Okay. What about I believe also in these entities, these negative entities called archons, who created who created the universe. Who created the universe?
This is a troll. All right, we're
Didn't
done.
you say
No,
that
I'm
you're a
not
Christian?
trolling.
The fuck
Did
is
you say
that?
you're a
I-
Christian?
I think we could. Bet probably heard about enough of that.
He asked me the same question last time, and it took him just as long to ask that question.
Holy shit.
That's sorry friends if you were watching that and enjoying it. It was a little bit painful for me to hear 30 minutes of words and no point. I'm going to bring in Boson from
It's
the
like a
YouTube
circle.
queue. Indeed it was. And I'll apologize ahead of time, Dr. Blitz, if this guest's name is Boson because he wants to talk quantum physics and woo with you. But let's bring in Boson and see what we get. Boson, welcome in. Are you at least 18? anything. Boson.
Bueller.
Did you know that bosons are named after an Indian physicist whose last name was Bose?
I did not know that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
is
forget
Bose?
it was
Is like the Bose company?
No, different thing. It's Satyendra Nath Bose was his name, and he worked with Einstein.
That's cool.
Around the same era, and there's something called a Bose-Einstein condensate.
Oh, there is. I know about
Yeah.
this.
Oh shit.
It's the same Bose.
Well, I don't think Boson is with us. So I guess we'll move on to the next. Boson, if you figure out how to get your connection working, come on back and we'll bring you into the conversation. And with that, let's get in our next guest. As far as I can tell, on the order that they came in, it's going to be John Stone. Now, we've talked to John Stone
I talked to him
before.
too.
Is this the same John Stone as before?
Yeah, it's the same John Stone, and he's like a racist too. So.
Oh, that
Yeah.
checks out. This is the same John Stone. He used to have a different PFP. Okay. Do we need to entertain this racist then, or should we move on to the next?
It's up to you guys. I talked with him literally like yesterday or something, or 2 days ago.
Yeah, John, can you enlighten me? Is one race greater or lesser than the others?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion.
Okay, well then you can get the fuck out of here. All right. Great, now we're restricted. Live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason, harassment and bullying.
Of who?
Who did we harass? A bunch of Christians in here crying that we exist, I assume. Your live is not eligible for recommendation. Okay, for at least 10 minutes. Great.
You should appeal it.
Oh, well.
Maybe Boson's, maybe his audio quality was just in a steady state.
Maybe. Well, let's get Big Say up in here and we'll get some conversation, perhaps. Welcome in, Big Say. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hello, yeah, I'm 18 and I'm a Christian. Yeah, I believe in God. However, I'm gonna be a little bit different from everybody that's been coming up here as a Christian. I'm a Christian, but I've done, I've read a lot of papers, research papers, scientific papers, things based on history to understand that religion is, is mostly man-made. I was watching a video of a man. He's an anthropologist. I was able to do his research, and from his research, he found out that most of the time, right, religion, comes up based on, the climate of a civilization, whatever
This
enemies.
is something that we probably agree on, but I think we want to talk about the stuff we disagree on. So how about we start with this? I'll say God is real because of X. What are you going to put into the X?
Okay, God is real because of, well, based on my understanding of, what God is, my religion, which is Christianity, your faith, your faith in him. If you have like prayers, maybe you're like sick or something that you pray to him and you get well from that prayer, he starts to exist to you. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think God is real because of prayer getting answered?
Yeah.
What about the people who get their prayers answered to gods that you don't believe exist? The people who had answers prayers to the god Asclepius?
Oh, you mean like ancient religions? Is that what you're talking about?
All kinds of religions. There's a bunch of religions that boast answered prayer.
Probably that's their own God too. And it's that I believe that, God can come in like different forms. I'm not just this sort of, person that believes that God is just a Christian. The God that I know has to be the Christian type of God. You understand what I'm saying? Like God can come in like various forms, different types of forms. So
the God
if
of the
they pray
Bible
to-
says that every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh, but Asclepius isn't Yahweh. So that's kind of the point here.
Oh, the God you guys are arguing about, is it the Christian God?
Well, that's the
just
God
what
you believe in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I believe that if you are also religious and you pray to a what do you call that god just now?
Asclepius.
Asclepius. So what are you saying, that if they
The
pray
God
to
of
that god?
the God of the
All right,
Bible
I'm listening.
says that I'll share my glory with no other. There's no God besides me, none formed before me or after me. So I would imagine it'd be self-contradictory to then go healing people in the name of Asclepius.
Well, that's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is, right, is my belief of God, right, doesn't mean that if someone else prays to another god or whatever concept of God that they have, right, if that prayer gets answered, that doesn't mean that my own God, right, doesn't exist. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, what it means is that answered prayer is bad evidence for God, because if your prayer being answered demonstrates that your God exists, then the prayers being answered by Asclepius demonstrates that Asclepius exists. So either answered prayer means all the gods exist, or answered prayer means none of them exist. And it's also true that it seems kind of contradictory that God would answer like all these silly mundane prayers of people who believe in him in the Western world, but like in the third world, when there have 3 million children dying of starvation, God just can't be bothered to keep his children to be fed. So I'm not sure answered prayer matters all that much.
Well, that's true, and I think you have a point there. But you have a point there in terms of bad things happening, and even in Christianity, when something bad has happened, and we go, okay, why did God let this happen? You understand? But I just feel like just because even in science, right? Sometimes even with science and evidence-based, methodologies and research and things like that, bad things still do happen. You understand? In science and all sorts of evidence-based sort of ideologies and and whatnot. So if something bad happens when carrying out the research, does that mean that science is bad?
Science isn't sentient, and science doesn't answer prayers. That's my point. Science isn't a thing that is right or wrong because of something bad happening. But what I'm saying is, if God is answering prayers, then I would say his non-answer of prayers would be evidence against him as well. But maybe even more to the point, like we've done studies on prayer. People being prayed to don't have any higher survival rate or improvement rate than people not getting prayed for. So it seems like people are getting healed or whatever, experiencing something when they get prayed for. It's really just a matter of coincidence. With enough people praying for outcomes, eventually somebody is going to statistically get one of those outcomes and then attribute it to prayer, even though prayer had nothing to do with it.
Oh, that's true. That's true. What I'm trying to say is this: based on what you said about children dying and God not intervening, I'm just trying to say that bad things happening in the real world or in reality, I do not think that negates the fact that God exists. That's what I'm just trying to say. Because even like like you said, fine, I understand that science is not like a religion or whatever, but there are, experiments that were carried out, and while carrying out that experiment, something bad happened. You understand? So that doesn't mean that, the whole concept of that, research is bad just because one bad thing happened while carrying out that research. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
I don't know what bad things happening during research has to do with God. So no one's suggesting that God isn't real because bad things happen. What we're suggesting is that if answering prayer is a metric of God's existence, then I would say the unanswered prayer is also a metric of God's lack of existence. Science doesn't do anything in the way of answering prayers or preventing bad things from, although science can prevent bad things from happening, but that's not really the goal of science, because science is not sentient.
Okay, science is not sentient. Okay, and God is a sentient being. Okay, I understand what you're saying. To be fair, I believe, right? It's just based on my belief that I understand what you said about unanswered prayer, being going against, the concept of him being real. Prayers is one thing. And I also believe in, sort of, it's like should I use the word metaphysical? I know that goes against everything that is science, and I know everybody here on the platform is like, you're men of science.
Oh,
But
metaphysics.
what you say?
I was
Yeah.
grumbling. I couldn't help myself. I couldn't control myself. I had to lash out against these metaphysicians.
No. Just okay. Let me learn. What I mean by that is like the concept of being able to see something that's outside the 3 dimension that we perceive. I was here listening to what's the name of this other guy that is it DL whatever, and he kept rambling on and on about planes and stuff like that. Though I do not have any empirical evidence to submit to you guys, but I have experienced metaphysical things. However, I do not have any sort of empirical evidence. It cannot be replicated. I cannot carry out an experiment in a lab.
Well,
But
I too have
have,
experienced metaphysical things like change and causation.
all right. But what I'm saying is this: I've experienced these things. However, granted, I cannot replicate it. I can't write a research paper on it. But it's something that I have felt. It's something that I have seen. It's something that I've seen other people, experience.
Here's a good question. Do you think that God wants everyone to form a relationship with him?
With him?
Yeah.
I do not. Every religious person has, their own beliefs, but I do not believe in the forceful spread of religion. I do not believe that God wants every single entity.
Do you think that
on
addresses
earth.
the question?
I just want to know if God could have it his way, if he'd want everyone to have like a relationship with him.
I do not believe that he wants everybody to have a relationship with him.
Does he want some
For
people
example,
to have a relationship with him?
I believe that if you're born into, because most people that are religious, for example, I'm Christian by birth. If I was born in India, because I'm Nigerian, if I was born in India, there's 100% chance I would Hindu. You understand? And they have their own God there. What I'm just trying to say is that
What are we doing?
I have no idea anymore what's happening. Big C, you sound like a nice enough individual, but I'm not sure you are tracking the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he is, but I'm not.
No, I'm trying to answer the question that eventually Ian asked about my belief in if I believe.
But do you think God wants a relationship with anyone at all?
Yeah, I believe he does. That's
That
if
seems
you
like
want
he's
to
kind of
have
like
it.
unfair then.
Yeah, I believe he does, but that's if you want it. You understand? If you want to have a relationship with him, I feel like you should. What I'm saying is, the way I do religion, I do not believe in forceful religion. I do not believe in, spreading it by force or, indoctrination.
That's great, but that's not the question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the question is,
I'm willing to grant
God
that you
is
don't want to
saying,
like force your religion on other people. That's great. 2 thumbs up. The question that I'm interested in is, you think God wants a relationship with some people, but then I guess that feels unfair. Do you think your God is unfair and that he wants a relationship with some people but not others?
It's hard to tell because God is not someone you can sit down, right, and ask all this question and have like a sort of tinkering with his brain and
he could
get
be,
whatever
though.
information you want from him.
God
So what
could
he says,
answer all your questions right now.
Doesn't it feel like unfair that God wants a relationship with some people but not others?
I do not know. I do not know the answer to that question, if it's unfair or not.
Do you think your God is fair?
I think he is fair.
Sure, so then
But
it must be
I
fair that he
understand
wants
that-
a relationship with some people but not others. But how could that be
I
fair?
think it's fair, right? In is based on the Christian faith. I'm just gonna go by the Christian faith, all right? Based on the Christian faith, I think he is fair based on how he passes out, sort of like judgments and his interactions with human beings. That's what I would just say.
But
After,
how could it be fair that he wants a relationship with some people but not others? And that this desire for a relationship is like, I don't know, it seems to be like geographically based. Like, don't you think that your relationship with God adds a lot to your life? Wouldn't the fair thing to do be to offer that relationship to everyone?
What do you mean, like spreading the gospel? Is that what you mean?
Is it good to have a relationship with God?
It is good, but I do not believe. I personally, can I speak like my personal, stuff? It is good, but I do not believe it's necessary.
Is it better to have a relationship with God than to not have a relationship with God?
I don't understand. Like, where is this question coming from? Is it based on my beliefs or just like a general perception for Christianity? Is that
based on your understanding of, what good is it better for God to have a relationship with someone rather than not?
It is better if you have a relationship with God.
Okay.
It can
Does
help
God
you.
believe that it's better to have a relationship with God?
Based on the Christian faith, based on the text, it is better. He thinks, right? He believes and he wants you to have a relationship with him based on the Christian faith.
Does God want what's best for everybody?
I'm gonna go by the Christian text, right? He wants the best for everybody.
Okay. Does God have the power to produce that best thing for everybody?
Yes.
So is it?
Yes, it
and
does.
the best thing is certainly going to be better than, or the best thing must necessarily be a thing that is better than all of the other things, right? Must include all of the things that are better than everything else.
In the Christian text, right, it is promised, right, that if you submit to his wills, you pray to him, you submit all your wills to him, he's going to provide you with a good life, protect you from evil and things like that.
So
that's in the Christian text.
God does what is best for people. It is better for people to have a relationship with God than not. So why hasn't God established a relationship with everybody?
I think I get what you're saying. The reason why that is, right, it comes down to, to the way religion is spread. For example, right, I'm in Nigeria.
God could spread the religion without involving people at all, right?
Or without involving people,
yeah, God could just individually appear to each individual person on the planet.
Oh, I do not.
All right, God could do that, right?
Yeah.
So why is it that God has revealed himself in such a way that it's geographically specific? Why is it that the people of Thailand and why is it that the people of Thailand are overwhelmingly not a people who have a relationship with God, but the people of, say, Greece are?
All right, I get your point. I do not think that's possible without using like humans, to spread a religion and stuff like that. I don't think he can just do it by himself. I do not think that's possible.
So then there's something God can't do.
I do not think that's possible. Yeah.
For there to be a thing that God can't do, or for so you would say God's not all powerful. I also have no idea why, right? Like, I think if God showed up, if God was our next guest, then like, holy fucking shit, I'd be a Christian.
Yeah, and it seems like he was capable of appearing to people 2,500 years ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
In the Bible, yeah, he was
maybe he
capable of doing
respect
that
his
in the
class and
Bible.
he lost that class ability.
It checks out.
Yeah, he could, in the Bible, right? He used to appear, to human beings in the Bible, but the Bible is a religious text. You understand? Is what happened and it was written about. However, through the Christian faith, right, we had Jesus. Jesus had to come down as a son, die for our sins. But based on what you're saying, Dr. Bliss, I do not think that religion can be spread without human beings. There has to be like a human being factor in place.
Then how did it spread initially?
For example, in Africa, it got spread by, we had the missionaries, they came from Europe, England.
No, I'm
down to
asking how did
Africa,
how did the first person find out about God?
How the first person find out about God?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that that should be like that's anthropology. Because based on what I've read, right, about, the origins of religion is people's, worshiping stones, worshiping the sun, people not
No, but how did
having
they find out about the
explanation
real
for things.
God? I'm asking, how did they find out about the real God?
You mean like the Christian God?
Well, whatever one you think is real.
Well, the Christian God, I mean, his history comes down from the Jewish text. We had the Jews.
Right, and so
they
in the
went-
Jewish texts, it describes that God revealed himself to various people. It doesn't require people to be spread, because God revealed himself directly to Moses, to Jacob, to Adam and Eve, to... I'm missing somebody.
Hagar.
There you
Jacob?
go.
Elijah and Cole, yeah, Elijah. The prophets.
So God could
in the
God,
Old Testament.
if you trust those ancient scriptures, if you think that they're true, then God has the ability to reveal himself to whoever he wants.
Now, oh yeah.
Why? Well,
and
I don't know why he wouldn't be able to now if he was able to 2,500 years ago or 4,000 years ago or whatever.
Well, I know earlier, right? I was talking about the metaphysical realm. I know. What's your name? I know you don't. I think you don't like when people go into that sort of discussion. The text can be interpreted in different forms. They could have seen him in flesh, like the way I'm looking at you guys on this live. Or
well, however
it
they
could
saw
be-
him, he revealed himself,
Yeah.
right? I mean, Moses saw him in the form
Yeah.
of a burning bush, right? But like, so
Yeah.
God could give everybody a burning bush, blaze it 420. Like, he could just do that for everybody.
Bro, my
But
bush is on
he
fire right
hasn't.
now. It might be a medical issue.
I believe that
I
you
think you
get
need to see a
checked out.
doctor.
Yeah, okay, like that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So, like that's why I'm going back to the realm, to the discussion I was having about metaphysical, right? There's been a lot of Christians, right, who have had some sort of revelations, should I put it, or should I go? What's the word? Vision, right? Where they've heard and they've seen messages from God. However, like I said, it's not something they could document or put into a sort of research paper. You know what I'm saying? But they have seen this just by themselves alone. Nobody could observe it with them.
Our contention would be that they didn't see God, right? And one of the reasons why is because the same people who claim that they're hearing from God make predictions that don't come true. Even like Jesus, the God guy, makes predictions that don't come true. So it seems like maybe these aren't people that are seeing God. These are people that are claiming to see God, but are actually just having a psychotic episode.
Well, yes, that can also be like that's something that can also be what could happen at that point. It could be some sort of your brain neurons just going haywire. You understand? But also, if several people have had the same sort of across different races, different backgrounds, you understand, you could have someone in Timbuktu experiencing this same sort of revelation and experiencing this thing, and someone in, I don't know, in Kansas or in Missouri also having this thing, there should be, there should be like a sort of argument that maybe it's not all just, psychotic, or them being on drugs, or, being on some kind of acid, you understand what I'm saying? Maybe there's actually something to it.
Well, maybe there's not. I've never heard of that happening to any human beings. I've never seen that documented. So, and to the point that Blitz was making earlier, if God wants to do that, God could give that experience to everybody. Everybody could have that type of experience. So it seems like the God concept just kind of fails if you believe that there's a God out there that wants us to know about it. If it wants us to know about it, it would just make sure we knew about it.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's what people that have been coming on here before me have all been trying to say. The biggest, how should I put it? One of the biggest, when I first started, right, I was trying to say something about that I'm a Christian, but also, right, I've read a lot of scientific tests. I'm an engineer. I work as an engineer. I've read a lot of scientific tests. I've read a lot of, text on anthropology. I understand the history of Christianity. I mean, I always tell my friends that are Christian, like, the most important Christian that ever lived is not even Jesus. Wasn't even a Christian, but the most important Christian was Constantinople. Without him, we won't have Christianity today. You understand? Because he was the one that said, like, stop killing these Christians. I'm going to be a Christian myself. The biggest issue we have with trying to let people know, okay, God is real, God is not real, is not being able to replicate, evidences. That's one thing that science have. If you carry an experiment and someone else can replicate your experiment, then it's BS. Every experiment, every sort of research should be able to be replicated anywhere in the world. If that can be replicated, then it's BS. So I think one of the biggest issues is not being able to document and prove.
Well, we do agree with you. We do agree with you there, and on that, maybe we should call it on a point of agreement and move on to the next guest.
Thank you so much for being here, though.
Fine. That's fine.
Right. Yep. Cheers, buddy. Have a great one. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah.
All right. Nice guy. Let's move on. Miko, thank you for the $2 super. It says, I have just the Bible for Edward. Shit, I already forgot what we talked with Edward about.
Me too.
I wrote down troll. Might be funny, though. Well, I'd like to know which Bible it is. Dr. Fudge says, can't believe a Scottish river bear.
Wait, it's the Scottish Bible. That's who it was.
Dr. Fudge says, can't believe a Scottish river bear called in. I don't even know. I don't know any of this. What's a river bear?
Nobody knows.
The Scottish know, apparently. Furtive Patak, good to see you, friend, says, fuck, man, a Scottish Yahweh sends berries and trout. Actually, that does sound pretty okay, berries and trout. And Interstate says, photons have mass.
Berries and green. Photons don't have mass, no.
Right. I don't know. I didn't
it's
know they
definitely
were
a joke,
Catholic.
though. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I got the joke, though. It was good. Gentleman Viking says, dark matter, this. Dark energy, that. What about dark magician? He's in attack mode.
Oh,
really
damn.
was.
Not dark magician in attack mode.
No, he's going to attack your life points directly, quickly.
Grimman Watkins says, please
You've
look
triggered
up...
my trap card.
You two might know this. Please look up Steiner math from pro wrestling. What's that?
I have no idea what that is.
Clueless.
No, I need to look up Steiner math. Steiner math. Is a viral 2008 Impact Wrestling promo where wrestler Scott Steiner attempts to prove his winning odds against Samoa Joe and Kurt
I have seen this. It's so funny.
Famously claiming that a 141 to the text is not clearly formatted here is a 2/3 chance of winning. Okay, I'll have to check it
141 and 2/3% is what it's saying.
141
fucking goat, dude.
He has a 141 and 2/3% chance of winning a three-way match against Samoa Joe and Kurt Angle.
Okay, well, now I've got to check it out. Thank you for the reference. And Simeon says, we have, for all intents and purposes, directly observed dark matter in the bullet cluster of galaxies. It's a really interesting case, actually. Blitz?
Yep. It is the some people call it the smoking gun for dark
Okay.
matter. It's very, very hard to explain if dark matter is not real.
Fair enough. And Interstate says, as a gay man, I approve of CERN's Large Hard-On Collider.
That's good.
That is fantastic, actually.
Are you
Did
a top or bottom quark?
That's
Oh,
good.
God. Okay, sorry to me. I'm the Big Cheese says, that is just your theist understanding. The universe's explanations are higher than your mere God-believing cognition. That's actually a pretty good retort when you say you can't understand God. We just say, well, you can't understand the universe. And by the same token, the universe is the source of all things. You just can't understand it. And with the follow-up, I appreciate it. It says, I can't just be a brain in a vat. There must be a God inside my vat that keeps me company. I don't want to be lonely in my vat. I think you might have hit the nail on the head, actually. David, with a syllogism, I'm loving this, says, premise 1, that's not a knife. Premise 2, this is a knife. Conclusion, Australia is real. Well,
Crikey.
I actually think the conclusion is that true contradictions exist.
True.
Wait, Blitz, I was meaning to ask you, what do you think the good response to the expanded liars paradox is? Like either the
this is the
statement
one
is
that
false
says,
or non-propositional.
I'd have to think about it a little bit. I thought about it when I remember somebody brought it up on your live stream, and I thought about it when that happened, but I don't remember what I was thinking. I mean, because it can still be non-propositional, and there's no issue, right?
Well, but then it would be true. It would be true that it's non-propositional.
No, it wouldn't be, because it's non-propositional.
Okay. Wait, based?
Right? I mean, like, if it's non-propositional, it just doesn't have a truth value.
Okay, sure.
Interesting. Herman Priest says, potential sponsor, you just took rhetorical backshots. Speaking of backshots, Braziers is free for a week. That'd be amazing.
This guy doesn't even watch. This guy doesn't know about fucking.
He doesn't love fun.
He doesn't even know about brazzers. What the fuck?
No. I know what a brazier is. I don't know what a brasser is. Sorry, y'all.
Oh my god! It really.
Justin, definitely, you should just Google this right now. It'll clarify some things for you.
Oh no! I'm afraid to know what's about to show up on my computer.
Whoa! It's the guy.
It's brazzers. Brought to you by the Little Dick Kink category.
It's a musical artist, apparently.
Are you
okay?
Oh, you have safe search turned on, don't you?
Oh no! Is it? You know what? You know what? We're not gonna look this up right now. I feel like this is like a 2 girls 1 cup situation. We're gonna save this for after.
Justin still has his Christian puritanical worldview.
Indeed, yes. I'm still having my pastor monitor my internet traffic. I'm the Big T says you should pretend to be sponsored by He Gets Us. Wait, what's that?
I don't know what that is.
Now I gotta Google that one too. He Gets
Make sure to
Us.
turn off safe search.
Apparently, it's a well-funded advertising campaign to reintroduce people to Jesus of the Bible. Oh,
That'd be funny.
A Jesus. You know what? I'd be down for that for sure. Okay.
Is it illegal to pretend that you're sponsored by a company that you're not sponsored by?
I think it might fall
no.
under defamation.
Well, there's like a Destiny tweet a while ago that it was talking about like the floods in Texas, about how he was doing like a parody of like the legislature about like, yeah, I think the floods in Texas happened because you know, like all the people that died in it were using like porn. They were using like their VPN. They were using NordVPN, like sponsor code Destiny to get around the porn bans. So God had to lash out and cause a great flood or something like that.
Interesting. Okay. Well, friends, I said we were going to get Boson in here earlier.
Yep.
Boson, we're going to bring it back in. Hopefully you've got some workable hardware this time. Welcome back.
How you guys doing? You can hear me?
Doing
Yeah,
well.
we're doing all right.
Boson,
Nice.
are you at least 18?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
Let's get into it.
Well, that should be an easy answer, right? Like either you believe in God or you don't believe in God.
Well, I don't believe in the word and concept of how they kind of encapsulated it. The word is here nor there. The function is more so the argument for me.
Do you
Or the
believe in
discussion.
a sentient mind that created the universe?
Um, I'm not sure it's like the same mind that we have. I think it's just being and existence.
Oh.
So
I
it
don't
sounds
know
like
if
you're an
it's
atheist.
no. I'm not an atheist. See, this is the thing. I'm not.
So
I
you're a
think
theist.
yeah, I would be more a little bit
So you
in
believe in
between.
God.
So I'm like more so like Hegel or Spinoza, closer to
Okay,
that.
so I take the view that Spinoza's God is that believing in Spinoza's God is indistinguishable from being an atheist.
Well, presumably what you want to say is like the universe itself has a mind if you believe in Spinoza's God.
Closer to that,
I
yeah.
don't even think that was Spinoza's view.
I don't know if it was. But typically that's what like a pantheist wants to say.
Yeah, pantheist or panpsychism.
I
Sometimes.
don't think panpsychism is like theistic necessarily, but
Yeah, to further, because I was listening to the guy, I forgot, I don't think it was DL, I think it was the guy after him. He was saying you guys were trying to, you guys were kind of going in circles about like how he couldn't understand how he would be nothing after the molecules break, that makes his complexity with conscious breaks down. And it's like, it's very close to, and I'm going to go a little bit all over the place, but Hinduism, where they have like it's almost like ego death, and it's not really it's Atman or ego, but it's not necessarily an actual person. It's just identity, pretty much. And so you're only identifying once you're in that collection of molecules that has a consciousness, but it's not an actual thing. Like we aren't an actual thing. So I might say I'm this person, you're Dr. Blitz, or you're Destruction Zone, but it's not an actual being individually from what the universe is itself. And so that universe I consider to be what you said, a mind, a collective mind, but not necessarily God as in the Judeo God or Judeo-Christian God, I should say, or Abrahamic God.
okay. So you're saying like everything there's like everything is mind?
Yes, in a sense, because I mean everything has a behavior or everything has a function. And
Okay,
that
but why is
eventually,
that mind? Like minds have behaviors and functions.
yeah,
So I don't really know why everything would be mind if it has a behavior and a function.
because it has a purpose in a way. So it
Oh, I
has an
don't grant that.
initiative or an objective, if that
I
makes
don't
sense.
grant that. Why would I think that everything has like an objective?
Because it is, I guess. I
Oh.
would say because
Oh.
it does, because it moves, I guess. And that might be the wrong word.
But why would I think that it's moving towards like a destination?
No, I never said it. It was moving towards a destination. It just moves. It just is.
That's what a purpose is. It's like a destination, like a goal.
Yes and no, because when you say destination, you're using it as it's going towards a position or a certain space, but it's not a really position to go towards in a way.
Just like a state of affairs. That's what a purpose is.
Okay. Because this is the thing. I know it's the human way to think about things in such a very okay. Let me say it. Let me try to explain it in this way. If we were thinking about like Einstein's concept of time, and it's a four-dimensional, four-dimensional temporal space, right? So it's almost a cube. And everything happens as one, at the same time. Then it's just a being. Yeah, it doesn't really exist in any space or time, but it is, So it doesn't exist in a purpose, and it's not getting to a position, but everything is for the purpose of being, if that makes sense.
It doesn't. You said both that it
Not a word of it.
doesn't have a purpose that's moving towards, and that it does have a purpose that it's moving towards. So I'm just trying to get clear on like which one is the true one there.
So I don't necessarily think it has like a. So when I say purpose, I don't mean like a destination, like you were saying. I mean like
I don't think I was saying that it's like a destination. I'm just saying like a purpose is like a state of affairs. Like it has like some sort of like goal to it.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. I mean, because it's not really a goal. It just is,
Then how is it a purpose?
Purpose is, like I said, that's just the human word for what we use. What we use. but
But you're
it's
using
just
it in like a way that it's not normally used. Like typically purpose refers to like something like a goal.
right. So this is a lack of better words. Let me see, lack of better words, purpose. But I would say that it has a function. I would say more so.
Oh, well, we agree that things like if all you're saying is like reality does things, we agree reality does things. What do we disagree on?
I guess the
Like
word
saying
or
like
the
reality does things is like a non-statement. Like nobody disagrees with that.
right. Which I'm not even here to actually super argue with you guys because I don't necessarily disbelieve in what you guys disbelieve in. What we would be arguing over is like language pretty much. Because
Oh
you can't.
gosh, please don't do that. That there's nothing I would rather do less than argue over
Well, I'm not saying that we
Yeah,
should. I'm here to
that
learn,
seems
really.
like the worst thing that could possibly imaginably happen.
Yeah, let's argue about not like what type, sort of thing exists or like the type of world we live in, but rather like what our throat sounds refer to, like which sort of picture our throat sounds pick out in our minds.
You would be thinking about throat sounds, wouldn't you?
Up top.
Yeah, no. I mean, but you kind of have to get to that point. I mean, that's the idea of having multiple definitions of language and yada yada yada. I mean, even Jordan Peterson, people hate him for doing that, but he does bring up a good point.
Nope.
You know?
Ooh, I don't know about that one.
You know, I mean, but that's subjective.
People hate him for doing that. You're right.
But also a lot of people follow the Jordan Peterson, so you know that's
they
subjective.
do.
That's subjective. But a lot of people follow a lot of people, so we don't have to go there.
A lot of people follow, Schmittler. Don't
They did.
Don't make it a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, but my argument overall, or my question is overall, is when you were saying that we were talking about the quantum realm, right? Or they were talking about the quantum realm with you. My question is, when people or scientists talk about quantum, right? And they're talking about like selective reality or multiple realities or things being in a state of superposition, pretty much. Like it could go this way or it could go that way. Is that not a potential of, or is that? I guess I don't want to go super fantasy here, but I think a good representation of what I'm trying to say would be Marvel when it comes to like the multiverse. I don't believe in it the same way that they describe it, but would that be inkling of the multiverse, I guess?
What they do in Marvel? Not really, no.
Or is that not the same thing as like quantum selecting though?
I don't know what you mean by quantum selecting.
I'm trying
He's
to
probably
think.
speaking of like wave function collapse.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So if you think that wave functions collapse, then there is no multiverse.
Yeah, because once you select that, I guess that's decision making in a way. Once you select that actual perspective or thing to observe, that's where it collapses. Correct.
Yeah, under the Copenhagen interpretation, if you make an observation, the wave function collapses instantaneously. But then there is no multiverse.
Okay.
In the Copenhagen interpretation.
Which is fine. I'm not necessarily arguing for the multiverse. I was trying to kind of bring it up as an example, or I guess an example a little bit. But what I'm more so asking is like, when it comes to that, does that mean that those realities are potentially existing, or are they able to exist? And
if you think wave function collapse happens, then there are no other realities besides this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you say if you.
Well, both of my friend, you sound nice enough, but it sounds like you might not really have an argument for your God now that we're doing kind of like what if questions.
Oh, the reason I was doing that was because I'm trying to get back to the point of the way that I see God is basically what I was saying. It's just a collective mindset of being. I don't think there is a real argument. I think is God real is a mute point. It is not a real argument, and I think.
But then there's nothing to talk about, right?
Yeah.
So we're gonna let you go, but thank you for being here.
All right. Yep.
All right. Cheers, buddy.
He seemed nice enough, you know.
It's a shame.
I waited hours to tell you. I waited hours and rambled for like 20, 30 minutes to tell you I think the entire topic is kind of pointless.
I mean,
yeah.
Basically, was the situation. Tim says top tier Justin troll.
Ian.
Yeah, I don't know. I puberty hit me like a truck. just now.
Apparently, it's called second puberty.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
It's because my posture is so bad. I don't speak from my diaphragm.
That'll get you. Dr. Fudge says, just think about the rabbits, DL. Yes, obviously the rabbits. And little Nomi says, how do I join the call? Wait. Listen, I tend to be forgiving when people don't know things, but it's hard for me to understand how you're watching this live stream right now and you don't know. Just literally look at the screen. And the rabbit squirrel sage says, Hail Mary, all hail the emissary of the lava lamp. Indeed.
Indeed.
And Bryce Aroni, thank you for the follow-up, says also, I am not a thing in reality. I is only a concept that describes the emergence of consciousness. Once the brain is dead, I no longer manifest. I think that was what he was having a hard time wrapping his brain around. Is like when we call like me, I, we're just a configuration of stuff. It's not like we are an independent existence. This is what our human brain has developed as some sort of a unit, as an entity that exists. Discordant Rhyme, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, could someone on the panel give a brief explainer of how apologists misuse metaphysics to prove things are real? I feel like it's abused in service of God claims, blurring ontology and epistemology.
I'm not really sure what this means. Like, okay, like whether or not God exists is a metaphysical question. Like, that's a question about like the nature of reality, especially like the fundamental nature of reality. So I think that metaphysics is the correct domain, but the way apologists talk about metaphysics, they speak about it in like the presuppositionalist way, where they're like, atheists have no metaphysics, so it's an absurd position. But that's like really stupid. What the fuck are you talking about? Everybody has metaphysics. That's ridiculous. So I don't know. Like I guess it's like hard to know, right? Like metaphysical argumentation is the correct thing to be doing, or at least it's like acceptable to be giving like arguments of that sort. But no, a lot of people use it as like a buzzword, like strawman the atheist position, right? It's like when they, this is like the precept classic, is that they, you know, oh, you think the only way you can know things, you're an atheist, so you're an empiricist. So the only way you can know things is through sense data, but you don't know that through sense data. So atheism is self-defeating, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you
literally nobody said that.
Yeah, seriously, I don't know, it's silly.
It's typically straw manning our position one way or another, and then smuggling in weird concepts through words that are being misused. Relax with Russell, good to hear from you again, says, if doesn't exist really doesn't exist is so telling. Something I've been reading about lately is correlation between religion, theism, and narcissistic worldviews. Interesting stuff. There is, I would say, for people who have a really strong God view, there is some kind of narcissism in thinking that God cares so much about you, but not about that baby with bone cancer. To me, that's the weirdest part. Ontological shock. Thank you for the super chat. Says Gnostic Christians believe in archons, evil creators of the physical realm. I think a previous guest meant to say he was Gnostic Christian, not an agnostic Christian. Care friends.
Okay, maybe.
Oh, you're right.
That's very funny.
I think you're right, actually. I think that's what
that
happened.
actually would have clarified the fuck out of his position. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, because the minute I thought he was, when he started mentioning archons, I'm like, all right, and we're done here. Now it's just jibber jabber word salad. Mr. Payco, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says the way Blitz's face looks progressively more like he'd just bitten into a raw onion as Collar explains space-time. It's magical for us.
It's rough. It's just a rough time to be me.
All right, I'm gonna get the Shemi in here. They were in the queue next. I think after that is maybe Conky and KRB, if I saw them coming in correctly. Although, there we go, it got loaded up. Z Shemi, how you doing?
How are you? I'm fine, thank you so much. How are you guys?
Doing well,
Doing
thank you
okay.
for asking. Z, how should we pronounce your name?
It's you can call me Z. It's Zishmi, but you can call me Z.
Gotcha.
Zishmi.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry, I got it wrong there. Z, are you a believer in God, and are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm a believer in God, and I'm above 18.
Sure. And do you believe in a particular God or kind of a generic God concept?
No, I believe in one God. he doesn't have any partner. He's just one God. There is just one God.
Does it have a name or a book or a religion?
Wait, also, would you mind like
Yeah.
silencing your phone? We can hear your notifications.
Okay. So yeah. So I believe there is one God. He doesn't have any partner, and I believe in Allah. I'm a Muslim.
So you're Muslim. You could have just said that. Okay. Gotcha. So, what do you think is a good piece of evidence or an argument for the Muslim God, or even a generic God?
Well, to be honest, I don't have any empirical evidence for that, but we can use logic that there is a creator. We can use logic, right? We can use logic. Like, for example, if an equipment is brought in front of you, to all of you, which no one has ever seen that equipment, who will be the first person who will be able to tell you the mechanism of that person? If you can answer that.
Like the creator, I assume?
Yeah, there is a creator. So you have already guessed that. The creator, maybe the manufacturer, the producer, the inventor.
So this is because we know what mechanisms are. So like when you see a mechanism, when you see like a machine, even if you don't know what kind of machine it is, if you see a machine, we know what machines are. So we probably have pretty good reason to think that it has like an engineer that made that machine or a machinist that made that machine. This is based off of background knowledge that we already have. How are you going to come to the conclusion about the similar style of argument for the universe when we don't have that background knowledge?
Like, so when did we come to know that how universe was created? I hope you guys know that. When did we come to know that? How universe was created?
Well, it's not clear to me that the universe was created.
It's about Big Bang theory. You guys know that.
The Big Bang theory doesn't say that the universe had a beginning or that it was created.
So it does say about expansion of the universe. It does say that.
Yes, the Big Bang is about the rapid expansion of the universe from a hot, dense state about 13.8 billion years ago.
So it must have been the beginning, right? It must have been the beginning. So if
it must not have been the beginning, it doesn't follow.
So it is, if you believe it is expanding, so where it is started from,
you can say that the expansion started 13.8 billion years ago, but that doesn't mean that the universe started 13.8 billion years ago.
So we can say that there must be a beginning of the universe. If it is expanding,
I mean, you can say it, but you'd be unjustified.
Yeah, we can say that there must, but if it is expanding, there must be.
You can say whatever you want. You can just be wrong about things, right?
Yeah. So there is a hot, dense state, and once it together, and then it is separated, and we have galaxies, and we have all those things have formed, right? So I just so why the science has discovered recently, just 100 years back. Why is it mentioned 1400 years ago, in all those scriptures? Science has discovered just 100 years about this expansion of the universe.
Because that's when Hubble looked up into the sky and saw different galaxies moving away from us with different redshifts. That's why it happened when it happened, because that's when these people happened to be alive, I guess.
Yeah, that's my question. I mean, science discovered recently, but it is mentioned 1400 years ago. Who could have mentioned that?
So we're moving away from logic now to scientific miracles of the Quran?
No, I just said that. Who could have mentioned that? I'm just asking. Who could have mentioned that? If it is discovered
a lot of ancient religions have stories that say things like, oh, the universe began in a cosmic egg, or oh, blah blah blah, spread out the heavens, blah blah blah. Like a lot of ancient traditions have this. In fact, the cosmic egg was exactly the language that Lemaitre used, if I remember correctly. Or maybe he may have used different language, but the point is that a lot of different religious traditions have similar stories of a universe that was once encapsulated and then became everything that we see around us.
Yeah,
this is not
I agree
unique
with
to
you.
This is not unique to the Islamic tradition, and it's also not correct.
Are you talking about expansion, right?
Like,
So, you know,
there is no reason to think that this is the beginning of the universe, right?
so there is not the beginning of the. If it is expanding, you know, you said that you agreed with me that it has certain beginning. If it is
No, I
expanding,
didn't say
right?
that. No, the expansion can have a beginning, meaning that like it wasn't expanding and then it was expanding. That's possible. We don't know that for certain, but it's at least possible. But that doesn't mean that the universe had a beginning.
Yeah. So you know, so far, you know, how the universe was created and how it is expanded, it has already been mentioned in those scriptures. I'm just curious that who could have mentioned that. That's the only question I have. And
What do
I
you mean?
gave you
Who
the
could have
answer
mentioned
about
it? Sometimes people have mythologies that end up saying true things. Just because they end up saying true things doesn't mean the mythology is true.
But they say that there are so many scientific evidences are there, so there could be a probability, you know, that could be measured. You know, how many? You know, they say that.
How would you measure the probability?
I mean, if you look, for example, if you say that how many people have guessed it, you say that, okay, just 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 3 is correct. You know, 10 out of 10.
No, how do you
so
measure
many
the probabilities?
I mean, you know, probability is something, you know, you can toss it and, you know, just guess it. Well, how many
So we're just guessing now? Like how likely something is? Look, I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to say, that there are these miracles, these claims made in the Quran that somehow are true, but they couldn't have known about them beforehand. But like, look, there are things in the Quran that are true, and there are things in the Quran that are false. I don't know why that means that we should believe that the Quran was necessarily like divinely inspired.
Like so many have been consistent with the modern scientific discovery. It's not
And
just
so many
expansion.
have not. So many have not.
I mean, maybe
Like
few. Maybe
the story of fetal development is wrong on many accounts. The story of how iron got to Earth is wrong on many accounts. The story of what mountains do is wrong explicitly. The story of the moon being split in two is wrong. Like there's a lot of things that are wrong that the Quran gets wrong, and that's what's expected for a book that's 1400 years old.
Like, for example, you just said about the sperm, right? You know, sperm emerges from the testes. That's what you believe. But, you know, Quran says that
No,
it's
that's not what I
from
said. I was talking about the fetal
Yeah.
development story.
Yeah. So, you know, few.
Yeah,
I
but
just
also
said
that's a
that
good
few.
point.
Like,
Yeah, the semen coming from, you know, the or sperm coming from the testes rather than from a region between the backbone and the rib cage. That's also another good one that they get wrong.
So you know, there are so many. Like, for example, I gave you about
So many ones that they get wrong.
You know,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah. Like the moon has got reflected light. You know, they have already guessed that. You know, science discovered recently, just 400 years back. But it has been mentioned.
I'd be interested to know the verse that says that the moon is reflecting light.
Okay, so you want the verses? Okay, I don't have right now because I gotta. So you can just look it up. It says.
Also, I'm pretty sure the ancient Greeks knew that. In fact, I would bet money on it. Quran 10:5 says, "He is the one who made the sun and a shining light, and the moon a light." So it says that the moon is a light. Doesn't say reflecting.
Yeah, so Aristarchus, Aristarchus not only knew that the moon reflected light, he used that fact, combined with, he used that fact in some basic geometry to calculate the relative sizes and distances of the moon and the sun.
Yeah. But, you know, I said that it has a fact. Whenever you publish it in the research paper, then it is a fact. Early on,
do you know who Aristarchus is? Aristarchus lived like 1,000 years before Muhammad did.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. Aristarchus did, Plato did, Anaxagoras did. 1,000 years before Muhammad. Seems like this is knowledge that was actually already in the public domain.
Yeah. But, you know, whenever we say that it is a scientific fact, we have to prove it scientific experimentally. You know, it is proven.
Why does it count as a miracle? Why does it count as a miracle when Muhammad says it, if we then later prove it? But it doesn't count as a miracle when Anaxagoras or Aristarchus say it and then we prove it even longer later. Are you telling me that Aristarchus and Anaxagoras, these were miraculous Greek texts?
Praise Zeus.
No. I agree with you. I said that. You can guess. Let's say, for example, if he predicted 10 things, and science discovered recently 8 out of 10. So you can give something, credit goes to Quran. That's what I said. That you can give them. If it is not true something.
Right, but here's the thing: the whole moon reflecting light thing. That was not some prediction made by Muhammad. Muhammad would have been like this was something that was well understood by anyone who is familiar with the classics, with classical Greek philosophy. And so he got that idea likely from the Greeks.
So you just said that we believe Quran is a word of God, not Muhammad. Muhammad is just a prophet. He was illiterate. You know that. He was illiterate. He didn't know anything.
Whether or not he's illiterate doesn't mean that he doesn't know anything. He was a merchant. He talked with plenty of people.
I mean, that's what we know, that he was illiterate. That's what we believe.
Yes, being illiterate doesn't mean that you don't know anything.
I mean that's what we have been, we have been told, and we searched that.
So you're telling me that Muhammad didn't know anything, even though he was a merchant? And merchants were famously people who went around and spoke with lots of different kinds of people.
He may spoke to different kind of people, but he didn't know anything. He was illiterate, And the first time,
Muhammad, peace be upon him, dumbest bag of shit, like dumbest bag of rocks. What do we do? He was just an idiot.
No.
Is that what we're doing?
I said that, Yeah, I believe what you just said. That I agree with you, but
that seems like blasphemy.
Gehenna, a trillion years Gehenna.
Are we really just saying that Muhammad was just like this, like dumber than a bag of rocks? He was just like this idiot, this bumbling fool.
No, I said that. For example, if you have been told and it's been written, you can just search that. You can search in the Google or whatever.
What the hell is happening? Our live visibility restricted again. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because your live does not comply. Harassment and bullying. Who are we harassing and bullying?
It was my fault. I was bullying Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Doctor is using something else. Okay, I hope so. You
Muhammad
guys have
doesn't
actually.
exist.
Yeah, it's a fantastic talks with you people, and I hope so that you guys, whenever I ask you a first question, I mean, who will be the first person who will be able to tell you the mechanism of that person? I guess whose name is, it's Ian. He said creator. So that's what I was telling you, that you can use logic. You can use logic, and there is a creator. Here's a creator of this.
I don't think I said that there is a creator of the earth. I think your question was, if you have an unfamiliar mechanism in front of you, who's the best person to talk to? At which point the answer to that is, well, the creator of that mechanism would be the best person to talk to. It doesn't follow from that fact that there is a creator of the earth. You would need to still establish that.
Okay. So thank you so much, guys. It was wonderful talking to you people. You guys thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Well, he's nice enough. I mean, at least he was kind. Let me grab just a couple of super chats, friends, and we're going to get Sun and or Conky in here. Sun's been waiting for a while in the YouTube queue. In fact, a long while, maybe 3 hours now. Sorry, Sun, we're going to get to you in just a second, but we've had a lot of people in line today. So we're doing our best.
Wait, is our stalker, did he change his name to Teeny Peeny?
No, I did that.
Oh, that's so funny.
Based?
Yeah, he has no idea.
I don't know if he can read though.
No. So anyways, Kane, hey, thanks for super chats. I prefer Legend of Korra, but I hate Whimsy.
Yeah, so Justin might actually like the Legend of Korra more.
Yeah, you're in my camp, Kane.
Yeah.
I'll have to check out the Legend of Korra. Darkness, thank you for the additional super chat. Says it takes you an hour to read blue super chats. Well, as I've explained many times, we can't read every super chat in between every guest. So I have a system of priority, and the priority typically is whoever sent the higher amounts get read first, because the more you spend on the super chat, guess what? The more you're mad, it's not going to get read. So we aim to please here, and they all get read eventually. But again, I didn't suggest that you sent that an hour into the live stream. So was sent at start and was quiet for 30 minutes.
Justin is getting so tilted about this.
He is every time. Yes, Ian is quiet many times coming into the debate, which is why Ian's microphone is adjusted once Ian starts debating. So that's just how it is. So once I get a read on the guest and on Blitz and on Ian, I adjust the microphones as needed. I'm sorry that this is a problem for you. I don't know what to tell you, but you're more than welcome to continue sending super chats to complain about it. But that's how the system works. I can't adjust people's microphones until I recognize that they need adjusted by comparing them to the guests and to the other hosts. So it is what it is. Let's get Sun in here and we'll hopefully have some robust conversation. Welcome in, Sun. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes. Hi.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm Christian.
Sure. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
The mystery that is revealed in the Bible cannot be conceived by man.
Sure. Can
So
you
the
give a little
events-
more definition of that? What mystery in the Bible proves God?
So the mystery that is revealed with Jesus Christ.
Actually, I think any mystery related to Jesus Christ just demonstrate that the God of the Bible isn't true. So you might have to be a little more specific.
So you know the mystery that is revealed or not?
Well, it's not a mystery. I think it's not a revelation either. I think it's a bad cope for a guy that died. What about the Bible would lead me to believe that Christianity is true?
So that's a projection you're doing.
No, it's not a projection. I've read the Bible, which is why I don't think it's true. If
So
you
then
think
you
there's
know the
something in the
mystery.
Bible, I don't know the mystery. I know the BS.
So apart from your projection on the psychology of the people who wrote it, I'm not talking about
I
that.
didn't project on the psychology of the people who wrote it. We don't know who
Yeah,
wrote
you
it.
just- You said they wrote it because of cope.
No, it
That's the
said,
claim.
said Jesus, what they wrote about Jesus is a cope. Now, it might be true that some of
Yeah,
them
so
were
that's
copying,
that's a
but we
psychological
don't,
projection on the apostles
we don't,
that you just did. Yes.
okay, well, it's a psychological projection on you two. You're coping.
Yeah.
So
So that
that's,
I was not
no
talking
one,
about.
no one
that.
really cares
I was
about
talking
that.
about
My question, which has gone unanswered still yet, is what about the Bible would lead us to believe that the God of the Bible is true?
Well, before I tell you the mystery, I just wanted to know first if you know what the mystery is because you said you read the Bible.
There is no mystery in the Bible. The only mystery
what-
is your
what is
lack
the-
of understanding. So again, I'll just continue to ask you, what about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's from God or that the God of the Bible is true?
So you read the Bible and you don't know what the mystery that is revealed in it.
I'm
that is
denying that
claimed
there's
by
a
the
mystery
Bible.
revealed.
No, I'm not asking you a truth-related question. I'm asking you if you know what the Bible claims to be revealed in Jesus. Do you know that?
Everyone knows what the Bible
Yes or no?
claims. I'm saying that the claim of the Bible is not true. The idea that
What
Jesus
claim?
is somehow
So
died, resurrected, and is part of a Trinity is utter nonsense, and no one cares. So let's try this
You
again.
think-
What about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's actually
So-
true? I can't believe you waited 3 hours in line for this.
But I just want to establish first if you know the mystery, and you also now.
Again, I
know a
don't
little
believe that
bit-
it's a mystery, and I don't think you know what the word mystery means.
So you already told me now what you think what the mystery is, and that's not actually in the Bible.
I didn't
The
tell
Bible
you.
Doesn't. Yeah, you said the revelation of a Trinity.
I said other things too, didn't I? So the typical mystery in the Bible
you
is
think-
going to
you
boil
think
down to
the-
the Trinity because the Trinity is logically incoherent. So if you ask
Of course it is. It's
somebody
not in the
who
Bible.
actually knows about
So
the
that's a
Trinity
straw
and
man.
they're like a real Christian who believes in the Trinity, they'll tell you it's a mystery because it can't be explained.
No,
That's
if
the
you believe in
definition of a
Trinity, you-
mystery. A mystery is something that can't be explained. So if you can't explain it, that just makes it a mystery. But that doesn't mean it's a
I can
mystery to
explain
me.
it. Of course, I can explain it because it's revealed. I'm just asking first if you know it, but you apparently don't know it, and now you go off into a Trinity land that is not in the Bible. Okay, so I just want to
That's
first
crazy.
establish what you think about the Bible. What is crazy?
I think it's a little horseshit full of false predictions, bad history, and religious cope.
Yeah, I know that's your psychological projection
Great.
on the apostles.
So
I
then,
know
so let's
that.
go
I'm not
ahead. So
talking
let's go
about that.
ahead
That's not
then
the
and
argument.
answer my
Can you
question
track?
about whether or
You
not you
cannot
think
even
there's
track
something
the
in the Bible that
simple
would
argument.
demonstrate that the Bible is true.
Let me break off here. I think it's clear. I will tell you what the mystery is that is revealed in the Bible. That
I
you
can guarantee
couldn't
you it's
say.
not a mystery.
I will. It's a mystery that is revealed in the Bible.
Well, then it's not a
yes.
mystery.
It was
Mysteries
a
by
mystery.
definition don't have
Oh my God,
solutions. That's why
a
they're called
mystery,
mysteries.
a
So if
mystery
it's a
that is
mystery that's
revealed.
been revealed, that means it's no longer a mystery. It's just basic
It's no longer a
definitions.
mystery, but you don't know the mystery that is revealed.
Well, then
Apparently.
it's not a mystery if it's been revealed.
No, it's not a mystery anymore. That's why I said.
There you
Do
go.
you
Well,
know?
it
Do
never
you
was a
know? Can I
mystery.
talk? Can
There's
I
no
talk?
mysteries in the
Okay,
Bible.
but I'm asking you, what is the mystery that is revealed in the Bible?
There
Does
are
that
none.
mean? Does that question assume that it's still
There
a
are
mystery?
none. No
No, it
mysteries are
doesn't.
revealed in the Bible.
What is the claim of the Bible? Which mystery is revealed? You don't know it. You
I'm
don't
not asking
even
about
know
the
it.
claim. I'm saying that the Bible does not reveal any mysteries.
I don't care about what you claim about the Bible. I'm asking you what the Bible claims that is the mystery that is revealed. You
Well,
don't know
Paul,
it. You
I
don't
do.
even know
Paul
it.
says that
That's
Jesus
so
is the
funny.
mystery, and the reason why it's a
Yeah, you look
mystery
it
is
up. Look it up.
because
Look it
is
up.
because
You
is
don't
because
even
they're
know it.
the reason why it's a mystery is because they're monotheists, dummy.
Are you gonna ad hom me because you cannot
No,
answer my
that's an
question?
insult. It's not an ad hom. It's just an insult.
No, you cannot. You cannot answer the question, so you ad hom me.
I just told you what it is.
Are you googling?
It's
what
also
the
not an
mystery is?
ad hom.
Yeah.
It is because you're not answering the question. That which is my argument that I'm
It
trying
it
to.
sounds like you don't have an argument.
Okay, let's
Son,
go
why
to the
not?
mystery
Son,
that
why
is
not just
revealed that-
make the argument rather than asking a question?
I'm doing this because I first want to establish your ignorance on the Bible.
So, son, just make the argument. Okay.
Which, by the way, is unironically an ad hom. I don't know if you're aware of that. Like,
Yeah.
if the point
No,
of the
it's not.
argument is to discredit your interlocutor's credibility,
No,
that
it's not.
actually is an example of an ad hom.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I first want to establish just to know if you know it, if you or you don't know it. You
I already
clearly don't.
I already
know
told it to you.
So let me
I
explain.
already
I
told
will
it to
tell
you. You want me to
Can
show
I-
you the
can I
Bible
say
verse
it
that
now?
demonstrates that I'm telling you the truth?
What?
Do you want me to show you the Bible verse that says what I just said?
What do you mean?
Do you want me to show you the Bible verse that says that Jesus' manifestation is the mystery?
Yeah, that's correct, but not in the interpretation you gave.
I didn't give
Oh,
you
so
an
now we're doing
interpretation.
interpretation, not just what the Bible
Yeah.
says.
Yeah, he gave an Trinity interpretation.
That
but
is
that's
correct.
false.
I
That's
didn't
not in
give
the
you a
Bible.
Trinitarian interpretation.
Yeah, you said Trinity is revealed.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you said that. You clearly said that.
Okay.
Why would you bring up the
So do you want to
Trinity if
actually?
I ask
Do you want to
you
actually? Because
I
I
would
just
love-
assumed.
that is
I
revealed?
assumed
You
that
don't
you
even know
believed
it.
in it. You don't. You're one of those goofy Christians that doesn't believe in Trinity. Congrats. We
let's
don't care. So
yeah.
I would
let's
love
go
for you to
ahead
just
and
make
give
an
an
argument,
actual
son.
argument.
Ad hom me some more.
I assume he doesn't
Ad
have
hom
an
me some
argument.
more.
Give us
Yeah,
an
Literally
argument.
not an ad hom.
Give us an
Yeah, it
argument,
is,
or
it
we'll
is.
just make fun of you for the entire time you're up here.
I'm telling you, the Trinity is not in the Bible, and you're
We're-
gonna
Okay,
ad hom
cool.
me.
We're asking for an
Cool.
argument.
What's the argument?
So the argument is the mystery that is revealed cannot be conceived by man. That's why the events in
Oh,
the
so
Bible
not by
happened.
you either. So if it can't be conceived
course
by
not
men,
by
then
me.
that means it can't be revealed either. You just defeated your own
It
argument. This is
revealed.
pathetic. This
It
is sad.
Ian, now's your
revealed.
chance. Quote Lord of the Rings. Now's your chance.
You're gonna hate me.
I hate you
Sounds
so
like
much.
you
You had
guys
the
are
opportunity to be like, I am no man.
I've never seen
And then you
Lord of
take
the
off your
Rings.
helmet.
So you cannot track the argument.
Hey, I have a mystery for you. You want me to give you a mystery?
No, I'm gonna make my.
I'll give
argument
you
if I
a
can.
mystery. You don't
Can I
have an
give-
argument. We've
can I
asked
give
you
the
5
argument?
times for one.
Well,
Can I
I think
answer
I think
this
the real
mystery.
mystery revealed in the
Or-
Bible for me personally is,
I'm
why
not allowed
God
to
would,
make the argument.
genocide the Amalekite babies. That's quite the mystery for me.
Surely is.
I already debunked you on that, Ian. Don't go.
The
there.
mystery
yeah?
for me is why God
Yes.
thinks that a Hyrax, chews
Can
its
I
cud
explain you the
when it
mystery that
literally
is
just chews
revealed,
its
yes
poop.
or no? That is not conceivable by man. Can I explain it? Yes or no?
Sure, but if it's not
Sure.
conceivable by man, you're gonna have a hard time explaining it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it conceivable
it's-
by you?
It's not something a man cannot conceive. That doesn't.
Can you
mean
conceive
cannot
of it?
Hey, can I talk?
Well,
That's not-
are you going to
doesn't
answer my
mean-
question? Because you said it's
it
not
doesn't-
conceivable by
I'm
man, but
responding
it
to
sounds like
Blitz.
Sounds like
said,
you're saying that
if
you can
cannot conceive
conceive
you
of
cannot
it, and I
explain
don't
it.
know
It's
why you
false.
think talking over
The
me is going to
mystery that
work.
is
Obviously, I've
revealed
adjusted your
is
microphone to be quieter than R3's. So if you think talking over us is going to work, it won't. I can make it even
Yeah, I'll
lower
answer.
too.
Can I answer to Blitz? He said, if it's a mystery that is not conceivable, you cannot explain. That's false.
No, I
If
didn't
you
say you
have
cannot. I said you might have a hard time, right?
no,
Yeah,
you
that is
don't
what he
have a
said.
hard, no, it's not a hard time
Yeah,
because
this guy
it's
is like terminally not able to track. Holy shit.
Yeah, okay. Can I explain you the mystery, yes or no?
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead and explain it.
Okay,
Do
so
your
the
best.
mystery that is revealed in the Bible is that Jesus, as a fulfillment of the promise to Abraham, he died, yeah, and he resurrected. And his life he committed to God to the point he gave his life for somebody who is good, for someone who is evil, to save people who are evil, is something that is not conceivable by man, because few men can think of dying for someone who is good, but he cannot think of to die for somebody who is bad. That is the revelation.
That is not a
mystery
mystery.
that is revealed. And
Yeah,
in
where's
that,
the mystery?
the mystery is that the promise to Abraham was never revealed how it's going to end up. But it was already written in scripture, but nobody could
Show me
think
the
of it.
scripture that predicted this, because my reading of the
understand
scripture
what the
is
mystery is.
completely
There are so
different.
many.
I
Like
bet
you just
can't.
fully described it. What's the mystery?
Yeah, it's definitely not a
It's
mystery. That's for sure.
revealed. Oh my God, dude! It's a revealed
So there's no mystery then?
It's not a mystery anymore, because you know what
This guy's
the word
argument's a mystery.
reveal means. Do you know what it?
Okay,
it
so you're
was a
telling me
mystery.
that like there wasn't a mystery. There was just like the story
Yes,
of a
there
mystery that
was
got
a mystery.
revealed.
Oh my God! There
What was the
a
mystery?
There was a mystery up until Jesus. Jesus revealed it. And that is
Oh,
the
okay. So you're saying that there's
Yes.
not a mystery anymore.
Yes, of course, a mystery that is revealed is not a mystery anymore.
So maybe
Well,
you
yeah,
should,
that's what Justin was saying, but you
maybe
kept
you should
saying
just call it
no.
a revelation then.
No, I never
So
said no
a
on
revealed mystery is just a
said it's
revelation. You
revealed.
can
How many
use the word
A
revelation.
reveal.
then.
I'm pretty sure a revealed mystery is just like an explained phenomenon.
Pretty sure.
No, it's not an explained phenomenon. No, it's a mystery that is. It was a mystery up until Jesus. Okay.
Okay, so which part was the
mystery,
mystery?
actually.
Was the mystery was something to do with Abraham? You're saying?
Yes, it was the promise to Abraham that had to.
Sure,
be
let's see
fulfilled
that
in
one.
Jesus Christ.
Where's that? Where's that
Wait,
prediction?
but where? Well, but also like, what's mysterious about like
Yeah,
this promise that was made to
realize
Abraham?
They were waiting for a Messiah. You do realize they were waiting for a Messiah, right?
We all do.
That I mean, that didn't have anything to do with Abraham. But like, what was the mystery that was? What was the mystery that was promised to Abraham? What was mysterious about that promise?
To do with Abraham? What are you saying?
No, I mean, like, look. So
You
God promises to Abraham that is.
Wait, you don't.
No, son, you wait. So if I'm correct, and Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure that God made a promise to Abraham that his progeny would number amongst the stars, or something to that effect. What's mysterious about that?
Nobody knew how it's gonna be.
That's irrelevant. That doesn't make it a
it's
mystery
not.
just because they didn't know how the promise would be fulfilled. It's irrelevant. It's not mysterious. It's just a promise. Like, look, son, if I say,
Can I explain you the promise? You
son,
don't even know the
son,
promise to Abraham, dude.
son, if I say to you, I'm gonna pay you $1 million, it's not a mystery if you don't know where I got the $1 million.
No, all nations were gonna be blessed. Let me explain you.
All nations gonna be.
Were gonna be blessed, yeah, by a seed that was coming. How
Muhammad.
this was gonna turn out?
It was
David.
It was blessed through Muhammad.
What the fuck?
Obviously, this is referring to Muhammad, one of the actual offspring of
clear you
Abraham.
don't-
Remember, it says that through
Why do
your
I have to
seed,
explain you
through
the
your
promise to
seed, Abraham, all nations will be blessed. Is obviously
Yes.
referring to Muhammad. Muhammad and the spread of
No, it's
Islam
not
fulfills this
referring to,
prophecy.
Muhammad?
Obviously, it
What are you
is.
saying? No, it's not.
Well, it is because he's the mystery revealed.
No, Jesus.
See how easy it is just to plug an individual in there that's the leader of a large religion. When you would say that all nations will be blessed, literally any religion that has some international support could fall into this. This is the weakest argument I've ever heard in my life.
No, you cannot cope with it. That's the problem.
I just showed you the problem with it and you didn't understand it. It went over your head.
Also, where's the mystery?
The mystery is revealed in Jesus.
Except
nobody
it's not.
thought that this. Look, Jews don't think that this is a mystery.
I have a true mystery, by the way. If you want to hear one, son.
Israel was waiting for the Messiah.
I'm sure,
Okay?
and Jesus wasn't
And
it. So let me give
Messiah
you
was
a
gonna bring
mystery.
about
What year was the Messiah
oh my God,
born?
I cannot even finish a sentence.
You already said it. We
Israel
know.
Welcome
was
to the club.
waiting.
I want you
Israel was
to
waiting
answer my
for a
mystery
Messiah.
question. What year was
Israel
Jesus
was
born?
Israel was waiting
So
for
he's
a
never going to
Messiah.
answer. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the mystery of when Jesus was born.
What do you mean? When Jesus was born?
According to the Bible,
What
when
if-
was
what
Jesus
if-
born?
In the end of times?
No,
he
it's not
was
the
to
end of
come,
time.
then-
When was
then
he
he was born?
born? When was he incarnated on the earth?
He is not he's not an incarnation, buddy. He's a human
It
being.
literally says that he was incarnated, but we'll try
No,
to
he's
follow
not.
along.
You are
I'm
a
asking,
Trinity
well,
delusional.
when did he become a human being then,
Jesus is a
dummy?
man.
I wish I
fantastic.
could eat popcorn.
Well, the Bible
Jesus,
the Bible says he was born.
know.
The Bible says he was born.
Yes,
So
he's
when was he
born. A man is
born?
born. When do you become alive? When you are born. You don't-
I'm asking you, according to the Bible,
you
when
are
was he born?
When he was born, then what?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What is
You
that
don't
for?
know? You don't know when he was born? This guy's never
What
read
do
the
you mean
Bible.
Are you asking me a date or something?
When? Do you know what the word when means?
Are you asking me for a date?
I'm asking you for a relative measure of some kind to determine when this thing was
You
born.
mean how many years ago was he born?
You could do years. You can say during the lifetime of somebody else who was alive. You can do whatever you want to. I'm just asking you when. I don't care how you measure it. When was Jesus born?
This was there. You know when this is accepted. When was Jesus born? This is not even in
I'm
debate.
waiting. What is accepted? When?
Current history, man-made history says about 2,000 years ago. What is your point?
My point is, do you know like an actual time frame, like in the year 4, the year 5, the year 1 BCE, anything?
They didn't calculate according to that system back then. They didn't
I know they
have
didn't.
1 BC. They didn't have 1 BC.
I know.
buddy.
I know.
You know. You apparently don't know.
I do know, and I'm asking you an easy question. I already told you don't have to give me a number. It can be related to an individual's life. So if I told you,
already told you
hey, was
2,000
Jesus
years ago.
born
Let's go with
prior or
let's go with
after the reign
man-made
of
history,
Herod? And I don't know
2,000
why
years
you're
ago.
talking over me while no one can hear you. Was Jesus born prior to the reign of Herod or to the death of Herod or after the death of Herod?
What do you mean before?
According to the Bible, was Jesus born before the death of Herod or after the death of Herod?
Well, Herod wanted to kill all the children, so he was alive then.
You would think so, yeah, because in Matthew chapter 1, it literally says that they had to go into Egypt to escape the killing of Herod. So what that would mean,
The argument has nothing to do
I'm
with the
about to
argument.
explain it to you, and if you
Has
pay
nothing to
attention,
do
you'll
with the
actually
argument.
grasp it, right? So the mystery is, in Matthew, they take the child and the mother and the father. They all go to Egypt
That's the mystery that
prior
is
to the
revealed.
death of Herod. And
That's the
then
mystery that is revealed, what I
what we
was
find
talking
out
about.
then is that in the Gospel of Luke, he's actually born again about 10 to 12 years later. Because in Luke, it says, in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. And this was the first
I'm not
registration
talking about
and was
your
taken
Lord
while Quirinius
insert
was
any
governor of
alleged
Syria.
contradictions.
So
I'm talking
I'm sorry.
about
Do you
the
not
fact
believe?
that you
Do you not
cannot
believe in the Bible? Because your
conceive-
initial argument was that you
cannot
believed in the Bible,
conceive-
and again, nobody can hear you while you're yelling in the background of me talking. Every time you try to talk over me, it'll never work. Because again, your microphone's not as loud as ours. So all you're ever going to do is be mumbling in the background of us talking every time you try to interrupt us. So my question is, do you believe in the Bible?
Whatever you're
Is the
saying
Bible
now has
true?
nothing to do with
Is the Bible true?
Did I
Is the
ever make
Bible
that-
true?
Was I making that argument?
Is the Bible true?
I wasn't making that argument.
Is the Bible true?
Why are you running?
Is
Why
the
are you
Bible
running?
true?
Why are
You're
you
the one running from the question. You literally came in saying that the Bible is proof,
another argument.
and then you made an argument about the mystery of the Bible, intimating that the mystery of the Bible is somehow relevant because the Bible must be true. But now I'm asking you if the Bible is true, and you're terrified to even tell me. Imagine being a Christian not able to answer the simple question about whether or not they think that the Bible is true. So if the Bible is true, then you should be able to answer the question. My question is quite simple. No one's running from your argument. We already answered it. So, according to Luke chapter 2, the question that we're trying to figure out is, why
You're
was
triggered,
Jesus
you're triggered,
born
he
10 years
yells.
later after the
He
death of
yells,
Herod,
triggered.
according to Luke chapter 2?
Why are you triggered?
No one's
You're
triggered,
You're
except
triggered.
for you.
He says short-circuiting.
I do have a question, son. If we can just bring it down from like a 10 to a 6, I do have a question.
I didn't even know it.
Son, can we bring it down from a 10 to a 6? I just got a pretty straightforward question. Yeah?
Sure.
Who are your 5 favorite women?
What?
What?
Who are your 5 favorite women?
Baffled.
What do you mean, my 5 favorite women?
Yeah.
Is that a difficult question?
Who are your 5 favorite women?
I don't have a list of favorite women. I only have my wife.
Oh, cringe.
What do you mean?
Rough.
That's sad.
So you don't have like favorite people that are women? Oh.
I could think of some women, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
My wife.
Okay.
Good, solid.
Good start.
And I know some actual Christians that are female.
Can you name one?
Some actual Christians.
Sure. The
Your
halal
friends, your
the
Christian
halal-
friends, all the Christian females I know, I love them. This is the true mystery.
is this supposed
Does
to be an
Son know
argument
more
or
than one female?
Is this supposed to be an argument or something? Or
Son,
No.
well, I have an argument for you. This is like an
Yeah?
original argument. Maybe you haven't heard it before.
don't-
Could you show us like a picture of a friend group that looked happy to see you?
Is this like you guys cannot handle the argument about how the love of God is presented? in
That's
a
not
man
an
or
argument.
Jesus' life? I'm explaining how the love of God. You cannot think of. Can I finish?
Oh boy! You know,
But the
Simon.
love of-
You can
Simon's
try.
like-
Yeah. Apparently, you cannot even bring a
If the dude jerking his dick was here, then at least 2 people would be finishing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, a lot of ad hominems. Yeah?
I doubt his wife is, so at least somebody's
These
going
aren't
to.
ad hominems. We're just making fun of you at this
sure.
point.
Yeah, if you want another ad hominem, I bet we'd get a better argument from the dude stroking his dick.
So I will try it again.
Oh
So
boy!
the
Oh
love-
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put it in a premise-based argument for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll put a notepad on the screen, and then I will
no, you can
literally,
do that.
I'm literally going to write down
can
the
write it down,
premises of
sure.
your argument. What's premise number
Go ahead.
1?
Go ahead. So, the mystery that is revealed. The mystery that is revealed in Jesus Christ, i.e., so the love of God let's say shown in the life of Christ, by giving his life for
This is going to be an argument, right?
Yeah, sure. That's the premise.
Okay.
I just have to explain the mystery because you didn't know. Huh? Show
Well,
in the life
it's
of
not
Christ
a
by
it's
giving
not a
his
mystery.
life
It's just a
for-
claim.
for sinners, to save sinners,
This is the longest P1 I've heard in a while.
Is wait. So that's the mystery. that
So
is
I've got
revealed.
the
So
mystery
premise
that is
one.
revealed
So
in
this is
Jesus,
something-
i.e., the
yeah,
love of God shown in the life of Christ by giving his life for
Life for
sinners.
sinners,
And then what's
plural.
after the comma?
Well, that's the basic thing. And so
Wait.
then you have
What's the rest of the premise?
is something a man cannot conceive. A man cannot conceive of.
So that's the conclusion. A man cannot
Conceive
conceive
P1.
of P1.
P1,
So
let's say, yeah.
turns out that that's neither sound or valid.
Wait. The argument is not finished yet. Let's first.
Oh, it
finish
sounds like you need to
conclusion.
give me the rest of P1 then.
Well, I think maybe you can turn C and P2 or something. Oh, wait. A man cannot conceive that is more like a
So
It's like a personal judgment more, I think.
I mean, the
Yeah, let's
structure
call
of
it P2. Let's
the
call it
structure
P2.
of P1 is not even a
no,
complete
conclusion.
coherent
Let's
thought.
go. Yeah, sure. Conclusion. The events in the Bible must have happened.
Okay.
Hold up, what now?
Fucking goat, dude.
Yes, that's it. That's great.
Get this dude to the thesis defense. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's a lot of big words.
So
Can you
was it true that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius?
That is irrelevant because the mystery that
Well,
is revealed
it's
is
kind
clear
of
from the
it's kind
Bible.
of relevant because we can just tell
it's
you that the
not.
conclusion is either true or false by knowing whether or not Jesus was
No,
born during the
you
census
don't-
of
you cannot
Quirinius.
You don't track the argument. The
So
argument is that
if
we
I
have
said
something written.
if I
Look,
said
listen,
is the Quran true, and then you showed me something in the Quran that seemed to be not true, it just seems like
we
either the
have
Quran is
something
true or it's
written
not all
down.
true. I don't know why you
have-
think that you like I'm gonna stop talking just because you're shouting at me. It's crazy that you think that. So again, the question remains: if Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius, then he couldn't have also been born prior to the death of Herod, because Quirinius wasn't even
that's not
governor
the
until
argument.
10 years after
It's
Herod had
irrelevant.
already died.
It's irrelevant.
No,
because
it's
we have
actually
a
not
certain-
relevant
listen,
because
listen,
if the events in the Bible all happened, only the ones that are non-contradictory could have happened. The contradictory ones couldn't have happened.
I would never claim that contradictions can happen. I would never claim
So
that.
then what that means
Okay?
is Jesus was either born prior to the death of Herod, and that means Matthew is true, or he was born after the death of Herod, which means that Luke's birth narrative is true, which so one of them has to be true and one of them has to be false.
No. These so-called contradictions are a lot of times explained.
Well, give me
how
the
they are
explanation then, because your conclusion is demonstrably
I
false
don't
until
know
you can
the-
explain it.
Look, listen. I don't know the specific.
Oh, we found a real mystery then, didn't we? I did it. I told you there's a mystery in the Bible, and we actually found it. The mystery is that it says Jesus was born 10 years before he was born, and you don't have an explanation, which makes it a true mystery.
You're deflecting with something else. That's what you're doing. Look, listen. We have something written down that cannot be conceived by a man.
It is
okay?
conceived.
No, it is not conceived.
Okay,
by
so
a
you
man.
can't conceive it?
What about by a woman like Erica Kirk?
No, by a human.
You know, you had I just gave you a free option, by the way, for a top 5 favorite women.
I don't see how this has any relevance to the argument, and you know it.
I was just giving you an out.
Just being
This isn't actually an argument. Just be clear, your syllogism is neither
not even
sound nor
valid.
valid.
No, it's not. We have
So
something
it's
written
not
down
valid
that
because
cannot
number one, the
be
conclusion
conceived
isn't
by
actually
human
logically
being.
connected to the premises. So for
It is.
example,
It is. You just-
let's
you just
imagine
cannot
that
fact-
premise
and
number
the
one
fact-
and premise number two were actually
that you
correct. Let's
go
say
to
that
a so-called
I don't know
contradiction
why
shows
you're
that you
still
cannot
talking
fact the
right
argument.
now.
You just mute.
So
you're just trying to mute.
no one muted you. You've not been muted the entire time. No
cannot
one has
finish
ever muted
anything.
you once in this entire conversation.
You are
So
keep
premise
muting
number
me
one and
and
premise number two
over-talking
could both be true, and neither one of those means that the conclusion follows. So the conclusion doesn't follow just because there's a mystery in the Bible.
It does, because if you have something written down that
I'm
cannot
curious
be
what the inference rule is.
I cannot finish.
He
one
does
thing.
not know.
I cannot.
Look, you don't
finish
have to tell
one
us you
sentence.
can't finish. You should tell your wife that.
You should apologize
Yeah, and
too.
hum me some more. You cannot deal with.
No,
the
I'm just
argument.
making fun of you.
You
I'm not
cannot
ad
deal with
homing.
the argument, so you're gonna ad hom me, and now you're gonna bring my wife in it. Okay, that's
Well,
very
let's
nice.
get off of his wife. I got off of her already.
I told you, if you have something written down that cannot be conceived by a man, yeah, then you have to explain how it is written down. Inference to the best explanation is that the events have happened. It's that simple.
Which
okay?
events?
And by let me finish.
Yeah, what was
And
the
by
event that happened
trying
here?
to point- oh my God! And by going,
Dr.
in-
Blitz, this is just a tracking failure on your part. It's inconceivable, stupid fuck.
Oh, you got me.
That's not the argument. That's a straw man.
That is literally the argument,
No,
to be
that's not
clear.
the argument. That's a straw man.
That is
You don't-
literally the
you-
argument is that you can't
three
grok
guys
the
cannot
you
even
can't
track
grok the
simple
mystery,
argument.
therefore
I
it couldn't
said-
have come from humans. but we couldn't possibly understand the mystery, so we couldn't possibly
That's
understand
not
the
the argument.
evidence.
You
This
cannot.
argument is literally
Leon doesn't
self-defeating.
understand the argument.
You're putting your own argument in the blender with your own premises. It's brutal.
No, it's not, buddy. You don't
You
understand the
literally
argument.
said that the
I
mystery is
never said a man
incomprehensible.
cannot conceive.
Was that not?
No,
Was that not on the
did I
premises? What were
say
the
you cannot
premises?
understand it? No, I never said you cannot
Justin, what were the
understand it.
premises? What was the
I
second
said
premise?
you cannot make
Uh,
it up
it was
yourself.
it was
That's the
maybe
thing.
not quite award winning, but premise number 2 was a man cannot conceive of P1, and P1 was something that we actually can conceive of because he
No,
told
you
us that
can't.
it was already revealed, which is the mystery that is revealed in Jesus, i.e. the love of God shown
understanding.
in
You
the life
cannot-
of Christ by
you
giving
cannot
us
make it up
his
at
life
in
for
first
sinners. But he didn't actually finish premise number 1 yet. It's not
guys
actually a
don't
coherent
understand
premise.
don't
Yeah.
understand the
Oh yeah,
second
that isn't even a sentence. It's
overtalk-
just
you know
the
what?
mystery
I
that
would
is revealed in
overtalk-
Jesus.
I would be
Yeah.
That's not a premise. That's
It's
like
not even a
it's like a
premise.
subject, maybe.
Yeah.
It's I mean it's
Like,
not
you need some
even
sort
a
of predicate
statement
there.
yet. There's not even a statement in
don't
here.
understand the simplest argument. You confusing to conceive something.
Simplest
by
arguments has
So
not
can I-
happened here.
can
A
I-
simple mind
can I
maybe,
debunk-
but not a simple argument.
Can you understand the workings of how a tree transports?
Yes,
let's say
science has already done it. Yep.
Yeah, but does
Yeah,
it,
ask a botanist.
Okay, so does it mean that you could make it yourself?
It depends on what you mean by
Does
make.
it mean that I could
mean-
make a
Does it
tree?
mean you can create a tree? Yes or no?
Oh fuck!
Yes, I can create a tree.
Trees
you
are
prob-
trees are a
You
divine
cannot create a
mystery.
tree, Okay.
Wait, no,
So
I
you
can
just
create a
told me
tree.
no.
Yeah, you could
No,
propagate
you
one.
cannot. You
Yeah,
cannot
we've
create a
made
tree.
synthetic
Yeah, I
living
can.
cells already.
Well,
You
but also with
cannot-
that, like it's super easy, right? You
You're
just plant a
just lying
seed.
now. You're just lying now. You cannot create a tree.
Yeah, in fact, we
Nobody
already have
created a
synthetic. Do have synthetic tree cells
You cannot
already
create
involved
Also,
anything-
argument
in
from
plant
ignorance, you can't-
engineering.
Nuh-uh, no, you
In
can't.
fact, they're
Yeah, I
they're
can.
3D printed.
you cannot.
There's a
Yeah, I
write up
can.
on it. There's a
Bet.
write up on it in an actual magazine, a scientific magazine. It's give me a second. Get the name of the magazine because it's abbreviated and I don't know the abbreviation. It's American Chemical Society magazine, and they're talking about the 3D printing of biological tree cells. So we're literally 3D printing those fuckers now.
The most important reason why the Bible is attractive to people and they
Yeah,
cannot
move
make
off that point if you're getting fucking incinerated on it, dude.
Yep, I can
quickly,
make a
quickly.
tree.
Hopefully nobody notices.
No, you cannot create a tree, Ian. You can't.
Oh, what's your refutation to what Justin just said?
Don't tell the chemists.
Synthetic. What does it mean?
It means man-made, dipshit.
Yeah, explain. What does it mean?
It means man-made.
Man-made.
Yeah,
Oh
but
my
explain
God.
it more specific.
If you want to
doing?
maybe if you
What
want
are you
to
doing?
enhance your knowledge base, you could read this article right here. Marriage of synthetic biology and 3D printing produces programmable living materials. Synthetic are man-made biology, man-made cells. So we're making man-made synthetic cells and then
So-
3D printing
so
them to
copycat
create biological life forms.
So copycat after the existence itself. That's what you mean.
You said that you can't make a tree. He just showed you how
can't
we
make a
can.
tree like it
The
is. You
goalposts
can't.
on wheels.
Synthetic cells are not real
Wild.
cells.
They are
Synthetic cells are
cells.
not real cells? They're literally
No,
cells.
because
Then
real
how are
What
they-
makes them not real? They're made up, that's what.
Oh,
How
synthetic.
are they reproducing and creating trees then?
Synthetic means
They're
real. Is
fake
that
tree
your claim?
cells. They're not real trees.
Synthetic,
means
yeah, so
real.
synthetic diamonds are real diamonds.
I'm
Yeah.
not talking about
For
synthetic
example.
diamonds. I'm talking
So,
about
so synthetic
cells.
trees would also be real trees.
Synthetic trees are real trees.
Yeah, in the same way that synthetic diamonds are real diamonds.
Yeah.
Synthetic trees are real trees. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, synthetic
Yeah,
means
sure,
like man-made.
Sure, buddy, sure.
Yeah, by
Yeah, I mean, wait, what do you
definition.
take?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you take real to be? It fits
Yeah,
the
what-
definition of the thing. Like,
It fits the
like
definition.
tragically, like it just is. No, no, the mask is
Is he
slipping.
broken?
That was true IQ is coming out.
Synthetic trees are real trees. That's very obvious, yeah,
Wait, so and what do you take a real tree to be?
So, can I have a synthetic?
No. You can tell us. Wait,
Can you
sorry. You
deliver
can.
me
Whoa!
one at
Stop
home?
pivoting. Stop dodging. Wait, what's a real tree?
I have some in my garden.
Fucking brutal. But
Yeah, and you can
what
make
makes
them.
Go give
something
an
a real
extensive
tree?
definition rather
You
than an
can make them,
intensive one.
right?
Yeah.
Ian, you can make these trees that are standing
Wait, sorry,
in my
what
garden.
is a real
You can
tree?
make them, right?
Track
Right?
dipshit.
I'm
What's a
clipping
real
that
tree?
shit right
Hey,
after
you
the
can
stream.
What's a real tree, dipshit? What is it?
It's not a synthetic one, dipshit.
Oh, not a synthetic one. A
Yeah,
real
but
one
you
is
said-
not a synthetic
you said
one.
the synthetic one
Sure,
is
wait.
the real
So
one,
so for example,
dumbass.
wait, is a flip-flop a synthetic tree?
Is a synthetic tree a real tree?
Is
buddy?
a flip-flop a
Hello,
synthetic
yes
tree?
or
Answer
no?
the question.
Yes or no?
Mouth
Is a
breather.
synthetic
Answer the
tree a
question.
real
Is a
tree?
flip-flop a real tree
Hey,
or a
is a
synthetic
tree
tree?
a real tree,
Which
buddy?
one? Is it a
Is a
synthetic tree?
tree a real tree?
Because your definition
Yes,
of a real
yes,
tree includes
yes.
flip-flops. It includes
Is a
everything other than
synthetic
synthetic
tree a real
trees. You
tree,
literally
buddy?
just said that what makes something a real
Mr.
tree is
Blitz,
not being a
is-
synthetic tree. So a
Blitz,
flip-flop would be a
Blitzy boy,
real tree under
is a
your
synthetic
definition.
tree a
You
real
fucking
tree?
impaled yourself. How does it feel to lose? You're getting rhetorical backshots right
You
now.
are
You know,
losing,
I'm
buddy.
not the
You
only,
said
or
the
like that
synthetic
dude
tree is a
jerking his
real
dick isn't the
tree.
only one jerking
You
off
are
right now. I'm jerking off into your mouth right now, taking rhetorical backshots, getting your fucking back blown out. You got slammed so hard that you have a concussion. Your head is spinning. All you can do is short circuit and fake laugh. You keep getting beat the fuck down every time you pipe the fuck up. You'll never be able to recover from this dog shit debate performance. I hope your wife isn't listening in on this, so she isn't seeing you get beat the fuck down, slammed on the ground, concussed, all 9
Actually-
yards of it. Now, is a flip flop a synthetic tree? Yes or no?
I've actually got her over
Synthetic
here
tree
right
is a
now.
real
Listen.
tree. Is that the point? A synthetic
Is-
tree is a real You
Oh, come
guys
on
are
now. I'm sure
crazy.
she's a lovely lady.
Yeah. Bring my wife
Okay,
in
so
it.
so now that you
I just said that your wife is a lovely lady. What do you want?
Yeah, bring my wife in it.
Is your wife not a lovely?
Hey,
I'm sure she's
is
lovely.
your synthetic tree a real tree, Blitz?
apparently a flip flop
said
is
yes.
a real tree. Under
Yeah,
this guy's
apparently
definition.
everything
Is it
is.
still yes?
Everything
Is
other
it
than a
still
synthetic tree under his definition
Yeah.
is a real tree.
yes? So we have here 3 guys who claim that a synthetic tree is a real tree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a type
correct.
of tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Give us a definition of a tree.
It's not a synthetic one.
No, give us the definition.
Wait, what is this synthetic?
Is a flip flop answer the question? Is a flip flop a synthetic tree?
I would.
You could do, and I'm not trying to give you too much help, but you could just use the dictionary. It says a woody perennial plant,
A
typically
synthetic
having
tree
a
is
single
not a real
stem
tree in
or trunk
biological
growing
fact.
to a considerable
tree is a
height and
living
bearing
organism.
literal
It grows-
lateral branches at some distance from the ground. So,
Ah.
is a synthetic tree a woody perennial plant?
Biological real tree, living plants.
It did-
Synthetic tree.
You know
imitation.
the tree that they grow in the lab fits that definition, right? I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah.
What?
It literally fit. Wait, what part of that doesn't fit the definition for a synthetic tree?
Is it an imitation?
Fucking brutal, dude. Wait, what part of your definition that you just read is not fit by a synthetic tree?
A synthetic tree is not a real tree in biological.
Read your
sense.
definition again, dipshit. Say it again, cuck. What is it?
A biological real tree.
Wait, no. The definition you just read. Say it again, cuck.
A synthetic tree is not a real tree.
Say it
in
again, cuck.
biological
Wait, what's
sense.
the definition? He's terrified of the definition that he himself
do you
just
mean?
read. He pulled up the definition, got spawn killed by his own definition, and now he needs to hide it away somewhere. You know, he's ashamed of it, like he's ashamed of his wife.
Yeah, you mean a real tree is a living organism. That's what you mean.
Is that the definition that you just read?
I think so.
Sure. And do you understand that synthetic trees fit under that definition?
Yeah, but it's not like a real tree
Brutal.
like in my garden.
Fucking
It's not the
spawn
same.
killed.
No, it's not. It's not the same.
You cooked yourself.
Okay. Well, this has been fun. Anything else you want to add to that argument, son?
Which argument now?
Well, you couldn't answer the argument. You didn't understand the argument.
You didn't.
Because you confused.
You didn't render a real argument.
Can I finish? You confused to be
Uh,
able to
I'll tell you what.
understand
I'll
something
I'll make you a deal,
with
son, because we've had a
able
little bit
to
of trouble
conceive
communicating here today. We had a little bit of trouble, and we're getting a little bit later on time. So I'll give you the last word. I'll give you a full 2 minutes to re-articulate your argument. I won't interrupt you. I promise. And you can say anything you need to clarify your position, and then that'll be the end. I'll give you the last word.
Okay, sure. So I first want to apologize.
All right. And we'll
Oh
just-
no!
He was gonna apologize.
His finger slipped.
Oh no, I thought he was still. Oh darn. Well, shucks, even. Well,
shoot.
Snap.
Friends, we appreciate you being
Gosh
here.
darn it.
It is. It's 3 o'clock already. Unfortunately, I can't go too much later. I've got to be on AXP here in a little bit, so I got some stuff I got to get done. So we're going to read through what's left of our super chats and try to end roughly on time. Blitz, Ian, are y'all going live later today?
Nope.
Not I.
Okay.
I am in tremendous pain.
I'm going to see Project Hail Mary with my girlfriend.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Hi, in tremendous pain.
I'm dad.
I'm dad.
Fantastic. Well, friend, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. We're going to read some super chats. Thank you for everyone who sent super chats. Morton says, Morton sent one unapologetic gifted membership. Thank you, Morton. Really
Let's
appreciate
go.
that.
Whoa, Morton mentioned.
Absolutely.
Salt Girl reigns supreme.
Let's
I don't know what
go.
that means.
Morton
Alexis.
Salt Girl.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Got
Fucking
me. Yep.
heretic, dude.
It's my fault. I'll take my lashings.
All these schismatics, dude.
I'll get my flagellating device out later. Alexa says, it's a pickle Rick. Or it's pickle Rick. I do like pickle Rick.
Well,
I don't
Do you
know
know what that is a reference to?
It's the Rick and Morty show when he becomes a pickle and then
Have
has
you
to...
seen Rick and Morty?
I actually have seen all of them.
What?
Sometimes
Is that
I
like
see
the only
things.
media you've consumed in the last 20 years?
Like Rick and Morty and South Park.
Okay, that checks out.
Rick and Morty.
You know
Rick,
that does
Rick,
make sense.
Rick.
You are a very smart person, and Rick and Morty is only a show that very high IQ people can understand.
Yeah.
I appreciate this gaslighting from Dr. Blitz. Thank you, my friend. Anyway, Kane, thank you for the super chat. I believe in psychic abilities. Mewtwo is awesome. Actually, I was curious if we discovered psychic abilities did exist. I still don't know why that would mean that there's a god, but it is interesting. Yeah.
It wouldn't mean that.
Terracotta, thank you for the super chat. Beautiful Kitty says, if one of these guests door dashes me, I will pray for the first time over my Jack in the Box mini tacos. Save my soul, guys. It's in your hands. Sorry, that was a rough one. we had some rough guests tonight, or this morning, actually. And C-Bar, with the additional super chat, says, Christians should be enlisting, not reporting. True. You know what? This is
True.
not an unfair point. The Christians are the ones that are pushing for this war. If they want this thing to happen, they should be the first ones to step up and actually do it. Although, obviously, y'all know I'm a fan of diplomacy and not guns. Chris says, can you briefly clarify your position on whether or not God can be timeless? I'm an atheist, but I don't think it's necessarily contradictory.
I think it's like for sure a contradiction. I think that okay, so a couple things to say. First of all, it probably contradicts his being omniscient. I don't think that God is able to know things like what time it is, like pretty straight up. It's kind of hard to avoid the conclusion. Like, you know, unless you hold like B theory of time, there's some fact of the matter as to what time it is. And God just doesn't know it. He can't know it. Otherwise, he's changing, which of course, like a being outside can't do, or outside of time can't do. You know, if the B theory of time is true, then God also doesn't exist because God never brought the world into existence. The timeline just always existed. It's not like a free choice or something of that sort. It's just like a totally like different sort of thing. So I think that like kind of either way you slice it, it makes like no sense. Or it's not just that it makes no sense, it's like directly contradictory.
I think that there's probably a deeper issue too, which is just that agents or minds are things are less static objects and more kind of objects for which a series of events or processes are taking place, right? If you just froze somebody's mind so that it was timeless, I'd be really hard pressed to call it a mind. It would kind of just be like a collection of beliefs, perhaps. But a mind is like a thing that does stuff, right? Like thinking is a process. It's not a thing that just it can exist statically. So I'm just not even sure that like a mind can even exist in a timeless state.
Yeah, that's a really good point too. Like agency itself is like agents exist at like a line between like potential and actual, and they're like bringing like possibilities, at least from their perspective, possibilities into actuality. It's not clear what an agent is for which everything is actual. Like, I just don't understand that.
I mean, like, the closest that you could say is that, like, maybe God is like a book.
Yeah.
And it just has all of the true facts written in the book. But then it's not really a God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It also doesn't make sense to me that God is outside of time, but yet he can respond to your prayers. It seems like something that could only happen
weird.
in time.
Well, it seems like you'd be committing yourself to like some kind of like fatalism, right? Like you'd have to say, well, this is going to happen whether I prayed or didn't. Like,
right.
My prayer had literally no effect on this.
And prayer would be useless then. Praying would be a useless endeavor. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Joshua, thank you for the super chat. Says, any gods that require prayer to do anything already within their power, nature, and knowledge are morally negative in that aspect. And interesting timing on the super chat that we pulled that up just as I was saying that. Yes, a god that does anything on the whims of a human prayer is not a god that seems to be somehow superior to human beings. Like, if they could be persuaded to do something that they weren't already planning on doing, that motherfucker doesn't know all things. And Matthew says, there's too many operators on that board. Dr. Blitz, I'm getting triggered.
Sorry.
Sorry. Reverend Nate, that these callers are tranquilizing today. Yeesh, they were. That's why we were having so much fun with that last one. We had suppressed all like 3 hours worth of debate because our callers were half asleep. Panoramic Banana says, does God break the moral law or asks for consent before revealing himself?
I don't think God, I think like biblically speaking, God doesn't need consent because, I mean, did Mary consent? Could she consent? She was only 14.
No, God gave her the circle shot whether she wanted it or not.
Yeah, I don't think that God cares about consent. But also keep in mind that the moral law as described in the Bible does not include consent, so.
Yep, that's true. Eat some shorts. Think of it, super that says, did Joseph throw a punch at God the first time he saw him? Is the Bible just early reality trash TV? Kind of, actually. So in the story, you got to remember, in truly ancient times, the gods weren't these indefensible like omni beings. The gods had weaknesses. They ate and they drank. Even the god El gets drunk at one point and like wallows around in his own feces. It's a whole thing. So got to remember, these stories from the patriarchal period were not at this time period where people thought that gods were like omnimaxed. They were like just like superhumans. You know, they were just chilling up in the clouds. They had a slightly different existence than us, but they were like superhumans. And so, yeah, did he have a true wrestling match with a deity? That seems to be what the story implies. If it's not God, it's at least a divine being that he thinks is God. So it's, you know, it's neither here nor there. And the thing has magic. Remember, it touches the hip, and the hip just magically goes out. So it seems to me that the original Jacob narrative was him wrestling, an entity. But you should know that there are other ancient Near Eastern stories that mimic this Jacob narrative when he crosses the Jabbok River, namely this idea that there are demonic spirits or entities that live in the rivers that you have to appease before they let you cross it, which is what he did as he was crossing the river. That's what the story was mimicking. So it's a very common trope in the ancient Near East. And Straightforward says, I will never get how people like DL can behave like this. I struggle to find the right words, just wild. Sundays are unapologetic time. And
what's
no apologies
DL?
made. That
DL is like the person that we talked to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Blitz already pushed him out of his memory. Discordant Rhyme says, thanks, guys. That's what I was looking for. All right. Glad we can help, Discordant Rhyme. And I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you again, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I haven't seen a claim in the Quran that wasn't imported from Greek pre-Socratic philosophers or Aristotle. If you study the history of Islam, they preserved Greek texts with extreme reverence. Yes, that's been my understanding too. Even as early as Constantine, people outside of the Roman Empire were very interested in preserving these Greek texts, because the Christians were leaving the Christian empire to go hunt down these texts and get rid of them. That's how crazy it was. But yeah, the spread of the Greek literature was pretty far and wide. Ark Dark, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Reverend Nate coming in again says the real mystery is the point of this call.
I thought it was the friends we made along the way.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. And Bend Over, thank you for the 10 New Zealand dollars, says message for Dr. Blitz. In a past live, caller was asking for a photo proof of curve. Mage 2 by Mr. Sensible uses rectangular lenses.
I'm familiar with this. I'm familiar
Sight
with this.
lines. Interesting. And a weather balloon. Interesting. I have to check that out. Hold on. It's Mage.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth thing.
Gotcha. Mage 2. Rectangular lens. Got it. I'll look into that later. Cameron, thank you for the super chat. Says Dr. Blitz, I like my popcorn in extra butter or movie theater flavor. Can't stop laughing.
I also like popcorn that's extra buttery and extra salty. If you don't know, there is a way to make at-home popcorn taste like movie theater popcorn, and it's like a type of salt, but it's like a synthetic salt, if you will. It's called Flavacol, if I remember correctly. You can get it on Amazon. You can get like a big thing of it. It's like an orange powder. And if you put it on popcorn, it tastes like homemade popcorn. It tastes exactly like movie theater popcorn. It's so good.
Damn.
Would recommend. Also, this stream is brought to you by Flavacol.
And Mr. Kiki says Justin Blitz and Ian destroyed yet again by the untouchable argument of nah. And you know what? It gets me a lot. I get into a lot of trouble. Yeah. Base to Shara, thank you for the additional super chat. Says you can tell which callers only received attention when they were misbehaving as children. Yes. That is definitely the type of guy that was acting out as a child for the attention. And our word, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey guys, this is a reminder that Justin is going to be on Zoom.
That's kind of a strange name. I wonder what that means.
What name?
I think it's an abbreviation.
I hope so.
It is. I know the person in the super chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I know their first name. Don't worry.
Oh,
It's
okay.
It's not problematic. It just happens to be the combination of characters.
Sure.
Anyways, thank you for the reminder. Justin is going to be on Zoom with Atheist United San Luis Obispo on Tuesday night, 6 p.m. California time, so 9 p.m. Eastern time. Oh,
you really need to learn how to pronounce that. It's San Luis Obispo.
Obispo.
Yeah.
I would never know that. I'm an East Coaster. I don't know these cities.
No, I went to school in California.
Okay. Go to the Discord link, or to the Discord for the link. Indeed, do go to all three of our Discord: Deconstruction Junction, Blitz's Chalkboard, and also Allegedly Ian, in the profiles of each individual members. And we do in the Deconstruction Junction have a link to this as well if you're interested. And Dr. Carla, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Ian, savage, you are second to none, and I aspire to read my opponent's half as well as you.
Thanks. Yeah, that's what you learn when you do like a lot of like Discord debates, Sometimes you just gotta be able to pull out like a whirlwind of insults against a person.
It's fun.
It must be done.
It's an underrated strategy.
Like, once the conversation falls apart and the interlocutor has demonstrated that they're not good faith, I think it's fine to just play with your food a little bit.
Yeah.
Gates of Delirium, thank you for the super chat. Says, from the folks who brought you Look at the Trees, we now have Can You Make a Tree? And the answer is yes. In fact, that's a new look at the trees. Look at the synthetic trees in defense of atheism. Mike Paul, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, this guy sounds like a cheap man's Werner Herzog.
He absolutely did.
A little bit, yeah. Neck2, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, this caller's brain is so smooth, it's technically classified as a Bose-Einstein superfluid. How it doesn't seep out of his ears is the real mystery.
True.
It's crazy that he waited 3 hours just to do that.
That was wild.
Furtive Patak says, nicknaming today's strain Synthetic Tree. I mean, indeed. Oh, the strain that you're partaking in, you mean. Gotcha. Let us know how that turns out. Simeon, thank you for the super chat, says Dolphin is going live soon, though. See y'all there. Oh, Dawkins going live. I hear Christ Before Jesus is live currently as well. Got 2 options. And Relax with Russell says, this guy spent 20 minutes crashing out just to end at look at the trees. You got to be kidding me. Well, he was smarter than all of us. We just don't understand the mysteries that have been revealed to him. And Chris Allen says, my issue, timeless, does not always mean without sequence, causality, state change, when it could just mean independent of our temporal dimension. I don't think so.
In all the philosophical literature, like, yes, it does. If you want like a good motivation for this, okay, so we can make like an argument from like events for why all change must be in time, and it would be something like this: if nothing happens, then nothing changes. So it follows by that from like contraposition that if something changes, something happened. Now, an event in the philosophical literature is defined literally as a thing that happens. So that means that if a change occurs, then an event exists. So all change is going to be necessarily tied to events, and because events are temporal, that just means all change is temporal. So.
Yeah. Helping Megan deconstruct, thank you for the super chat, says, look at the synthetic trees. Son plus wife equals unbelievable. That is a mystery, actually, how that guy got a wife. I assume it was arranged.
He's got to be just a normal guy outside of this, right?
I hope so. I really do hope so. Iconoclastic goat at Dr. Blitz. Would you ever ask a physicist to an open discussion? I have questions that really only work in dialogue.
Probably not. And the reason I say that is because in those live streams, I usually have somewhere between 500 and 700 people watching who are all interested in getting their own questions answered. So it just wouldn't be fair to all 700 people to have like one person come up and do like an open dialogue for half an hour. Right. Now, what I am considering doing is, in addition to the normal Ask a Physicist, I'm considering doing like a members only can type comments, but everybody can watch, and then I'll bring people up to ask questions, just as a further incentive. But no, I can't really do the thing where there's like an open dialogue because these things take way too long, and it's not fair to everybody who's watching.
Yeah, makes sense. Plus, during the Q&As, like a lot of people super chat questions, and if you start taking people that want to do dialogue, then you don't actually get to all the questions because it takes way longer to dialogue with somebody than just take a minute to answer a question. So it's a matter of time and priority as well. But friends, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate y'all. I'll be live in a little while, 5:30 Eastern Standard on AXP. Dalkin is live currently, the Bible guy. Christ Before Jesus is live currently as well. And also, we should see people going live, at least live for the last hour, on the line. So there's stuff to watch all day today. Make sure you're picking up something after this and rooting for them in the comments and trash talking on the sidelines. We really appreciate everybody that supports our channel.
I mean, like, if they're watching The Line or if they're watching Dalton or anything, just go in and be like, L The Line, W Unapologetic, or L Dalton, W Unapologetic. Just spam that shit.
Yeah, that's how we win friends and influence people.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly. Anyway, friends, thank you for being here. We'll see you again in a week.